severity is also affected not only by the menopausal state, but also by certain other changes like the hormonal changes, the severity and duration of the menopausal symptoms, and other predisposing factors like your educational level, stress, and the physical health. The other thing we can do is we have to validate the patient's cognitive complaints. So complaints are associated with both advancing menopausal stage and the menopausal symptoms. Now, you also need to consider the menopause-related factors contributing to brain fog. We know that vasomotor symptoms are very common, but there is a new appreciation of the potential role of VMS in cognitive symptoms, because vasomotor symptoms are also associated with declines in memory, in ischemic lesions in the brain, and the Alzheimer's disease. Sleep disturbances also play a role. Anxiety and depressive symptoms which may occur in midlife also have a role, and treatment of these associated symptoms like VMS, like sleep disturbances, like anxiety, like depression may help improve the cognitive dysfunction. Now, there is a central role of estrogen on key brain regions. Certain regions of the brain express the ER receptors. So declines in estradiol, like in the like in the hypothalamus, like in the prefrontal cortex, like in the limbic system. So declines in estradiol, as happens with menopause, can contribute to midlife cognitive difficulties. So since estrogen plays a part, and the women will want to know whether the HRT that if at all they wish to take, whether that will have an effect on the cognitive symptoms or not. So yes, we need to counsel the patients on what is known and what is not known about the effect of hormone therapy on cognitive function. There are no large-scale trials that examine the influence of hormonal therapy on cognition. So there are trials for the genitourinary symptoms, there are trials for the vasomotor symptoms, but not for cognition in women with bothersome VMS. Now, guidelines on the hormonal use for cognitive symptoms are based on studies of the postmenopausal women with minimal menopausal symptoms. HT may improve cognition, but again, there are no clinical data to definitely inform of that practice, and research is on. So in older, the effect of hormonal therapy on cognitive performance in 4 sizable clinical trials was at best neutral. Conjugated equine estrogen and the medroxyprogesterone acetate have got a negative effect on cognition, whereas estradiol with a vaginal progesterone has got a neutral effect. Now, most of the results that we get, the black box warning on the risk of dementia with hormonal therapy, comes from the WHO trial. Yesterday, we had great sessions on the WHI trial, and it showed a doubling of the risk of all-cause dementia in women who are older than 65 years who received conjugated equine estrogen and medroxyprogesterone acetate. So these are older studies done on older women. So, but based on these data, currently hormonal therapy is not recommended by any major medical society to alleviate the cognitive issues or to avert future cognitive deterioration or late onset dementia. This is as of today. However, in the younger menopausal women who have undergone a hysterectomy, or because of any other reason they have undergone, like the premature ovarian failures, or women who undergo menopause before the age of natural menopause, in them estrogen therapy is often recommended, and they should be counseled on the possible cognitive effects and treatment options on these women who have undergone an early menopause, on whom estrogen therapy has got a positive influence on cognition. So, given that vasomotor symptoms, mood, anxiety contribute to cognitive experiences of midlife women, it is also important that along with estrogen therapy in these younger women who have undergone premature ovarian failure or who are being supplemented because of a surgical menopause, you also look for the other additional contributing factors and treat them accordingly. Patient may be benefited. So, but this is what we talk about drugs. What about the other things? Brain health may be maintained, dementia may be prevented when practicing a healthy lifestyle and implementing several modifiable risk factors. So, a moderate intensity physical exercise regime. What is it? We say exercise, but how much exercise and what is exercise? So, at least 150 minutes weekly, which comes to at least 20 active minutes, 22 minutes daily. That is important, combined with healthy eating. Now, healthy eating, they say a Mediterranean diet. I feel our Odia cuisine is also no less than or even better than a Mediterranean diet because it has got fish, it has got the carbs, it has got the proteins, it has got the green leafy vegetables, it has got omega-3 fatty acids, it has got EHA, it has got DHA. So, with fish and with the body mass index, it's very important because with menopause, women tend to put on 500 grams to 1000 grams more because of the slowing of the metabolism. So it's very important to tell them to maintain a normal BMI, and that will also help. Women should also be counseled on avoiding smoking, excessive alcohol consumption, and head injuries. Probably it's more relevant in the urban areas, but nevertheless, we need to do it. Clinicians should also help women. Now, when we are gynecologists, yes, we are bothered with the uterus and the ovaries and the tubes and the parametrium and whatever comes with the region. But we also need to treat the woman as a whole. And therefore, each visit should be an opportunity to improve her overall health. And therefore, we should tell the menopausal women to maintain good heart health also. So how do you maintain a good heart health? Regular assessments, yearly assessments for hypertension. And if you are hypertensive, on antihypertensives, your aim of blood pressure maintenance should be less than equal to 120/80. Normalize the dyslipidemia and control the diabetes. Engaging in social activities, these are all from 2025 JAF studies. So engaging in social activities and increasing cognitive reserve by learning new skills and engaging in challenging tasks can also be encouraged. So engage in learning new tasks, a new skill, take breaks between your work and minimize distraction. I think as people enter menopause or go beyond 50 maybe, they should have a more clutter-free space, both at home as well as in the office, because it helps you concentrate. So when we talk of the principle, use it or lose it, it is a principle, and what it means, it is central. It means that you must stay mentally and physically active to maintain normal cognition function at all stages, even at menopause. So regular exercise, yoga, we had a beautiful session just this morning. Relaxation, paced respiration, meditation, reduce stress. Very important for brain health, and each of these methods will help in reducing stress. Eat smart, nutritious, balanced diet, antioxidants, vitamin D, good calcium, cessation of, if you have been practicing, cessation of alcohol, smoking, caffeine. So no multiple cups of tea or coffee, just 1 or 2. Adequate sleep. What is adequate sleep? It's not 3 to 4 hours, it's 7 to 9 hours per night. Stick to routine, appropriate screenings, and MHT if indicated. I find that based on these things, that what our traditional Indian wisdom was there, that is actually very good for the general health of the postmenopausal women. So when the traditional Indian family system and the traditional Indian wisdom said, you know, the older age women, they are into knitting for their grandchildren, or they are into gardening, or they are praying the whole day, they are reading religious books, reciting religious books, making achar and papad, and telling tales to their grandchildren. It's very important because they maintain the brain is being utilized, it's being used, and that is how they remain more active as well as feel more loved, and a lot of other things which contribute to their brain health. So practice a healthy lifestyle, prioritize sleep 7 to 9 hours per night, exercise regularly, stay hydrated, eat a balanced diet, manage stress. Very important. If you feel stressed, even during meetings, take deep breathing, yoga, meditation, limit alcohol and caffeine. Organize your life. That also is important. Otherwise, concentration becomes a bit of a problem from the menopause, from the perimenopause till the menopause. So use tools like this. I have put up is my calendar for the month of November, 15th, 16th. Yes, there is the EZIMSCON conference. So, but you do all these things. Yes, if brain fog persists beyond this also, there may be an organic lesion in the brain, so then you get evaluated. So this I have already told you, and thank you. Aging is a privilege. We should not take it as a burden. It's a privilege. Many people, we lost many people we know during the COVID pandemic. So if we get to age, it is a privilege. Let us use our brains so that we do not lose it and have a healthy and a happy life ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shweta, for nicely presenting this brain fog and giving the importance to this traditional food, traditional things, and nuclear joint family. Those things are very important. But this brain fog, it also occurs in men. Not only women, but elderly men. There are also this role of hormones. What you can tell about that?
I am a gynecologist. I think last 30 years I am dealing only with women. Only men I know, probably maybe my work colleagues and my family members. So I will not have much of an idea about it, but if somebody has, then they can tell. I think whether men or women, we are all human beings. At the end of it, it is you use it or you lose it. Okay. Whoever has coined it has done a great job.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, organizers.
Next, I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Om Mahapatra, and the topic is Your Money at Death and Beyond. Sir, the platform is yours.
পয়েন্টারটা হলো স্লাইড চেঞ্জ করে স্লাইড চেঞ্জ হবে পয়েন্টার দরকার পয়েন্টার দরকার পয়েন্টার দরকার এটা Good morning, everyone. This is Om Mahapatra. I am a chartered accountant by qualification. I am a graduate from Delhi University, and I began my career from KPMG, which is one of the biggest consulting group of the world. And thereafter, I worked in an investment banking firm called Credit Suisse in Pune. After a corporate career, long span of corporate career of 8 years, I came back to Odisha, started my practice into investment banking and wealth management in the name of Fin Strategy Capital. Thereafter, I am presently an investor, serial of investors, and I'm an industrialist, and we are one of the biggest exporter from Odisha. You would say that there are 70 exporters in India, starting from Vedanta, JSL, Hindalco. So there are 70 exporters. So we are one of the exporters from Odisha who are exporting cashews, and we are one of the biggest importers of dry fruits like walnuts and dates and raisins. This is my background. And when Haro sir told me that there is a session for at a ops gynae, for the ops gynae to address them, so I said, what would be the discussion topic? So he mentioned that, so this should be a topic, your money at death and beyond. So I said that, sir, this is very, I mean, as a CA, you doctors, gynecologists, basically they bring lives to the earth. And when we discuss, death is inevitable for everyone. I mean, death is certain because that is going to come to everyone's life, correct? So, discussion on financial planning in and around death and beyond might look weird, but that is also important to discuss. Because at a later stage, I also asked him what would be the average size of, I mean, the age of the audience size, I mean, the age. He said they would be mostly on the retirement stage. So this topic will be relevant for them. So how your finances or the financial planning should look like? I mean, when he said that death and beyond, so this is the way we should begin with. We should first initially know our financial landscape. I mean, how many of us have actually written down, where is my finances? Listing out the bank accounts we have, maybe single holder wise or joint holder wise. How many of us have actually listed out in an Excel sheet or in a diary we have maintained it? Anyone? Or we only depend on our CAs or financial advisors to look after the accounting, I mean, to keep the records of our financial statements or looking after bank accounts. Correct? So, when we are at the latter stage of our life, I mean, we are the life is uncertain at this point of time. And when we look at this stage of life, life is uncertain. Anything can happen to anyone at any age. So, our financial landscape should have all these parameters, be that we should maintain bank and investment accounting statements, retirement accounts, where all accounts we have, PF, ESI, whatever we have invested, or PPF, or any kind of government saving schemes we have invested. All that books or the statements or everything should be maintained in a soft or in the hard copy, and that should be updated on a very regular basis. Thirdly, insurance policies. Wherever we have done the insurance policies, you might come across many insurance agents and you cannot deny them because of your relationship, or they must have come from various references. So you cannot deny them. So at the end of your, I mean, during doing that relevant time, you focus on your day-to-day work so much that you don't look after your finances, correct? So this X chap comes to you and asks you to do this insurance policy, this Y chap comes to you, do this insurance policies, thereby you exactly don't know how many insurance policies you have, correct? So insurance policies are many, means someone must have told you that this insurance policy is relevant for you, this insurance policy is relevant for you. So all this has to be jotted down at your diary or at an Excel sheet and maintained and must be reviewed and updated on a time-to-time basis. Similarly, there are very real estate documents. You must be having real estate property records. That records and property records must be kept properly at a safely, and all these documents, all this financial informations must be a part of your, I mean, this should come to your knowledge of your spouse as well. I mean, there are many investments which are done and your spouse is not aware of it. Either you must have done investments just to support someone, just to help him, and you have done some investment, but somehow that investments are not part of your books and your spouse is also not aware of it. So all sorts of investments that you do that must be documented somewhere and must be communicated to your spouse. So this is very relevant, which you find it, I mean, this might look that, yeah, I will update sometime or the later, but somehow you are in the part of the procrastination. You keep hanging things for a latter part to be done. It's a human nature. That's obviously psychologically we are trapped by procrastination. So obviously we keep on posting our things to be done on a later stage. In a similar way, with the digital revolution, that there's a globally, everyone has become prone to, I mean, adopting to the investing in through digital way. So all these digital assets, be that stocks, mutual fund, whatever you do through your applications, all these digital assets should be, you must be having something to keep it for your record, and that should be also be in aware of your spouse. So all the digital assets, login ID, passwords, all should be a part of your diary, or everything where you should be updated. Tax returns, similarly, tax returns should be 3 years, 5 years returns, should be always be updated and kept in your financial records for your information to be passed on. If anything goes wrong with your life, so that can be passed on easily to your next legacy or the legal heir. So many of you must have heard about this famous Ambani fight, correct? It happened 20 years ago, exactly 18, 19 years ago. And this is Mr. Mukesh Ambani. With them is the Miss Kokila Ambani and Mr. Amin Ambani. So after the death of Shri Dhirubhai Ambani, so this famous empire group went through a very turmoil situation. Who is going to manage and who is going to take care of the companies? So it was only Srimati Kokila Ben who entered into this famous fight of the two brothers, who resolved it, and finally the company was splitted. So when Mr. Dhirubhai died, the Reliance group was around roughly 2 lakh crores. So that company got splitted into 1 lakh crore to Anil Ambani and 1 lakh crore to Mukesh Ambani, the elder brother. Anil Ambani took companies like new age companies like Reliance Infrastructure, Reliance Communication, Reliance Power, and Mr. Mukesh Ambani took companies like Reliance Industries, which is at the Reliance Refineries, Reliance at the Jamnagar factory. He took the old core companies. It was Srimati Kokila Ben who could take care of the partition post the death of the Dhirubhai Ambani. But sometimes after death, you must have these records, legal documents, so that there can be a smooth transition of wealth to your next generation. A will writing is something which has become common in upper society of the business houses, where for the smooth transition of assets after them, a will writing ensures that what is the wealth that is there at this present point of time, how these assets would be distributed to the next generation legal heir, and who is going to be the guardian of this wealth if the dependents are minor, and thirdly, who is going to execute it after this death. It can be a lawyer, it can be a CA, it can be his wife or the spouse, whosoever can become the part of the executor. And the will contains whom to be given, what to be given. But actually, if you see that, nobody does a will writing, correct? How many of you must have heard about will, and how many of you knowns have done the will writing? None. Because that is a part which is necessary at this point of time. Because life becomes uncertain after a death, nobody is in a situation what to be done, how to be done. So in the next phase also I'll discuss that. Similarly, a big case study that I would like to share, that what happens when a 5,000 crore estate goes to a non-family member. So a classic case of Srimati Priyamvada Billa, who is the wife of Mr. MP Billa. And Mr. MP Billa and Priyamvada Billa did not had any biological kids. They did not have any biological kids, neither they had adopted anyone. And after the death of MP Billa, their accountant, their chartered accountant, Mr. Lodha, Mr. R.S. Lodha, he was actually taking care of their financials, their estate planning, everything was done by R.S. Lodha, who was a chartered accountant. And after that of MP Billa, he became very close to Mrs. Priyamvada Billa, correct? So what he did, Mrs. Priyamvada Billa did a really chaos by not announcing who would be her legal heir after her, not having a proper documentation, and this gentleman, this R.S. Lodha, took away the entire assets, and these assets are in dispute for last 20 years. There is an infighting. You can see the Kumar Mangalam Billa, Yash Billa, everyone is fighting against Mr. R.S. Lodha now. The case is still in the Supreme Court. So what actually happened wrong in this situation, if this can happen to them, then anything can happen to anyone. So nobody, I mean, because of the poor documentation, lack of communication, lack of transparency, and no legal heirs, that led to the chaos that we see now. Correct? So another way of transferring your assets to the next generation is creating a trust. Trust, many of us must have heard of trust for running a charitable organization, maybe that medical colleges or running a school, hospitals. People create trust. But trust is a way where the Western countries, and slowly in India also, people are adopting to creating a trust. The HNIs, ultra HNIs are creating a trust for smooth transition of their assets to the next generation. So what happens, generally what happens in India right now, in our day-to-day, I mean the society that we are staying in, after someone's death, we neither have created a will, correct? Our succession or our successor or the legal heir goes to the court to get a death certificate. He gets a death certificate. After getting a death certificate, he gets a legal heir certificate. After getting a legal heir certificate, he goes to the registrar office for the transfer of assets that was in the name of his parents to get it transferred to his name, correct? So in that way, he ends up paying in registration fee, he ends up paying in transfer deed fee, and in Odisha, the stamp duty fee of transfer is 3%. And it varies to 7%, 6% in other states. If you create a trust, all the assets in the trust gets transferred to the next generation without actually they paying up in any income taxes, neither in stamp duty, neither in registration fee. And there is a smooth transition, and there is no way of proving at the court that they are the legal heir or they are to get a death certificate. So supporting your loved ones, just last slide we are left with, supporting your loved ones after the death, immediate financial steps for the family. So as a doctor, I mean, when we have an audience for doctors, and as I mentioned earlier that
Sorry to
death,
interrupt, sir. Please finish it first.
just this slide, just 1 minute, I'll take it. Actually, I speak for 1.5 hours, so I'll just take 1 minute. So, supporting your loved ones after after death. So, we need to communicate what all needs to be done if at all something goes wrong with us. The first thing what are the accounts that we have the death certificate to be got, and to notify the banks and other government agencies that there has been the death now at the family. And thirdly, to freeze and close all the bank accounts that are already the bank carries the money of the deceased. And thirdly, contacting the life insurance and the retirement planning administrator, saying that there is a loss in the family. And in that ways, the settling of the estates, the executor and the will that you have mentioned, the inventory of assets that you have left, the debt loan that we have in our name, or the deceased must have. In that ways, they can finalize, they can give a roadmap to the next generation so that there is a smooth transition after a death. So with this, I will end it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And actually, yes, sir. Thank you very much. You told about everything about latter of life, what we'll do. But one thing also we'll advise that we should plan our finance so that we should not live poor and die while death will be rich. So that planning also we should do.
So, so my session actually lasts for 1.5 hours. That actually covers all the stages of life.
Next, we'll welcome Mrs. Anjana Tudu. She is Odisha Police Service, Additional Superintendent of Police and Crime Branch, Cuttack. Now she is working in Crime Branch, looking after cyber crimes, which is now very rampant, and also we all are fear of this crime.
And we think we all need this topic very much because
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you so very much for inviting me here. Respected all the chairpersons, all the dignitaries, all the respected doctors all around the country and the state. This is Anjana Tudu, Additional SP Crime Branch CIDCB. As we have time, less time we have, I would like to address certain cybercrime issues that we are facing and how you will combat that thing. I usually, previously I worked as DSP Dhenkanal, SDPO Hindol, then ACP Cyber in Bhubaneswar, Commissioner Police, now working in CIDCB and looking after the cybercrime cases. Majorly what I see, the cyber fraudsters are targeting the elite class people. It can be doctors, engineers, all the renowned people are being targeted for huge amount of money. Nonetheless, money. They don't need anything. They will not kill you, simply. But they need money through various ways. So I would cover cybersecurity and responsible use of social media because all of us are, tied with social media only. Maybe we don't know each other. Physically, we haven't met, but in social media, we all are good friends. Cybersecurity starts with you, and it's everyone's responsibility. This is the penetration. We can see how much we are using internet. 55% of Indians are using internet, and 42% attacks. So how many of us are very good with internet? Everybody has Facebook account? Yes. Instagram? Reels? Do we know how to make reels? We know how to share, subscribe, like. So I don't say that you don't use that, but that is the form where you get connected to people. But you have to be responsible and prevent yourself from being a victim of cybercrime. You won't believe we have registered a 14 crore case this year, which is the highest in crime branch. Usually crime branch takes more than a crore cases. In Odisha, sir, 14 crore. A person has lost 14 crore and he came to police station, cyber police station, stating that I have lost 12 crore. Confidently he said. When we calculated, then we found, sir, you have 2 crore extra you have lost. And that is in trading scam that is going on, investment trading scam. Like previously, sir said, use of financial assets here, there. So people are not, they're not aware that where they're using their money. So these are the cybercrime news we all should be knowing. And I'll give you a word, whoever are present here, they will not become a victim of cyber fraud if you listen to me. These are the news that's going here in Odisha itself. This is for all over the country. Andhra Pradesh people duped of 30 to 50 crore per month by cyber criminals. These are through investment fraud, digital arrest, and all the fake calls we are getting. It's not like nobody is getting fake calls. I'll tell you, I myself also gets fake calls and fake messages, but we don't know how to differentiate. These are the news. 30 crore interstate investment racket, Kolkata case. Digital arrest scam. Odisha sees 140% jump in cyber fraud complaints. You know, every day we are addressing minimum 50 to 60 cyber complaints in Bhubaneswar. This is also was a news who lost 1.4 crore. Medical staff loses 20 lakh in online fraud. So these are the cyber frauds which we may face. Insurance fraud. Basically, I'll tell you what is cybercrime. All the online, internet-based crimes are called cybercrimes. Cybercrimes, again, there are various methods. If you fall into the prey of social media, that is a separate cyber fraud. You are you want to purchase a sari through Facebook, through Instagram. You saw an advertisement and you went to the website and find it very good, very lucrative, less in price. You paid the amount. You know what will come? Either the sari will not delivered or a bad sari will come. That means you have become victim of cyber fraud. Many of us are in Facebook, like said. Do you know the profile that has been created, fake profile can be created using somebody's photo, somebody's address. Half of the doctors in the social media are fraud. Half of the IS officers are fraud. Half of the police officers are, the profiles are fraud. They are just making friends, taking a good, good friend circle. They will stalk, they will pose as if they are the renowned people, and they will ask you money or blackmail you. Now that thing takes time, like taking trust and taking the phone numbers and everything. Going into it, if we get any type of mails, messages, calls related to life insurance, that your maturity, it has come to the maturity and we will help you out. People believe this thing and they share all their personal information. Online secondary sources. Many of the working the women who are sitting in the house, they are thinking that we have not done any job, let's do from online job, from working from home. They have lost money through this. And the students who are studying. I had addressed one student from high tech itself. He was in 3rd year and he had lost 8 lakhs of rupees. I'm like, who gave you the money, 8 lakh? You have not completed your studies also? Then he's like, I took it from my father, my friends, and I have to return them. And he has invested all the 8 lakhs in a fake trading application. Sextortion by nude call. This call, every 2-3 days I get this complaint from all people, people whom I know or I may not be knowing. They will call me at 11:30, ma'am, we have received a nude call from some girl and she's demanding this much of money, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, else they will viral lead. If such calls are coming, then you are going to be a victim of cyber fraud. They are AI automated generated videos of girls which are being sent to track to make you fall into the trap and ask you money. Many fake loan applications are there. So again, we don't have to download such applications whose base is not in the country. Physical existence jinka nahi hai, we should not be downloading such application. Fraud transactions through OTP sharing. Everybody, half of the people had been getting such calls कि OTP share कर दीजिए, we will send you this much of money और आपका कुछ revive हो गया है, पैसा आ गया है आपके account में. Do not do that. KYC update. Credit card frauds. Somebody using your credit card, that means he has impersonated you and used it. That is a cyber crime. Maybe you lost it and after that your credit card has been used to purchase certain things. Or through calls or messages, they have contacted you and used that credit card to purchase certain things. OLX advertisement. Half of the things in OLX are fraud, people. You do not know which vehicle you are purchasing. Maybe in that vehicle, accident might have happened, right? So do physical verification. Online shopping from fake website. Half of the websites they are not genuine. They just project things as per your wish, but they don't exist anywhere. मैट्रिमोनी साइट्स, बहुत लोगों को मन है बाहर का अमेरिका का दूल्हा चाहिए, वो दूल्हा वूल्हा कोई नहीं, इंडिया नहीं पहुंचेगा वो, बट पैसे मांग लेगा. Train ticket, flight ticket, we go to Kanyakumari, we go to Kashmir and we book tickets. Please do it through legitimate site. I'll suggest make my trip. Obviously that is more genuine and people do it also. But the third party hota hai. Anything you type in the Google and something comes out and calling numbers are popping up, do not just click on the links and call on the numbers. They are frauds. Online hotel booking, Puri Hotel, Shri Jagannath Puri Hotel. If you just type, many of the fake websites will come up. Cyber criminals have already sit down and they are read the mind. People will come to this website only. FedEx courier service. How many of us have got the calling numbers, any call numbers from this type of calls? Anyone? Yes, ma'am has got. I have even got call. In the morning, early 8 o'clock, ma'am, there is a courier. Okay, this is your name, okay. This is your phone number, yes. This is your Aadhaar card 4-digit number. I'm like, yes. Ma'am, you have a courier and this is not genuine. I'm like, what happened? No, there is some drugs and all. I'm like, okay, what I have to do? I was trying. That time I got the hit that, okay, I have got a fraud call. Then our senior officer will contact you immediately. I'm like, okay. Then immediately crime branch, some Delhi, Mumbai called me up. They said, this is the fraud, you have been catched up. You have to come to Mumbai CBI in 2 hours or we will arrest you. Now, everybody gets very, very threatened by the word arrest, right? I was trying, who is the person, maybe I can get to it. So when he said arrest and he started threatening, कि within 24 hours we'll be arresting you, these are the frames of charges and all, come down to video call and all such things. I'm like, okay, don't arrest me, I'll fly to Mumbai. He said, but you are from? I said, I'm from Chhattisgarh. But flight is not available, how you'll come? I'm like, why are you taking tension? I'll go, somehow I'll go. Then somehow he managed and he said, no, he dropped the call. So here people got intact, our people got intact. When they hear the word arrest, they immediately try to negotiate. Any type of video call, any type of call you are getting and they start charging money and accusing you in Hindi, English, they will not talk in Odia majorly, they are from outside state. Think that bell should ring, something is wrong, something is fishy, let me drop the call. First thing, drop the call. They will try to connect to you again and again. Do not receive the call. That is the digital arrest. When you are not physically arrested, but through phone call, somebody told you, I will arrest you. We should be knowing it. Nobody can arrest you through phone call or video call. That is the basic law of the land. Your local police will come, intimate you, your parents, your family members, then they will tell you what are the charges, who is the investigating officer, why they will take you, then they will take you and arrest you. But log wahi pe dar jate hain, they go to video call, they will not tell their wife or children, they will not intimate anyone, they will transfer lakhs and lakhs of rupees through bank, NEFT, RTGS transfer kar do, chalo mera izzat bach jaye. There is nothing called izzat in the phone call and video call, please. So we should not be part of that. That is digital arrest. Telegram part-time job. Any type of job offers, advertisements coming through Telegram links, WhatsApp groups. I mentioned the names, Telegram and WhatsApp groups. Do not join, please. आप लोगों को, हम लोगों को किसी को नहीं पता है कौन सा genuine है, कौन सा fake है. So, but take my words, do not join. Trading investment, I'll tell you what are the important sites that you can have it. This is the toll-free number 1930. All over the country, wherever you go, if you find any type of cyber fraud happened with you, call this number 1930 in Bhubaneswar. We have the office at behind the Nautala building, like we said, behind Rajiv Bhavan. that is Cybercrime Complex of CID-CB. Reach out there, give the complaint. Secondly, Bhubaneswar, we have VSS Nagar Cyber Police Station is also there. Do report the complaints. If you do not find that you cannot reach through, call. Okay? And there is online site also, www.cybercrime.gov.in. This is the website. Another is, if your phone gets lost, बाली यात्रा में गए थे, आधे लोग का फ़ोन चला गया, आधे नहीं, बहुत लोगों का फ़ोन चला गया, iPhone and all such things. Don't panic, because हम भीड़ में किसी को नहीं ढूंढ सकते. That is, let's be practical. What you can do is, report it at sancharsathi.gov.in. That is by Department of Telecommunication, Home Ministry. वहाँ पे आपको फ़ोन नंबर डालना है, IMEI number it will fetch, and it will put for locating your phone. You will get the message on another phone where it is located. Whenever the criminal will insert a new SIM, else we cannot find the location. If the person has switched off the phone, we cannot locate until unless the phone is on condition. And whoever takes the phone, he will make it on. I mean, he will do on. So we have to wait for that. You can report from anywhere through online, sancharsathi.gov.in, for any lost, stolen phone. In case we become a victim of cyber fraud, please keep the screenshots of the transaction history, the calling number, whatever you have called or whatever you have done the chats, that is the evidence through which we can reach to the criminal. And do give the copy to us for investigation or filing cases. In Bhubaneswar, Bhubaneswar police takes cases above 5 lakhs by the cyber police station. Other police stations can take less than 5 lakhs. Crime branch takes cases above 1 crore rupees and above. And let's be safe from this cyber fraud. And if you find at any moment that you have become or becoming a victim of cyber fraud or have already become the victim of cyber fraud, please do let me know. Have my number. I'm ready to help at any time. Maybe not on call, but on WhatsApp. My number is 63728. Please write down, because I used to help people at midnight also for this thing. 63728 10024. 63728 10024. The number is 1930 for any toll-free number reporting. Yes, I'm getting calls. आप मुझे just message कर दीजिए, I'm this, I need help, I need suggestion, or what should I do? Because many people don't know when to report, how to report. If you report in golden hours, like within 24 hours, there is a chance that you will get back your money. That is a separate process, how you will get back the money. क्योंकि पैसा एक अकाउंट में नहीं जाता है, वो मल्टीपल अकाउंट्स में ट्रांसफ़र होते होते जाता है, एंड हाफ ऑफ द मनी आर गोइंग आउटसाइड द कंट्री. सो वी हैव टू like secure our digital things, our profiles, and save ourselves from becoming a victim of cyber frauds. Thank you so very much. This is a
Thank you, madam. Thank you for such a wonderful and informative presentation, and making all of us aware of this cyber crime. One thing I would like to ask, if someone loses money by online fraud, is there any chance to get it back?
Yes. I have returned 2.5 crore rupees in Bhubaneswar, because the person who reported, they have reported within 1 day, 2 day, 3 day. In a digital arrest case, I had arrested 5 accused from all over the state, and they had like 35 lakhs. He was a airport senior officer. 35 lakhs in digital arrest case. I could return him 10 lakhs of rupees. Because we had freezed in fraudster account 5 lakh, and another 5 lakh when he was arrested he could give. So if you report early, the chances of freezing the money is very fast. But ये भी है, पैसा चला गया तो we will get the accused, but will not get the money. लोग आते हैं after 1 year. So don't expect कि पुलिस पैसा निकाल के देगा, वो नहीं होगा. And usually the fraud that's happening with credit cards, क्योंकि वहाँ पे पैसा नहीं जाता है, अमाउंट कार्ड टू कार्ड जाता है या फिर शॉपिंग में जाता है, देयर वेरी 90% चांसेस यू गेट द मनी. I would request, please don't be a victim of digital arrest and investment, fake investment frauds. Go through SEBI and RBI registered application investment frauds.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam, stage.
I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Meeta, on the topic Facts, Fears and Future of MST.
Chairpersons, my friends, dear colleagues, and my co-speakers. It has been a wonderful morning and a very different morning, I must say. I must thank Hara and the entire team behind him, Dr. Bhagyalakshmi, for charting out such a wonderful scientific session. Indian Menopause Society, we always believe that it has to be multidisciplinary, but now it's just not multidisciplinary, it's gone beyond that. So we have both of you over here. We are honored to have both of you, and you people spoke so well. I wish we had all the audience who are going to come in a little later, but they have really missed something very important. Thank you so much. And Ms. Sanjana, it was a recall because I went through that digital arrest, terrifying, because mentally they harass you so much. If my husband had not walked in, he just snatched the phone from my hand. He said, somebody's just terrorizing you. He just gave him his peace of mind, and that's how it ended. But I could have probably been a victim if I was alone. So thank you for that lovely information. And may I have my slides, please? So now we just move on from, something very different to the hardcore medicine, the heart of menopause, that is, and a very gray area, that is the hormone therapy. And so may I have the slides, please? So the topic is facts, fears, and the future of MHT. Can we have the slides, please? The laptop, you're supposed to connect the laptop. Yeah, so while he's getting the laptop, we'll move on. So like we said now, social media and the internet has advanced so much. When we were students, it would take for us to get any information, we would have to go to the central library. To catch hold of any material, to get any journal, was such a huge task. I'm sure the seniors would vouch for it. But today, at a click of a button, you've got everything there with you. So information overload. There was a time when we didn't have information. So we were, thirsty for the information as to what is coming in new. But today, there's so much of information, and we don't have time to say what is good, what is really appropriate for us. So that has become so important. I think I'll just do this 190. So the connector is on? Then it's not displaying? Yeah, I think it should be coming in. Or it's not coming? Yeah. Okay. I'll get the pen. Aila. Okay, we'll play this. Yeah, it's come, I think. Okay, okay. Play. Yeah, so I think you'll have to, I don't want to waste more time. You know, we're getting the slides, what is meant only for the speaker. So you're going to have 2 slides, you will know what's going to come in. So this is, yeah, just to say that, you know, our guidelines of 2020 were featured as the topmost 3rd guideline from the Indian Menopause Society. And we have all this material on the website, so who is interested to read more can go on to the website, and we have all of them there. And the content is, this is how I'm going to take you through. And so I was saying that why menopause is important and why we should be knowing about it, and why we should, all of us gynecologists should be aware about the role of MHT today. Early menopause, so we mature earlier than the Western counterparts. Our average age of menopause is 47 versus 52 in the Western countries. All the NCDs, diabetes, hypertension, metabolic syndrome, everything happens 10 years earlier. And so we need to really, the midlife women are an important chunk which are neglected by the, you know, the government. So we don't have any policies which address 40 to 60 years women. So all the policies are either for the reproductive age group, and now we have a lot of policies coming in the last 10 years for the elderly, but we don't have anything for the 40 to 60. So I think Indian Menopause Society, we have to, you know, pat our backs that it's really doing a wonderful job by, you know, spreading this information on menopause over here. So coming to MHT, this slide says it all. That is, the target population where you're going to prescribe your hormone therapy is usually within 10 years of menopause. And when it is initiated early, it is absolutely safe. So it's as safe as an anti-diabetic or an anti-hypertensive or an anti-thyroid or any medications that you're going to give for long term, because each medication, anything that you're going to prescribe long term needs to be monitored. We are not going to give it for everybody. We are going to give it only on an indication. And as you also understand, see, when you're treating a thyroid or a diabetes, there is no blanket treatment. No 2 individuals are alike. So you're going to, you know, fine-tune the medication, the same medication you're giving for 2 different people. So the same thing you have to apply for MHT. That means whenever you're prescribing MHT, remember the 6 principles actually. The 6 principles are the right woman, the right age, the right hormone therapy, that means the molecule which you're picking in, the right amount of dose. For the same woman, you may start with some dose, but you may taper it over a period of time, or you may increase it. So you have to review annually the right dose, the right regime. So everything becomes very important, so you understand how important it is. The fact is, we have to identify the goal. Timing is important. There's no mandatory time limit. So that is a new thought, follow up annually. And testosterone, there is a role. I'm not going to talk about that. But then, you know, this is a beautiful picture where the woman is holding the pot in 3 different ways. Similarly to estrogens. That is why estrogen has created a havoc over the past 75 years. Nobody understands the molecule because it presents differently. Each individual woman is different. At the tissue level, at the cellular level, the way the estrogen molecule, be it the conjugated equine estrogen, be it the 17-beta estradiol or the estradiol valerate, would act differently because of the genetic predisposition because of the microbiota, that means absorption from the intestine. So at the cellular level, each woman, the same molecule can have a different effect. So you understand you cannot have a blanket treatment. You have to understand the woman, you have to understand the response, and then your prescription will keep changing with the same woman. So the indications, the clear 3 indications which have stood the test of time, I say, is the menopausal vasomotor symptoms, the genitourinary syndrome, and of course the bone health. And there are 2 places where it is a replacement and not menopause hormone therapy. And those 2 areas are the premature ovarian insufficiency, be it natural or surgical, and other one is the early menopause, which we say between 40 to 45. So we need to understand these basic principles, that is the health profile of the woman, the age of the woman, and whether she is at weight, has hypertension. If she doesn't fall into the high risk category for CVD, she is still on a MHT in the elderly. And I think for us in India, let's not get into that, because we have too much of, it means a woman who needs the therapy at that particular age is denied of the estrogens. So she's going to have double the number of cardiovascular events. So you know what's going to happen, the early fractures, the fog, and the sexual life, % of the women who will need the hormone therapy. And the third is estrogen maintenance therapy, and this is what we're talking about in the elderly. Because out of about, say 100, maybe 10 people will keep having the persistence of therapy. And these are the 3 situations, one on MHT and wants to continue. So you're faced with that, and it's pretty safe over there, because after a gap, you don't know what a health status is. So it's like starting again. And if you're going to start for the first time, the duration of therapy, that's again always a controversy. Like I said, we can continue for a very small 5 to 6 years, but it is so gratifying. And sometimes you may even be preventing septicemias because of the recurrent UTI. Thermal therapy actually showed a lot of benefits compared to what was talked about post-WHI. And so this is a very, very important slide from the WHI. You see the one which I have marked over here, this side, is what the hormones, the CEE, the conjugate, and you look down into the second part of the slide, and there you find with the CEE, everything that is in blue, that means it is contraceptive pills for years. And we know the oral contraceptive pills can increase VT depending upon the progesterone content to the tune of 3 to 15, depending upon the progesterone, isn't it? So dual individual, you may still land in trouble. So you have to be careful there. So you see there is no complication, because with estrogen, the breast cancer is also lesser. But when you add the progestogen, it's not progesterone, it is the progestogen, that is the synthetic progestogens, then there may be, the DVT is increased, and there is a slight increase in breast cancer was what was noticed, and the CVD and the stroke in 15 and 59 is not atherosclerotic. So that means the estrogens is not promoting atherosclerosis, because all of us know it is friendly on the endothelium. So it is only a thrombotic. So that means it's an extension of the VTE, which is showing up as a stroke. So the VT has caused the problem for the stroke or for the cardiac, and it is not atherosclerotic. So the only problem that this MHT has is the VT, which is not different from what you would find in the younger generation. I hope this message is very, very clear. So don't be scared when you're prescribing for this younger age group. And it's definitely cost effective for the bone, because when you look at bisphosphonates, everybody prefers to use the bisphosphonates in the younger population. I really wonder why. Because when you have a term which says post-menopausal osteoporosis, that means when you're talking about a post-menopausal osteoporosis, it is indicating that it's the estrogen deficiency which is causing the problem. So why are we not giving estrogens and giving bisphosphonates? It's such a simple thing to understand. In the early post-menopause, it's estrogen alone which would help these women tide over that low bone mass, and moreover it has an effect on the collagen, and collagen is 1/4 of your spine. So you understand how important it is. It's not just the bone, it's also the thing that is. So all the recommendations from all over, we were always against the tide. Even in 2020, the Indian Menopause Society vouched that it has to be given even for those with a high risk of fracture, versus the US and the yes, the incidence of diabetes also comes down. And obesity, there are 24 more cases of breast cancer versus 7 less with estrogen alone, and no cases with 17-beta estradiol. Only when the synthetic progesterones are added, the increase is there. And there's a lot of controversy between the NICE guidelines because they basically have kept everything based on the collaborative, hormonal paper, which is all based on observational studies and not on the WHI or the DOP study, which are the RCTs. So the RCT is what we are going to believe on, and it's not the observational studies, though we are going to take a little bit of it because their figures are staggering. They say 1 in 50 from that study, which is at loggerheads with the RCTs. So that's it. I mean, the next few years is going to be more confusing for the gynecologist, but from the Indian Menopause Society, we are going to follow the RCT guideline, what the RCTs have given us rather than the observational studies. So we need to, we are going to come out with the 26 guidelines, and I think we are going to make this much more clearer. So we don't have to really worry about it. So now the time is coming. I think this was a wrong presentation which I opened up. It's not the one which I was supposed to present. So individualization is very important. This is a 65-year-old woman. I've taken a permission. She is having her periods and see how she's glowing. And she's absolutely healthy. And yeah, this was not the presentation. I had some more interesting slides, but forgive me because of the technical glitch. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam, for this nice presentation. We have come to the end of the session. We can allow 1 or 2 questions from audience.
So
to any of the...
We are going late. It is an excellent session since morning.
Role of tibolone. Yes, tibolone definitely has a role, though, now it's not too much into the market because of various reasons. In between, it had been off. It was not available in India, and I think that's why I took a step back. But it is very good for, because it has got a little bit of the androgenic component, so the feel-good factor, the sexual health is good. But having said that, all the data, and I mean, we never talk about personal experiences, but from the experiences of everybody, I think the estrogen molecule is something which is slightly different because the estrogen alone has shown that there is no increase in breast cancer. Remember that. People forget that because you're always talking estrogen and breast cancer, but it's not like that.
Thank you, madam. This is the last question. Excellent session since morning. All the speakers are really excellent. Now I request our chairperson to felicitate our speakers. Dr. Kirtireka madam to felicitate Dr. Sweta Singh. Dr. Manisha, please felicitate Mr. Om Mahapatra, the Chartered Accountant. Excellent speaker. And Dr. Pranati, please felicitate Madam Anjana Tudu. Anjana Tudu, madam. Now I request Dr. Maninder, madam, and our own Sujya sir, please come to the dais to felicitate our chairpersons.
I think before sir comes, I take this opportunity to actually extend a special thanks to both of you.
Yes, both. It is really...
So I think we are like to hear more from you. We are looking forward to more meetings for the
Muy good. So we are going to have our next session, which is a symposium Beyond Hormones. This session is sponsored by Prachi Education Foundation. For this session, I request the chairpersons, Dr. Santosh Kumar Behra sir, to come to the dais, Dr. Madhumita Mahanti, Dr. Benudha Pandey, Dr. Rajat Kumar Mahanti, and Dr. Jayasri Patnaik madam.
And I think we have to announce that this session is sponsored by Prachi Education Foundation.
Yes, I have told that. And our first speaker is Dr. Arati Gupta. She will be speaking on ablative and complementary therapies.
No, you have to come back. You have to come back. Nishchita.
life cycle
No, we'll call you back again. Sure, for sure. It was very, very incomplete. It was just trailer.
मैडम पठे तो फटा
She will be speaking on alternative.
Now, as all of us know, menopause, why alternate menopause hormone therapy is required. The most important thing is that hot flashes are most bothersome menopause-related symptoms affecting 85% of the women who experience premature ovarian failure due to the cancer treatment. Patients with comorbidities like diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, stroke, myocardial infarction are the patients who need complementary alternative therapies. Nowadays, for hormone-dependent tumors, extended adjuvant therapy with anti-hormonal treatment approximately for 10 years is suggested, and for premenopausal women, combination of ovarian suppression plus aromatase inhibitors used with consecutive negative influence on climactic symptoms. These are the reasons why we need the alternative hormone therapy. The controversy, as we know, after publications of the Women's Health Initiative in 2003, progressive reduction in HRT prescription happened worldwide because HRT emerged as a potential risk factor for the breast cancer. That's why we shifted to the complementary therapies. Physicians are often reluctant. Another reason is physicians are often reluctant in prescribing the HRT. For this reason, nowadays, 2/3 of the healthy women who seek treatment for menopausal symptoms are now to be treated with the are not treated with the HRT, and they are treated with the alternative hormone therapy. The consequences are the spread of non-hormonal therapies is observed. Data from different surveys shows that around 30 to 80% of women with hot flashes employ non-hormonal therapy. Women often do not inform physician about their decision to start using CAM since they feel that healthcare providers lack knowledge about it and prefer to receive information from the different sources. This is the most important point, that our patients are not supposed to take the treatment from us, and they are searching the Google and other things and starting their treatment. Prevalence of complementary and alternative medicine therapies is increasing, as showed by a study of women's health across the nation, being 48.5% in 2002 and 80% in 2008, and now it will be more, maybe around 90%. And data from surveys shows that women prefer CAM to conventional therapies because they consider CAM natural and safe, having positive effect on maintaining good general health and having no or mild side effects. These are the reasons we should know. Now, non-estrogenic alternative and placebo effect. Whenever we are prescribing the non-estrogenic alternative for menopausal symptoms, we have to consider the placebo effect, and placebo effect is reported in approximately 59% of different studies on menopausal treatment. Now I am coming on the management of the vasomotor symptoms with non-hormonal strategies. The first drug which we should use is the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors and selective serotonin norepinephrine reuptake inhibitors. Now, SSRI and SNRI are effective non-hormonal alternatives for vasomotor symptoms, reducing hot flashes approximately 20% to 65%. Hot flashes occur due to the thermoregulatory changes induced by the estrogen deprivation with consequent decrease in serotonin levels. Block of the serotonin and norepinephrine receptors induced by SSRI and SNRIs may oppose this imbalance. Many studies shows that efficacy of SSRI and SNRI in reducing hot flashes, specifically paroxetine, is the only drug which is used in the 75 milligram per day, which is approved by FDA to reduce the vasomotor symptoms. Among SSRI, paroxetine, sertraline, fluoxetine, and escitalopram are studied, and they shows the positive effect. SNRIs are the duloxetine, venlafaxine, and its active metabolite, O-dismethyl venlafaxine, effective in reducing the hot flashes. Now we can see the doses. Paroxetine used in the 10 to 25 milligram per day or 75 milligram salt is the only SSRI which I have told you is the FDA approved, and its effectiveness is approximately 64%. Hot flashes score is reduced, and there is also improvement in the sleep, and the side effects are nausea at 20 milligram of the dose, and side effects are dose related and low withdrawal rate, in particularly with the low doses. The fluoxetine dose is 10 to 30 milligram per day, and sertraline dose is 25 to 100 milligram. These fluoxetine and sertraline are the second line option for the hot flashes. Paroxetine is the first line option. Now I am coming on the other drugs, citalopram and escitalopram. Both of these are the first line option for the hot flashes, and doses are 10 to 20 milligram per day. Both have the same dose, and the effectiveness is approximately 50% to 55%. But there is the 20% withdrawal rate with the citalopram, and while the escitalopram is the best tolerable, is having the best tolerability profile, withdrawal rate is only 4%, and the side effects are the nausea, weakness, and drowsiness. In SNRIs, duloxetine, venlafaxine, and venlafaxine, these all are the first line options. The dose of duloxetine is the 30 to 120 milligram, venlafaxine is the 37.5 to 150 milligram, and venlafaxine is the 100 to 150 milligram. The side effects, we can see that there is the benefit of approximately ranging from 25% to the 60%, and the side effects are general side effects, nausea, weakness, drowsiness, and they are also affecting the liver enzyme. Now, I will like to tell you what are the other guidelines. The American Cancer Society and American Society of Clinical Oncology recommended that primary care clinicians should offer SSRI or SNRI for the relief, specifically in the patients of the breast cancer for the hot flashes. Antidepressants, all the antidepressants which I have described just now, they should be started at the lowest dose for the 2 weeks, and then standard dose can be initiated. Similarly, when we are going to stop these drugs, so there should be a lowering of the dose, then they should be stopped. They should never be stopped directly. Now, gabapentin and pregabalin, most of us are using these drugs. Gabapentin dose, all of us know, is the 100 milligram TDS oral and can increase to 300 milligram TDS. It means you can give up to the 900 milligrams, and in some cases even you can give the higher doses, even 900 milligram BD or TDS. Pregabalin dose is the 50 milligram OD, increased to 70 milligram, 75 milligram BD. Both can cause dizziness and sedation, which are dose related. I am not going in these studies. Now, clonidine. Clonidine is a FDA approved drug which is for the hypertension, but it's a centrally acting alpha-2 adrenergic receptor agonist, reduces the hot flashes, used off-label for the VMS due to the orthostatic hypotension and other side effects. The most important side effect is the orthostatic hypotension. That's why we are not using clonidine. And now I am coming, today's drug is the Physoline 10. The Physoline 10 it's a very good drug, in fact, and it may be promising in the future. It's a neurokinin 3, NK3 receptor antagonist. It affects by altering the nerve response that triggers the thermoregulatory center in hypothalamus, so decreasing VMS in frequency and severity. Vioza is the drug. The dose is the 40 milligram oral daily, and it's a FDA approved drug. It is approved on 20th May 2023. There is no weight gain with this drug, and FDA added a black box warning about the potential risk of liver injury with its use. Liver function tests are recommended at baseline and periodically at 3 months, 6 months and 9 months, which we should do. And it may cause increased level of the liver enzyme, so should not be used in the patient with the liver disease. Now, this is not approved in India, so we should remember this also. Now, another drug is the purified pollen extract. It's a new drug. Purified pollen extract is a supplement sourced from pure pollen extract containing proteins, polysaccharides, and polyphenols. Combination of the pollen and pistil extract from plants of Poaceae family and vitamin E. It has high antioxidant enzyme superoxidase mutase activity, high antioxidant enzyme superoxide dismutase activity. It has antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and immunomodulatory properties. Each tablet contains 40 milligram of GCM FAM, it means pollen extract, 120 milligram of P182, it means pollen pistil extract, 5 milligram of the vitamin E and 10 milligram of the amino acids. Beneficial effect of PPE on vasomotor symptoms may derive from inhibition of the serotonin uptake at synaptosomal junction with SSRI like of mode action. PPE does not contain any common phytoestrogens and does not show eutoropic estrogenic effects. So it's safe from that point of view. And external shell of the pollen is completely removed. So that's why it's a potential, which are the potential allergens. So these are removed from this tablet, and this is without any contraindication of its use in patients with pollen allergy. Purified pollen extract have proven clinical efficiency in treatment of menopausal symptoms like hot flushes and insomnia, or there is a RCT of 64 postly in menopause management are the phytoestrogens, that is the soya isoflavones and red clover. The herbalism like black cohosh, evening primosa oil, dongui, estrogenic activity when excess of estrogen is present. There are the two ways through which the plant exhibits estrogenic activity. One is the natural selective estrogen receptor modulator, that is the ability of the absorption of the phytoestrogens, and it is influenced by the intestinal flora of each individual, and also by ability to produce a substance called equol, and on this the variability of this drug is dependent, it varies also person to person, and there is no standardization of these drugs in our India, so we should have a standardization of all phytoestrogen tablets if we want to use these tablets. Tofu pill is available. The tofu pill is the isoflavone which contains the 50 milligram per day, 20 milligram per day of soya protein, which is approved by the FDA, and this dose also benefit for the bone health. The usual dose may be 40 to 80 milligram per day, and Femerella 50 plus tablet is the tablet, and it decreases the TG, LDL, and slight increases the SDL, like the estrogen hormones. And this is the drug. The most important thing is this: whenever you are using the phytoestrogens, so you should regulate, you should follow up the patients like when you are using the estrogens. So you are supposed to do the, you see for the endometrial thickness and other side effects whenever you are using the phytoestrogens. Don't keep in your mind this thing that phytoestrogens are 100% safe. So always follow up the patients. And the one most important thing is this: whenever you are using the phytoestrogen drugs, we obstetrician who are the allopathic surgeons, we are not supposed to write these preparations on your prescription. Always use separate paper to prescribe any Ayurvedic prescription or any Ayurvedic medicine on your prescription. Don't write on your same prescriptions. Thank you, sir. I am not going in the detail. Thank you so
madam.
much.
Thank you very much.
As we are running late, no questions will be taken up later on. Now I am privileged to invite Dr. Atul Munshi sir, professor and the senior most clinician of Ahmedabad. He will tell us about the VMS and management and what is new in the management. Welcome you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see Dr. P.C. Mahapatra today morning. We were waiting for him for the last 2 days. I'm thankful to Dr. Hara and the whole team for inviting me. My today's lecture will be mainly an extension of the previous lecture which has been taken by Aarti Gupta. I'm talking about VMS management, what is new. A lot of things has been said. So what I'm going to talk is understanding modern concerns on VMS pathophysiology, compare hormonal and non-hormonal options, review recent therapeutic advances which she has already touched, NK3P antagonist, and recognize the role of KNDy neurons and neurokine pathways. Various terminologies used for this hot flushes, night sweat, and vasomotor instability. It's very disturbing for a patient to have all this. And it has been found out, if you find early, it lasts very long, there is always CVD risk also in later life. So you have to be careful as far as VMS is concerned. We should not neglect it in any of the patients. We all know presenting symptoms, sudden redness, profuse sweating, vital parameters, vasodilation is always there, tachycardia, normal blood pressure, that is important. When you see a patient, when fainting also occurs sometimes, but the blood pressure is normal, not to worry about it. Raised skin temperature and slight decrease in core temperature, that is important. Now, average duration is about 4 minutes, but can last for up to 30 minutes. Frequency varies from a few episodes a week to several per hour. So it's not that it goes away every time whenever it comes. Onset of perimenopausal related to onset of HPO axis dysfunction. Maximum incidence 3 months to 3 years after the last menses. So it can occur in perimenopause also, it can occur even after menopause. If untreated, symptoms persist for 5 years in 57% of patients. So it's not that menopause is over, other things will go, but this will remain. And that is one of the commonest symptomatic cause for giving medicine and treatment for that. The best treatment still today is MHT. But still, when MHT is not given, as we see later on, in those cases you can give it. Now, what are the vasomotor symptoms are due to? Lower estrogen levels, deregulation of the hypothalamus, lowering of the thermoregulatory systems, small ones body temperature, blood vessels they dilate, and hot flushes ends. Now, all of them, they don't get hot flushes. Hot flushes occurs about 30 to 40% patients immediately pre-menopause, 30% patient menopause and after that. So 30 to 40% are spared of it. Evaluation of management of options, everybody knows the hormone level, non-hormone level, she has already mentioned. Lifestyle modifications are always there, and mind-body techniques. All of you don't straight away go to medicines or hormone therapy. You try to give them lifestyle management, and most of the people, they do respond to that. Hormone therapy is not always, there are always limitations. Meeta has rightly mentioned about various ways by which hormone therapy given, what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages. But as we all know, breast tenderness, fluid retention, nausea, breakthrough bleeding, endometrial hyperplasia, fear of breast cancer, that is the most important part, and refusal to MHT. Pre-MHT workup may be required, that might be troublesome to some of them. And especially in Indian culture, people always like to remain away from hormones, whether it's a diabetic hormone, thyroid hormone, or estrogen, progesterone. So you have to be careful about it. There are various contraindications everybody knows, so in those cases also we do not like to give hormone therapy. So what are the alternatives? One is tibolone, another is phytoestrogen. She has already mentioned about it. Tibolone is unfortunately not available, otherwise it's a very good drug when patient wants all the things, mood elevation, sexual advantages, and estrogen progesterone replacement. Non-hormonal drugs, most of the things have already been mentioned. I'm talking about two things which has been, NAMs have approved, but is level 1, and there physolentin is one, which is upcoming very fast. It is knocking the door of Indian market also, it might come at any time. Non-hormonal options, why we want to avoid as far as things. Selective serotonin uptake are associated with mild to moderate improvement in VMS. That is one drug which can be utilized today. Paroxetine and fluoxetine are not recommended after breast cancer, and they are after tamoxifen metabolism. So when a patient is on tamoxifen, you cannot give that thing. Gabapentin is associated with problem of sedation. Gabapentin is a very good drug. It has been used for other things also, but here also we are using it in but the sedation is most important. Oxybutyrate has been shown to reduce moderate to severe EMS, but associated with cognitive decline. Patients are always worried about this part as things are concerned. Non-hormonal options, again, pregabalin is a controlled substance prescribing restriction. The clonidine, it's an antihypertensive, but it also has slight side effects, has not been given routinely for VMS. Neurokine B receptor antagonist. Physolentin is one drug which is currently preferred in treatment Western worlds. It's coming down to India also very shortly. Now, what is the mechanism of action? Candy neuron is the one part which is very much important as far as VMS is concerned. The thermoregulator center of the hypothalamus is innervated by candy neurons, which are stimulated by NKB via NKBCR stimulation and inhibited by estrogen. So when estrogen is low, they become normal. So there is a specific reason by which can do. We are talking about neurokine B receptor antagonist, that is physolentin. Efficacy and evaluation has been tried very longly. The efficacy of Visolin was studied in 10,020 women who received 1 to 2 doses of Visolin, including 45 milligram, and 12 weeks randomized placebo-controlled trial was done. It has been found out the effects start from the day 2 and then it goes. Physolentin treatment for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms associated with menopause, a phase 3 compromise trial was done. And it has been found out that in Journal of Lancet, and it was also published in Journal of Endocrinology in 2023. And the results, safety and evaluation both were studied. It has been found out that placebo effect is almost nil. Physolentin was given in two different doses, 30 milligram and 45 milligram. It has been found out that 45 milligram is the effective dose, and currently it is being used in Western countries. Now, we are talking about safety as far as any new drug will come. We are worried about various problems which can occur in menopause. Endometrial safety, no endometrial safety risk was identified when it is used for 55 days. Hepatic safety, that she has rightly mentioned that hepatic is one thing we have to be careful, and whenever there is a chance of hepatic problem, it's not that it's completely contraindicated, but repeated follow-up are required. Bone safety, no bone health risk was initiated. CNS study, there was, except for slight sedation, there was no other thing which has been found out. Selected laboratory findings, no drug-related risk identified for the thrombocytopenia and glucose or uptake. Assays are neoplasm. Is there any increased risk of malignancy? It has been found out that after full trial, there was no risk, increased risk in malignancy incidence. Phase 3 trial was done. This was done for patients. That was for the normal patient. This was patients having some risk factor as far as metabolic disorders are concerned, hypertension, diabetes, and things. And 4HT unsuitable patients were tried in this particular patient in trial, and it's contraindicated, and it has been found out when that this population safety was established. So it is not contraindicated when there is a hormone therapy cannot be given. In those cases also it can be given. As you can see the trial, from second day onwards, the thing has started falling down, and the result was quite good. So it's a safe drug. So coming to final thing, neurokine B acts via NKD reception on the candy neurons to alter the firing, and as the firing is altered, the chance of VMS decreases. Blocking the NKD reduces the frequency and intensity of VMS, and NK3 antagonists represent the first mechanism-based hormonal therapy. We were giving till now, they were given for some other uses, and this was a byproduct by which they are using it for vasomotor. So this is the first thing which has come up directly using for this particular thing. Indications, as you said, treatment of moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms, one latest by Thailand and here also. And there is all possibility that will be knocking the door and might enter any time. So we have to be ready for this. Only thing, cost part is very high. So Indian standard, they will be bringing it down to quite low, and that will be available to everyone else. So in summary, 60 to 80% of menopausal women seek healthcare due to hot flushes globally. Onset typically in perimenopause, median during several years. It's not that perimenopause or menopause can occur afterwards. So it's an excellent opportunity to initiate preventive health services on the aging population. Patient will first time will come with VMS or similar symptoms, even in perimenopause, 42, 43, 45. This is the time when you can initiate, you can try to find out what are the causes, what are the side things, other things are also there, and comorbidity is also there, and treat them in time. Novel NK3 receptor antagonists, pizolentin and elizalentin is another compound, are the promising non-hormonal options for the treatment of moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms due to menopause. So it's likely to come anytime. This was supported by Estella group of thinking. Thank you very much. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a nice deliberation. There is some urgent announcement.
Now I request the chairperson to felicitate the speakers for this session.
These two topics will be covered later because Dr. Mohit Gupta will be late after that. Dr. Mohit Gupta.
Now I request Jayashree Madam to felicitate Atul sir. Next on we have Rewiring Brain, Reinventing Life, for which I request the chairpersons Dr. S.N. Tripathi sir, Dr. Anup Kumar Ghosh sir, Dr. Abhay Kumar Patnaik sir, and Professor Dr. Sasmita Swai madam to come on the stage. And we have, for the topic, I request the chairperson to invite the speaker for this topic.
Hello. Introduction. So without any delay, we are going to have Dr. Mohit Gupta. I will just have a short resume of sir.
जो नाड़ी ही नहीं
Just stop it after the introduction.
जो स्पंदन ही नहीं संवेद चिकित्सा पद्धति केवल दवाओं तक सीमित नहीं बल्कि मन मस्तिष्क और आत्मा तक विस्तार पाती है.
So, this is the short resume of Dr. Mohit Dayal Gupta. Dr. Mohit Gupta is a renowned TEDx speaker and an intervention cardiologist. Born in 1974 in Delhi, Dr. Mohit Dayal Gupta is a cardiologist by profession and is currently working as a director professor of cardiology in GB Pant Hospital, New Delhi. He is also the cardiologist in Parliament Health Annexee for honorable members of the Parliament. Dr. Gupta completed his graduation in medicine from University College, a prestigious MMC College in Delhi, and went on to attend the post-graduation and super specialization degree in medicine from Maulana Azad Medical College, Delhi. During his medical career, Dr. Gupta has a unique distinction of getting more than 18 gold medals and 5 silver medals. Dr. Mohit Gupta has been nominated as Fellow of the American College of Cardiology, the European Society of Cardiology, the Cardiological Society of India, and the Fellow of Royal College of Physicians, Edinburgh. Dr. Gupta is the principal investigator of many landmark research trials being conducted globally in the field of cardiology, investigating the role of genes in causing hypertension, heart attacks in young population, and impact of COVID-19 on heart health. Dr. Gupta is using artificial intelligence in conducting research and has also been instrumental in initiating research on investigating the adjunctive role of meditation in coronary heart disease. He is working on reversing aging by Raj Yoga meditation. He has more than 150 certified, conferred Lifetime Achievement Award in 2025 by the Global Javiers Institute. A speaker with numerous symposia and sessions to his credit in institutions and universities of repute like Oxford, Cambridge, IIT, IIM, Parliament of India, AIMS, HCL, and so many things. He was invited by Chartered Accountants Association of Sri Lanka for keynote address on power of thoughts. So it is innumerable. So without any wasting time, we are all eager to listen from you, sir.
Okay. May I? Yeah. Thank you so much, most respected chairpersons, and especially ma'am. I humbly bow to you. It's always a privilege to speak in front of such seniors and most respected audience, Thank you so much. I request everybody to just sit quietly, no pictures, nothing, and this half an hour is going to be one of the most beautiful times of your life. What you are going to listen now is something that you would have never even imagined in your life, something that you would not have even ever conceptualized in your life. How would you feel if you know that the doctor who is speaking to you does not have right side of the brain? How would you feel if you know that the doctor who is speaking to you has lost his 80% hearing and works with only 20% hearing for last almost 30 years? And how would you feel if you know that the doctor who is speaking to you has 4 screws, great power of one thought? That's the power of meditation that we all are gifted with. Today I'm not going to narrate to you the problems in life. There is no life without problems. Postmenopausal, my mother is a gynecologist. Postmenopausal is a state where we have anxiety, depression, hormonal changes, everything happening in one go. And we all undergo a myriad of emotions. We have medicines for that. We have counseling for that. But how about designing your own life by your own thought? Changing your own mindset and creating the life that you want. That is the magical power that we have gifted with. Today, I'm not going to give you a 4 or a 5-point Google lecture, but I'm going to narrate 4 stories of my life. And those 4 stories in the last 50 years have designed, have shaped, and have completely changed my life. And all those stories and the science behind it is what is the essence of today's talk, the power of resilience. I was always a good student. I did my MBBS from Delhi University College. I did my MD from Maulana Azad, went to America, Hopkins. I was doing gastroenterology. Didn't feel like working there. I wanted to be with my parents, left everything in America, came back to India and did cardiology. And it was like a dream life for me. Money, position, power, prestige, everything I could dream of, I could get it. But one day came in my life that changed my life forever. And that is my first story. That story is the power of resilience. It was 20th March 2003. I came back from my hospital after operating for 1.5 days. I was having severe headache, unusual headache. My mother offered me food. I said, I don't want to have meals. I would like to take rest. After 2 hours of rest, my head still bursting out of pain, I got up and she handed a cup of ice cream. Standing beside me, within 15 seconds, the cup fell on the floor and I collapsed on the floor of my house. I was throwing massive seizures. Completely, I was resuscitated, rushed and lifted to my hospital. Whole night, doctors were working on me, resuscitating me, trying to control my seizures. And next day, when I got up in my ICU, this is what was there in my brain. I had a large infective mass in my brain, multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. 19 drugs available at that time. I was resistant to 18 of them. My day used to start with 16 tablets in a day. That was what my breakfast was. And I was only sensitive to one injection, amikacin. Anesthetist would come and prick in my hand and give injection every single day. That took away my hearing. Lot of pain, lot of agony. I was wondering what has happened in my life. One day, that single one day changed my whole perspective. My position, my power, my degrees, my money, the wealth that I had gathered, the cars, everything that I had, everything had no meaning in my life. I was just fighting for my life and for death. And I was wondering what had gone in my life. What is wrong? Everything was just perfect one day before, and I have landed up in such a big trouble. I knew it was a pandemic of personal mismanagement. Each one of you, let go of whether you are a gynecologist or a physician, it doesn't matter at this moment. Look into your lives. Am I happy today in my life? Am I happy the way I'm leading? Check your mind. That is the answer. That is a question with thousands and millions of thoughts crossing my mind. I was asking, where have I gone wrong? I knew the work and life balance in my life had gone. Life is supposed to be very simple. But we have made a mess out of it only because of thinking. भगवान ने तो हमारी लाइफ को बहुत सीधा बनाया है. मोड़ तो सारे हमारे मन के अंदर हैं. Everything is complicated inside. I knew I had to simplify my life. I knew I had to come out of my emergency mode, and that is the day I deleted one word out of my life, and that word was I am busy. I deleted this word busy forever in my life, from my directory, from my dictionary, and I have never allowed for last 22 years to anybody to introduce me as a busy cardiologist. I always use a word, I am not busy, I am busy in my life. Easy inside and busy outside, it doesn't matter. If you are comfortable here, it doesn't matter at all in my life. After my struggle for 3 years, 16, 18 tablets running, my right side of brain parietal lobe was taken out, a 6-hour marathon surgery in Fortis Hospital. I thought I'm going to be fine now. Everything is going to be just perfect, but the life had different story for me. Only 6 months later, when my brain right portion was taken out, look at this on follow-up scans what I had. I developed another lesion in cerebellum, and this was leading me to a lot of pain again and loss of posture. Surgeons said, Dr. Gupta, this cannot be operated. 14 tablets still running optimally. The doctors from America, Bangalore, Dr. Radeshwari Ames, Dr. Guleria, the top guys used to design my regimes, nothing working on my brain, and I knew I have to do something new. If I don't change anything, nothing is going to change in my life. And I was practicing Raj Yoga meditation from my childhood, a follower of Brahma Kumaris. And that is the day I took a counseling from one of the very senior administrative heads, and she told me, why don't you use your power of meditation and yoga to heal yourself? I said, I will do it. That was the time, 20 years back, nobody would even believe about meditation. Oh, kya meditation? Chodo na, isse kuch nahi hota. We are scientific guys. This is not the way that things are going to work. But I said, I'm going to supplement, I'm going to amalgamate my science with spirituality And from January 2006, 4th January 2006, I started getting up 4 a.m. and 3 a.m. in the morning, and every day using counterclockwise aging, I started doing focused meditation and empowering my thoughts. I used to charge water. I used to imagine and visualize that my brain is getting free of the disease. When people are talking about something, I put a lock outside, not thinking about what people are doing that. And 1 year I kept on practicing, taking medicines and supplementing it with medicines. And what happened after 1 year was a miracle. Look at this, April 2007, when my scans were returned, the lesion had disappeared out of my brain without any surgery, my dear friends. People called it magic. I called it the power of resilience and thoughts. 150 trillion cells of the body. Each cell is individually capable, but the science behind it to heal ourselves, to heal every organ of our body, we have the power to reprogram our brain and body, and this is what is called neuroplasticity. It's only the question of belief. If we start believing, if we start empowering our own self and also our patients, yes, this is possible. You can heal yourself by empowering your thoughts. Medicines have a role, but more powerful, our mind, and our mind power also has a role. 150 trillion cells of the body, they lose their individual intelligence, work in coherence, generating more than 70 trillion volts of the energy, and you can design and completely program your brain. You would be shocked. Dr. Eric Kandel, 2001, he got Nobel Prize for this. And he proved this point and he said, nerve cells that fire together, they wire together. The message was very clear that whatever you want to create outside must first be created in your mind. If you heal your patients, if you treat your patients in a post-menopausal state, learn them, teach them, empower them, nourish them with love, with hope, with resilience, and with most important ingredient, and that is belief in the power that we can create in our life, my dear friends. That is what we are gifted with. This is the story that taught me, that changed the way I used to practice and operate. Ours is the busiest center, not in India, in Asia. We operate almost 150 to 60 cases in a single day. That's the volume which we deal. But we use yoga and meditation to empower our patients, to heal them, to change their lives. Today, I'm using this mind power. I'm using this meditation every day, 3:30 a.m. in the morning, getting up without any day miss, to empower, to reprogram, to redesign the way I want to live my life. That is the power of resilience, my dear friends. My second story is on the power of manifestation. Your success is only a thought away. No power on earth can take away your success from you if you believe in your own self. It was 2001, I came back from America. I had only 4 months to give cardiology exam, and there were 5 seats in the institute where I wanted to clear because I had no option. I wanted to be with my parents, my teachers, my seniors were giving exam with me. I had only 4 months. They were studying for years and years together. And I went to my mother. I told her, I have only 5 months. I'm still working. I'm not sitting at home preparing for my exams. I think it is very difficult for me to clear this cardiology exam. And her spontaneous answers was, Mohit, how many seats are there? I said, 5. And she immediately said, how many seats do you want? I said, I want only 1. She said, that 1 seat is for you. It was 10th July 2001. Seniors, teachers were giving exam. 9,000 candidates competing for only 5 seats. 9th February 2002 was my exam. 3 hours paper. After giving my exam, I came out. I started talking to my friends. Come on, tell me the answer for this. Tell me the answer for this. Not a single person discussed the paper with me. Their spontaneous answer, smiling answer was, Mohit, tu ghar. Do not disturb का बोर्ड लगाते हैं. प्रकृति और परमात्मा भी do not disturb का बोर्ड लगाते हैं. प्रकृति और परमात्मा भी बाध्य हो जाता है कि वो सफलता आपके चरणों में लाकर रख दे. That is the power we all are gifted with. You wanted science for are gifted with. My message are gifted with. My message remains the same, my dear friends. Whatever you want to create out remains the same, my dear friends. Whatever you want to create outside must first be created in your mind with completely changed my practice. That is the way that we are using and practicing cardiology today. And practicing my own self. And this is what happened. My passion in the sports was badminton. And I was a great and a very avid badminton player. Be very well. And they said, Mohit, bahut ho gaya badminton. Come on, lie down flat on the bed. They made me lie down flat on the bed for months and months, and I was not recovering very well. Every day, every single day, I got up and I was visualizing I'm playing badminton, but things were not working out. I was not losing hope. I wanted to be well. 6 and 8 months passed away, and 2014, January 17th, I got myself forcefully admitted into the hospital. I told my neurosurgeon friend, fix my spine, I want to be well. This is not the life I want. I visualize that I'm playing badminton again. I want to be back. This is my actual pictures of spine even today, where 4 screws were grilled, and the physiotherapy started. Within 1 month, as early 16 to 30 kilometers, and I'm back on my sports again and back to my all normal activities, my dear friends. The message that I want to give you is, if you have a why to live in your life, you can bear with anyhow. A life of life is to live a life of a purpose. We need to have a purpose in life. We need to give others. We need to heal others. If we think that our job is a treatment, we can obviously treat patients with perfect medicines. But remember, we are healers. No profession in the world is given the privilege where you guys are equated to God. You are looked up to. And that is what my doctor, one of my seniors, told me 25 years back. And those lines have still lived with me today. And I remember sitting on that Saturday in morning, and he told me, Mohit, जब तू किसी गरीब व्यक्ति पे हाथ रख देता है, तो उसे ऐसा लगता है कि उसे भगवान मिल जाता है. This is what he told me. And this is the power that these hands, this mouth, this energy, these vibrations that we are gifted with. That if we want to heal and touch a patient, he will feel that he's empowered, he's transformed, and he's here, friends. My last story is on the power of thoughts and reversing aging. This changed the way I used to practice in my life. I also used to operate my patients like a routine, doing implants and doing all the procedures and everything going on perfect. And it was 2018 at 9:30 p.m. in the night. I was almost finishing and winding off my cath lab on that Saturday. Just I was about to leave my cath lab, a 22-year-old young boy, listen to it very carefully, or 22-year-old, all 3 coronary arteries were blocked. And after 1.5 hours of struggle, I was able to reverse and replenish the flow of the arteries. But what was the blood pressure? 40, 50, 60 millimeters of mercury. I knew that it is very difficult for the young boy to make it. But somewhere in my heart, I had hope that we have done a good job. He might just make it, and I shifted him to the ICU. Next day when I went for the rounds, you would be shocked and surprised. The young boy was sitting comfortably, BP normalized, ECG reversed, ready to be extubated. Doctors, nurses were happy, patients, relatives were happy, and so was I that we had saved a life. But that was one of the most disturbing days of my life. And I'll tell you why. Because I was thinking, this non-smoker, non-diabetic, non-hypertensive, lipids normal, no family history, why did this young boy had a heart attack? Married for 2 years, had a 4-month-old daughter. There is something wrong. I went to his father and said, please call his wife. I want to speak to both of them. His father took me separately. And listen what he told me. He said, Dr. Gupta, whatever you want to ask us. His wife won't come. I said, why she would not come? He said, they are on the verge of divorce. They have filed for divorce papers, and 1 month later, they are going to separate from each other. I was frozen in that moment for that particular time. After a while, I said, with folded hands, please call his wife and tell that this is what has happened in his life. Ask her to come, and Dr. Gupta wants to speak to you. Reluctantly, they called, and the young lady came 1.5 hours running to the hospital. I extubated the young boy. I asked everybody to leave the ICU. I made them sit in the ICU and listen what I talked to them. This will blow your minds apart. I said, what is going on wrong in your life? He said, sir, we earn a 6-digit salary. We both drive a Mercedes. We have a 4-bedroom plush apartment. There is no dearth of money, position, power, and materialistic wealth. Whatever you can dream of, we have. But for last 2 years, we have never connected well with each other. We were just amassing wealth. We never had time to connect and understand the emotions of each other, to have feelings for each other, to understand what we are going through. We never had time, and we thought we should separate from each other. I didn't counsel them. I said, go ahead and separate from each other. But will you do 2 things for me? They said, yes, we will do. I told, first thing that you have to do is, only for 1 month, and that is the time you have, just start having a half an hour dinner together. Sit on the same dining table. Shut down your mobile. Shut down your assignments. Switch off your laptop. No mobile phone, no internet, no television. Have a dinner together. Connect, argue, accept, learn from each other. Ask your little girl to be with you. And just enjoy that half an hour, that beautiful connect. Just accept each other. They looked at each other and said, okay, sir, we will do. And the second thing I asked that young lady, I'm discharging your husband after 2 days. 2 days later, I'm going to discharge your husband. But I will see him only on one condition. She said, what? I said, only for next 1 month, in my 4 visits in OPD, if you hold his hand, accompany him to my OPD. She said, no, sir. I said, I am requesting you only for 1 month, not a day later than that. She said, okay, sir, I'll come. I discharged the young boy. They started coming to my OPD. They came for the first week. That 1 week changed into 2 weeks. That 2 weeks changed into 4 weeks. 4 weeks changed into 4 months. That 4 months changed into 4 years. Their 4-month-old daughter grew into a 4-year-old daughter. They still come to my OPD, and my dear friends, they have withdrawn their divorce papers. That is the day I thought that we as doctors are just doing a job which is of a routine procedure, but we have a role which is much higher than this. We have a role to connect souls, to heal people, to understand that the word disease starts from 2 words, dis and ease. The easiness, when it goes away, not only from our body but from our mind, we become disease. So healing also starts from our own mind. And that is the day we started doing phenomenal experiments using genomics, meditation, and artificial intelligence, which are amazing that we are using, and you must listen to this as a last message. I took 150 patients. You wanted evidence? Look at this. I took 150 patients of young heart attack. No risk factors. 25% of my heart attack patients are between age of 18 to 35 years. This is a routine that I am facing today. And what I did was very simple. With no risk factors, I just measured their stress that they are facing. And what I did was, I took their blood sample, and taking out their blood sample, I measured the genome length, the telomere length, or the biologic age of these individuals, which determines their well-being. You know what were the results? Look at this. We published them as a white paper. These were the results. These children were between the age of 18 to 35 years. But look at the red graph, MI, myocardial infarction. Their biologic age was equal to a 60 to 90-year-old person. I was shocked. What is happening? When we further saw, look at this published paper, I saw that 91 to 98% of them had highest level of stress, anger, lack of love, and lack of happiness in their life. This was the stress that they were facing. I was thinking, koi baat nahi, stress everybody has, how does it make a difference? Look at this, what we further saw. We saw that those people who are only amassing wealth, those people who are only running after the position and power, those people who have no genuine purpose and love in their life, no great relationships, no gratitude in their life, whose ego is governing their life, their telomerase enzyme goes down, and their telomere length, or what we call it as a genetic length, it comes down. And this is what is responsible for early aging, for anxiety, for depression, for young heart attacks, for cancers in our population, which you all are a proof that this is occurring a decade earlier in Indian and South Asian population. On the contrary, what we saw was those people who had love in their life, those people who had happiness and gratitude in their life, positive outlook in their life, they looked up to their relations, they looked up to their joy in their life, those were the people whose enzyme was high and their telomere length and genetic length was preserved, my dear friends. Today, I want to tell you that we have a decision to make. Each one of you from first to last, from right to left, right at this moment, check your mind at this moment. Each one of you, I request, look at the anger that we have in our life. Not in 1 month, not in 1 year, not in lifetime. Check for only 2 days the amount of anger, the amount of irritation, the amount of hatred and jealousy with which we live in our life, my dear friends, the amount of competition and criticism that we face, and the amount of complaint and expectations that we have. These 8 emotions have destroyed our life. We are healers. If as healers we are living with these emotions, let me tell you, go to mandir, you go to masjid, you go to church, you go to gurdwara, you take birth, you remember God and sit and worship Him for 8 hours. Remember, a mind which is full of anger, a heart which is full of hatred, can never be happy and can never make others happy, my dear friends. This is what we need. And standing here with my hands folded, I request you that today is the opportunity to declutter and clean your mind. Make your mind healthy and happy. You are great people. You are lovely angels of God. And today, if you have a choice, learn to give love and happiness to every soul. Remember, those people who are busy earning blessings in their life, they will always earn money in their life. But those people who are only earning money in their life, probably blessings will not always be coming, my dear friends. Today, we are using artificial intelligence and genomics and meditation and documenting them scientifically to reverse the aging of people like you, of patients that we treat, to make them free of anxiety, to make them free of depression. These syndromes, what we call about, is only a game of mind. If we empower our thoughts, if we empower our patients, no amount of hormonal change can take control of our emotions if we master our own emotions, my dear friends. Today, as I leave this podium, I don't know whether we are going to meet again or not, my dear friends. But you will always remember this day, that one day, one person had come to you and speaking to you and taught you, told you, empowered you that, come on, take a time to slow down your life, to be positive, to take things easy, to unplug, to enjoy life, have fun and relax and go outside. This life is all about giving. We are in a role where we have to give to others, my dear friends. And this is the power of Raj Yoga meditation as a powerful epigenetic tool. We have published white papers where we have used the non-pharmacological meditative interventions to heal people. And why? Because charging is important for your own mind also. You wanted evidence on meditation. Look at this last slide, that how meditation heals us. A normal person like you, if I do a scan, this is what it is going to show: a more anxious and a depressive state. A mind which is full of only materialistic wealth and ego, but only 15 to 20 minutes of meditation. Look at the magic that it creates in your brain. A brain that is much more synchronized and empowered. A brain which is more mentally emotional and stable system, my dear friends. Don't work with your left brain only. Today we are tuned as individuals to work with left brain. My message to you is, left brain is only 50% success because it is reasoning, analytical and accurate. But remember, just along with karma, be a yogi also. Inculcate and empower and stimulate your right brain. That right brain is creative, is empowering, is free and vivid. And this is what gives you a complete personality, a brain, a life that heals, my dear friend. In the last, as I leave, I will show you one of these slides. And that is one of the most profound messages that you will ever have in your life. Take out your mobile and click the slide that I am going to show you, my dear friends. The message that I want to leave you today with, that today is the first day of rest of your life. It's up to you that how you choose, how you design your life from today. If it's up to you that your thought process, your mind can completely change the way you practice. If you treat your patients only with medicines, you're doing only 50% of the job, probably only 20-30% of the job. But remember, if you empower your own mind, your medicines are going to create magic. Their patients will be empowered and they'll be healed themselves, my dear friends. In the last, let us sit back for a 10-second meditation. Each one of you, just sit back and relax comfortably. With no voice, absolutely peaceful silence. Just look at the thoughts and visualize yourself as a peaceful, as a happy, as a loving angel of God. Look at your thoughts. Thoughts of anger, thoughts of irritation. I today choose to clean my mind of all the negativities. I choose to embrace love and happiness. I choose to allow joy and peace in my language, in my karma. I am a peaceful angel of God. I embrace all that energy to empower myself. Sitting in this state, I realize that today is a beautiful day and I have a power to create difference, change my life, design my destiny. Peace and love is my original self. Thank you, thank you, thank you for a very patient hearing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohit Gupta. I have heard you at Mount Abu speaking in televisions many a times, but speaking, I'm really overwhelmed to see you physically here in our conference. Thank you so much. I am also practicing this, ladies and gentlemen and friends, for the last 10 years. And please take it that your body will listen to the commands if you are in this path. It will alleviate your agony, your disease, and your infirmity if you are destined or you are aimed at this point of time. Thank you very much once again.
You will all agree with me that it was excellent, excellent, and excellent lecture. Let us give him a standing ovation. That will be befitting too.
I think words are not worth telling thank you, sir. So I request our chairperson to please felicitate Dr. Mohit Gupta.
Achha, Dr. Gupta, may I ask you, who was the inspiration behind you to get such a prompting up?
Are you asking me?
Achha. Okay. Achha.
Now moving on with our next symposium, Beyond Hormones, a session sponsored by Prachi Education Foundation.
For this session, I would like to welcome the chairperson for the talk, Dr. Santosh Kumar Behera sir, Dr. Jayashree Patnaik ma'am, and Dr. Gitanjali Ratha ma'am. Ma'am, please. And I request the chairperson to welcome the speaker on the stage.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone, and sorry for the interruption in between the scientific. But we are here, myself and Dr. Rajni.
I am Dr. Rajni.
I am Dr. Shruti Shah, and we invite you all. It's a very beautiful city, and
It is a tourist destination. You can come and enjoy with your family as well.
And the conference.
दोस्तों, ये जो हमारी IMSCON भोपाल में होने जा रही है, I felt कि करने वाले लोग, दिल से करने वाले लोग और हिंदुस्तान का दिल, आप सब लोग invited हैं और I request you कि to register in maximum number and come to Bhopal for this IMSCON.
Yes, dear friends, on behalf of Indian Menopause Society, I invite you all for the national conference at Bhopal, and I am sure you will learn a lot, you will enjoy the lovely academic fest as well as delicious food. So please mark your calendar and be registered yourself for this national conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Remember the dates, 27, 28 February and 1st March 2026. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Good morning. Next, I will invite Dr. Vaidehi Thakur.
So, good morning everyone. After this master class, we'll again switch back to menopause. Firstly, I am thankful to the organizers for giving me this stage and giving me the opportunity to talk on the topic very close to my heart, the silent symptoms, and especially that rapidly shrinking patience. So I will take you through these symptoms through a very comic way, which is the story of every house. घर घर की एक कहानी है. So you can imagine yourself through this comic story. So menopause is basically a challenging chapter, as we all know. And one just wants to scream, चिल्लाने का मन करता है, कुछ फोड़ने का मन करता है. So these are the things which normally happens to every menopausal women. And menopause, it makes you crazy. And when you think you have reached the bottom of the craziness, you see all the more craziness over there. So this is the normal symptom of menopause. Now I'll take you to the comic on symptoms of the chaos. I will not take you through the normal slides of what are the symptoms of menopause, I'll take you through a comic story of how this actually occurs in every house. Now imagine a hormonal thunderstorm, a hormonal house. It is a central conflict. It is happening in every house. And there is a hormonal thunderstorm. So, on one side, there is a perimenopausal woman. Okay? Her body is under complete renovation. And that foreman, that estrogen, he is vanishing from those silent lunch dates. He is not coming for those lunch dates. A man, he comes to the house expecting his wife to have a lunch date or a dinner date, and this estrogen, it's vanished from those dates. And on the other side is that pubescent princess. Her hormones are on the roller coaster. They are fueled with those TikTok and those raw emotions. And then what happens to that poor man? That poor man, he goes to the hardware store. He goes to the hardware store buying things which are actually not required in the house. So he is off from the house, from his perimenopausal queen and from his pubescent princess. So this is the story of every house, a perfect comedy show starring all of us. I understand this is the story of every house. Now, there are three musketeers of this misery. Who are they? First is that stress. Stress is that uninvited guest. What does it do? Cortisol, who used to be your security guard, who used to control you, now it's become your cruise director. Now you have misplaced your keys. A lady has misplaced her keys. What happens? There is complete question mark on her existence. She says, मैंने किससे शादी कर लिया, मैंने किस profession में enter कर लिया. So she starts questioning about her choices of life now. And on the other hand, that pubescent princess, she has lost her charger. Now what happens is, Dad, where is my charger? So अब ये global emergency हो जाती है dad के लिए. So this is what is happening in every house. And this is the motto of cortisol. Cortisol says, why to whisper when I can scream? So cortisol makes you scream. Then second is those silent hormones. They are those sneaky ninjas. What they do? Now there are 3 AM voices saying, मेरा patient कैसा है? इतनी बढ़िया सर्जरी होने के बाद भी we keep thinking about our patient at 3 AM in the morning. मेरा hemostasis तो ठीक ठाक रहा ना? And these estrogens and those progesterones, they are the passive co-workers in your body. So how to cope up with this? Just say, hi, progesterone, you're back. Just eat these chips and keep me away from you. Then that third one is that big crime, that sleep, the great vanishing. To reorganize your library or reorganize your OPD at 4 AM, and the Google says, welcome to this perimenopausal night shift. So menopause. Take a breath or a chocolate or both and say, and remember, you are, now these FSH and LH levels, they're significantly elevated. As we all know, we use it as a menopausal marker. As pituitary gland, it continues to signal these ovaries to produce the hormones, but ovaries no longer now respond. Now during post-menopause, what happens is FSH and LH levels, they remain elevated due to the reduced estrogen and inhibin feedback, though their pulsatile peaks stabilize over time. So now what happens is during reproductive years, these hormones, they operate in a finely tuned feedback loop. Now during menopause, this feedback loop is disrupted. Aging depletes the ovarian follicles. Remaining follicles, they are not responding that very nicely as they used to do to FSH and LH. Ovaries, they produce less estrogen and inhibin. They normally used to suppress. Now this feedback loop is disrupted. So anti-pituitary, it keeps on producing FSH and LH, and that because of that, during menopause, the levels of FSH and LH, they remain elevated. So the silent symptoms, the topic for me is silent symptoms. So although there are so many symptoms, I will be specifically focusing on sleep and stress, that is the mood changes. Now once a patient came to me and she had been complaining that she has night sweats and vasomotor symptoms, hot flashes. So how to go about it? I said it's okay. It's just nature's way of decreasing your electricity bill so that you can make better plans for your retirement. So just to be on the lighter note, the primary driver of sleep problem is decline in the ovarian steroids. Now there is P4 decline, that is progesterone decline, because of which is actually which has a calming and hypnotic effect. Now because the progesterone is declining, it leads to anxiety, restlessness and increased nocturnal awakenings. Now because estrogen is also low, it leads to fragmented sleep, difficulties falling asleep and staying, and they are also the root cause of vasomotor symptoms, which are the major nocturnal arousal trigger. Now coming to the stress. Now when you think of stress, when it feels, in this you feel as if in brain there are so many tabs, अपना मोबाइल के जो tabs रहते हैं इतने सारे, so menopause में भी ऐसा लगता है कि बहुत सारे tabs खुले हुए हैं, and you don't know which tab is irritating you. So that is basically the stress of menopause. So hormonal changes during menopause negatively affects the HPA axis, that is the body's main response system, and the frequent sleep disturbances during menopause, they independently disrupt the HPA axis dysfunction. Now these disturbances, they cause an unhealthy flattening of the cortisol rhythm marked by higher cortisol rhythms levels at the bedtime, blunted cortisol awakening response and flattened daily cortisol rhythm indicating the poor regulation. Now elevated levels of FSH, they are also associated with this poorer sleep quality. A decline in estradiol independently alters and perturbs the HPA axis activity. So consequently, there is chronic sleep deprivation leading to insomnia and increased systemic cortisol exposure, heightening the stress and fatigue. Now this interplay of these declining hormones and this poor sleep initiates a feedback loop that increases the vulnerability to other health outcomes like insomnia and other pathological risks like obstructive sleep apnea, cardiometabolic risk and psychological symptoms. Now management, it is basically a multi-pronged approach. I will not be discussing very much in detail because my previous speaker, she already told us in detail about the menopausal hormonal therapy, and I think next speaker is going to talk on behavioral changes in detail. But it is a multi-pronged approach which is a combination of medical interventions, lifestyle changes and behavioral changes, plus I think as my previous speaker told, it's a positive manifestation. So as you think, so you do. So it's a combination and it holds good for menopause also. So as so it's a combination of all these changes. Medical and hormonal management consists of menopause hormonal therapy. The non-hormonal medications can be SSRIs or SNRIs. Hypnotics, they may not be used in a long term, but can be used for short term. And melatonin, it supports the sleep onset by regulating the circadian rhythm. CPAP can be considered if obstructive sleep apnea is there. Now coming to the most important part is the behavioral and stress management. Now approach to chronic insomnia is typically a behavioral therapy which directly addresses stress and hyperarousal state linked to HPA axis dysregulation only for sleep and sex. If you think you are awake from, now third part and more important is lifestyle changes. Now this is a slide. Take a minute. Just take a minute to think what you want to do. Are you interested, apart from your academics, apart from your profession, in singing, in reading, in socializing, or in listening to music or dancing? So whatever you think you are in, just start with this as your second passion apart from your first passion of profession. Master your sleep hygiene for hormonal reset. Second, proactively manage stress to tame the cortisol by moving your body and stress management techniques, and set boundaries and learn to say no to things which will overwhelm you or increase your anxiety. Support your hormonal balance with lifestyle, with good sunlight in the morning, good hygienic diet, balanced diet, and lot of water, that is stay hydrated. So the core takeaway points are the management of stress, sleep and hormonal balance is holistic and interdependent. You cannot effectively manage one without addressing others. Sleep is your non-negotiable foundation. It is the primary time your body restores, body decreases your stress hormones like cortisol and regulates all other hormones. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. By the way, it's very important to do stress management with a lifestyle modification for menopausal and perimenopausal patient. And everybody should practice daily for that. Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker. The last speaker of this session, Dr. Nitya Mishra from Ahmedabad. She will tell us about the menopause, a regenerative approach.
So, good morning, friends. Thank you, Odisha, for having me here, especially Dr. P.C. Mahapatra, Sir Jayashree Madam, and Dr. Hara Patnaik, our good friend. The topic of talk is my... screen... क्या हुआ? So, anybody can say one picture is from which place? Bhagya, can you say? It is from Odisha only, during my last visit. So it's okay, it is from Mayflower Lagoon. So everybody wants to be like this, from 60 or whatever the age, wants to be 16. So the topic is regenerative gynecology, a new look. So we want to share with you that the pelvic floor muscle dysfunction, it affects millions of the women, but often it goes undiagnosed. Why? Because of the lack of awareness. It supports the urogenital system, it supports the, all the pelvic organs. And if it is not working properly, it may lead to the incontinence, pelvic pain, and the organ prolapse. GSM. GSM is the reason for the regenerative gynecology. And previously it was known as the vaginal atrophic vaginitis, but it was not giving the full justice to the term used. And everything happens because of the lack of the estrogen. That is the main hormone for feminine updation. So there are 3 different types of estrogen: estradiol, esterone, and estriol. Esterone is the weakest estrogen that happens to be in the more prevalent during the in a perimenopausal age. We people are talking about the collagen. Anybody can say what is collagen? So collagen is a protein and it binds the tissues together, especially the, it is present in the bone, muscle and skin. And when it starts we start losing the collagen at the rate of 1% per year. From the age of 30, in Western world, if you have seen, people are taking the collagen tablets, but we Indians, we take it from the diet. Like the non-vegetarian, they take it from the the eggs and meat and chicken, and like me, the vegetarian, we take it from the the pulses. He or she does some corrective measures in the genital area or all over the body that can lead to that increases the woman's self-confidence, and she feels better about herself. That may be the reason for, that is the region, that is called the regenerative gynecology. So according to me, a young woman is a gift of nature, but an old woman is a work of art. So everybody has to be work of art rather than to be feeling very low. So age gracefully, women should stand tall and confident. Previously, all the things were done, regenerative procedures were done by the genital cosmetic surgeries, but there are chances of the dyspareunia, scarring and altered sensation, and so the RCOG, SOG said that it was stand in 2013 against the female genital cosmetic surgery. But there are places where you need the, like she's a 22-year-old patient and she's a case of MRKH, and she's supposed to get married within 6 months. So you are supposed to do the vaginoplasty in that patient. It is okay to do that procedure. So now there is the increasing interest in the functional or cosmetic area by the non-surgical way. These are the different devices which are available in the market, and one has to choose the something about the devices. Don't go for the very cheap devices with either the Korean or the Chinese devices, which may be available in 4 to 5 lakhs of rupees. Like I am using RF, and that is from the US, and that is costing 35 to 40 lakhs rupees. There is a vast difference between it, but one has to be very careful when choosing the modalities. So different modalities are the radio frequency, it can be Thervema, it can be Axialis Ultra 360, laser can be FamiLift, RBM YAGS or diode laser. HIFU, it has got the high penetration, it goes beyond the dermis, and it has got the, that is HIFU is the high intensity focal ultrasound, and nowadays people are coming with the chairs, and they are giving the almost 11,200 Kegel exercises in 28 minutes. A coffee break procedures, patient can come during the lunchtime in her working time, and it helps to develop the muscles and the fat loss. This is my own setup. You can see the MCLR chair, you can see the RF device, and there is a diode laser also. I'm not using it. Dr. Vineet Mishra is using it, but just I mentioned here. So this is the video of Dr. Red Al Institute. He is also the video चल नहीं रहा है भैया अच्छा चल रहा है and he is from US and he is one of the pioneer of using the Thermeva नहीं चल रहा क्या so we divide how we do the procedure. We start from the vulva, we use the ultrasound gel, we applied all over the vulva, labia majora, labia minora, and into the vagina. Vagina is divided into 4 quadrants, 12 to 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 9 and 9 to 12, and each quadrant we use for about 5 minutes. And then if the patient is having SUI, we have our own study for the, treatment for the SUI and overactive bladder. And if the patient is having a stress urinary incontinence, we apply on the anterior compartment, is from 3 to 9 for about 5 minutes more. So almost the procedure inside the vagina is 25 minutes, outside procedure maybe about 5 to 10 minutes. And it gives 100% tightening. We start, it gives the, RF energy, it is converted into heat energy, and this will be, this heat will be, we start from the 38 to 40 degrees Celsius, we reach up to 42 degree, and maximum up to 45 degrees Celsius. The maximum effect will start from 42 to 45 degree, and you can reach up to 47 if she is not feeling any complaint. Don't use any anesthetic, because if patient is feeling heat, she should complain about that. And if you go beyond 47, then there are chances of the burns. So don't go beyond the 47. There are people, those who are going up to 52, but be careful about that. You can see 100% the vulval tightening after one treatment. When you are not satisfied with the repeated infection treatment, like for the monilial infection or for the fungal, TB infection, and in one sitting, patient is feeling quite good. I'll go just a little bit faster. You can see the tightening, then that means the patient is happy with the outside treatment, then she is happy with the inside treatment. She is 93-year-old patient. She is the oldest patient I have treated for the bedwetting, maybe SUI associated with overactive bladder, and she was very happy with that. So I am also very happy with that. So the recent study says that the laser intervention with the intravaginal use of either RF, CO2, RBM YAG laser, they are very safe, and they give the pharmacology intervention for the GSM. RF can be ablative, non-ablative. Ablative, they remove the outermost layer of the either the skin or the mucous membrane, and non-ablative, they don't go beyond that. And RF and laser can be used together. Once you give the treatment with the laser, you can do the RF microneedling. Few more patients. This is the Great Wall of the Vulva by the Jamie McCartney in 2006. He is a British artist, and he said vulva can be of, everybody wants a Barbie doll look, and he said vulva, he asked for the vulval picture of 400 women, and he said, you send me the picture, and he posted on the plaster of Paris, and on the and he make the panel of the 400 pictures, and his vulva can be of any size, any shape. So don't be specific about the Barbie doll look or specific about the the picturesque vulva. 5 years down the line road, you can 100% see the well of Neeta. These are my all patients. So how RF works? They heat the skin or the mucosa in the deepest layer up to the dermis at 40 to 45 degrees Celsius. When heat is maintained, it produces heat shock protein, and it produces the collagen. Collagen is very important for the tightening, and it produces elastin production. Latest technology, it says that it produces neovascularization and neurogenesis. And this neurogenesis, because of that, the patient will feel good during the intercourse. This is our own article which is published, and it's a comparison of the active probe with the sham probe. Sham probe means it's not working. So we did a study of 200 patients, 110 with this active probe and with 90 patients with the sham probe. And Dr. Ajay Rana, he has produced a tight study. It is the same study, but he just published it. I should not say in publicly, but this was the same study we did it. And these are the post procedure. We did the follow-up of the patient, and it says that it gives good improvement in the subjective measure of the vaginal laxity and the sexual dysfunction, LUTS, over the 6-month period. RF can be monopolar, bipolar, quadripolar, or multipolar microneedling, and it's a safe procedure. People are asking in some group how much energy it is giving. It is giving very less energy. Whatever device you are using, like the microwave, what you are using, what you call your iPhone, and it is very less than that of X-rays and all. So it is quite safe. This is the different devices penetration. You can see HIFU has got the maximum penetration. It goes beyond dermis. RF comes then. It goes up beyond epidermis, but before dermis, CO10 RBM has got the very less penetration. This is one more poster presentation by our student, that TTCR, that is transcutaneous temperature control radio frequency device. It's a groundbreaking technology, and it gives a good result with the SUI. And it gives a good treatment with the vulvovaginal rejuvenation. The same TTCRF is used by Dr. Allen Institute, and he also presented the poster in the Ayuga. And he said that it is the best treatment for the overactive bladder. So one should know that SUI, if you are treating the patient with mild degree of SUI, then and then you will get the result. There are people, those who say moderate hair and the overactive bladder, if it is treated with the non-invasive treatment like the vulvovaginal rejuvenation. So who are the candidates for the LVR or the laser vaginal rejuvenation? Women who are not fit for the estrogen therapy, those who are having thromboembolism problem, estrogen-dependent carcinoma, or the hypersensitive to HRT. These are the contraindication, but the postpartum patient, they enjoy. You can immediately start after the postpartum period. Don't wait up to the perimenopausal age. From 6 weeks after the postpartum, and patient without any urinary problem, they are also very happy with this. These are the investigation we need. Pap smear is very important. In one of the conference, they said you do without Pap smear. I said no. Pap smear is very important. HbSAg and HPV also. Patient should be of good condition. If the PRP is done along with the laser vaginal rejuvenation, it gives the best results. So fillers make the people look so fake. Why do you even get the Botox? That is so high maintenance. Somebody said it is costing about 25,000 rupees for 3 months or something. So if you give it for 25 years, what will be the cost? So you are going to regret it when you are old. Significance of the platelet count in PRP. If you are not getting the result with PRP, that means your platelet count is very low in the PRP concentration. It should be at least 1 million per ml count should be there. So that is very important, and these are the benefits of the PRP. There are patients, those who are coming, recently we got it from the periphery, the patient is treated by the PRP for the SUI, and she was not getting the result. So you should do the follow-up, why she is not getting the result with that, and that is spoiling our image also. Being a gynecologist, somebody's work should be appreciated by the other gynecologists, and the patient should also appreciate that. That is very important. Plus, plasma poration, Red Allen Sud is the pioneer of the plasma poration. And how the plasma poration it works, it is a transdermal delivery of a molecule through the water channels, and it also causes the angiogenesis, collagenesis, and elastogenesis, and neurogenesis. I don't do it, so I'm not going to the detail, but some of the drugs, like the PRP, exosomes, collagen, hyaluronic acid, or Botox can be delivered with the plasmaporation. Exosomes like Dr. Mishra, he is very much fond of doing the exosomes, but exosomes are mostly used for the skin and the hair growth, and it promotes the healing and regeneration in dermatology and stimulates the skin repair. And exosomes therapy has been investigated for its potential to stimulate the hair follicles and promote the hair growth. Stem cell therapy, they are the totipotent cells. There are two different types of stem cells, embryonic stem cells and adult stem cells. And only FDA approved stem cell therapy, people are using stem cells, but only FDA approved stem cell therapy as of 2024 is hematopoietic stem cell transplantation for the blood cancer. So inadvertently don't use stem cell everywhere. I should not say the recent president, I think, she spoke about the stem cell and somebody said, ye to bekar cheez hai, you are talking about that, and something was going on, but I should not go in. One more thing is the glutathione. It's glutathione is one story I want to share with you. It causes the stomach cramps and trouble breathing and bloating. One of the
time is up.
My time is up?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll not go into the detail. I'll go just designer vagina. Just look into the matter in the patient's brain, whether she is happy with she's suffering with the body dysmorphic syndrome. Otherwise, she will sit on your working. Then you cannot ask the patient to come again and again. She will not turn up. So it is giving results. That is what I want to tell you. How often you get the discharge after RF? You don't get any discharge. Sometimes you may get the blood stain little bit discharge, pink may be transparent. If you are having interest, it's difficult to avoid in private environment for the procedure not medically indicated. Thank you. Thank you very much.
For Prachi Education Foundation,
Now we'd like to request our respected chairpersons to kindly felicitate our speakers.
Thank you so much, sir and madam. Moving on to the next
please
session.
join. Hello. Hello, Ajay. Welcome. Are you able to hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Absolutely loud and clear.
Everybody is hearing you. We are starting your session
Wonderful.
now.
Do you want me to share my slides?
No, the chairperson will introduce you first. Dr. P.C. Mahapatra and sir.
The great man.
Scientific.
Well, Ajay, my good friend, philosopher and guide. I don't know what is the connection between Orissa and Australia, and particularly Ajay Rana and gynecologist of Orissa. There's something offline, online, every conference you are there for that. I think you love Lord Jagannath. And you are a devotee of Lord
indeed.
Jagannath. And he's an amalgamation of a great teacher, an excellent surgeon, and a voracious orator, and a perfect human being with a something different soul which other people do not have. Ajay, we love you so much. Again, you are here and you give a mesmerizing deliberation always. And we are waiting for that, for all time to come for that. Welcome, Ajay.
Thank you.
And start
Thank
your
you, BC
mission,
sir.
please.
Thank you.
And my teacher, who has taught me A to Z of gynecology, is joining as a chairperson, Professor S.N. Das, who was an ex-professor of SU Medical College, Cuttack. And on the other hand, Dr. Shah, I think he is the present president of Indian Menopause Society of the country and from Gujarat. And of course, you might have known her, and she very well knows you because you are in the same Gujarati and Gujarati Father. And therefore, they are there with me to chair this session, and I wish that a comment from the President, Dr. Shah.
Hello. Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Ajay Rane sir, for sparing your valuable time for this conference oration. I do remember you when in 2020 Corona started. Dr. Jignesh Shah was president and I was secretary of Indian Menopause Society. We had enjoyed lots of webinars with you. So,
Nothing changes.
yeah. So stage is yours.
Thank you. First of all, Ajay, will you come and give us a talk? It's like saying, not will you come and give us a talk, you will come and give us a talk. That's the command they have over me, and that's the affection they have over me, so I cannot refuse their request. It is a very, very exciting conference. Let me tell you, I have just listened to Dr. Mohit Gupta and Group Commander Vaidehi Thakur, amazing speakers. So congratulations on a fantastic array of speakers that you have. Without further ado, I have to start sharing my slides. So just bear with me 1 second. Let me go into share and let me find my where is my talk? Wait. Where is my
You have dementia or Alzheimer's?
No, just try to find my talk, Professor. I think the iPhone got shut at the wrong time, as one does, as it does.
You can
So I
make
just,
wonders without slides also.
of course, sir. But it's better to have some slides. So here are the slides coming
for other people.
And I will just make them big in speaker view and go back. Okay, so my topic today for the next 40 minutes is aging and the pelvic floor. Can we reverse genital aging? And the lecture is finished in 5 seconds. And the answer is no. We can't reverse aging, but we can age better. And I think there is no doubt about it that we can age better. And I'm just going to try and prove you that in general we can age better, and in actuality we can age better. So Hara Bhai and PC Bhai always say to me, Ajay, what do you do? And I say, currently in the last 15 years, I do a lot of charity work in all over the world, and our footprint is gender-based genital violence, female genital mutilation, and cutting, basically female infanticide and feticide, and childbirth trauma and fistulas. So we give our time, 5 months out of 12, free of charge to the world to try and help these people.
You deserve to be awarded SAR. Many are professors, but you are professor and SAR. I think this brilliant award has been given by the country to an Indian person.
Yes, sir.
We are proud we are proud of
coming
you.
Up. Coming up. So India alone has been an amazing, amazing place. It is my heart. But unfortunately, we are also responsible for a very large genocide. About 100 million women, 100 million girls since 1984 in India alone have been killed through female infanticide and feticide. Equal number in China because of the one-child policy. And so I have a very, very strong connection with Bhubaneswar. And just to start with Bhubaneswar, I want to share with you that I did make a Hindi movie in 2012 called Riwayat. It was a movie against female infanticide and feticide. You can watch it on YouTube. It is still available free. But this started a whole process, and you would remember this process is called the Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao program. And because we as urogynecologists have nothing better to do, we make movies. That's not true. You have to really care and love society, your place. And we were so grateful that we could spread the message. So on the 10th of January this year, I was given the highest civilian award that the Indian government can give to a non-resident Indian for social work and women's health. And this award is called the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman Award, and it was given in Bhubaneswar. So it was my honor and pleasure to come here with Gina to receive this award from our President Murmuji and Jai Shankarji, and also had the blessings from the great man, Modiji himself. So it was a wonderful start for me to 2025. And as I said, Lord Jagannath keeps blessing me with this opportunity. So thank you, Bhubaneswar. Thank you, PC Mahapatra. Thank you, Harabai. We also received something that you may not have heard, but I think, of course, PC sir has heard. We received the Nobel Peace Prize in 2018-2019. This Nobel Peace Prize is currently, you can see the person holding it is my guru, my friend, my mentor, Dr. Denis Mukwege from Congo, who I was also blessed to work with. Together, we have tried to look after 98,000 women who are victim of genital trauma, massive genital trauma from a war and from rape. So a lot of people don't know about this Nobel Peace Prize, and this was because of security reasons. Because now we are reasonably safe, the amount of trauma has gone down a lot, we can talk about this. And we are very grateful to the world to recognize some of the work we do. Okay, back to the effect of aging of the pelvic floor. Abhi usko chhodna nahi hai na. It's very important. So I think that the important part is we actually don't even know what the pelvic floor actually means. And if you were to put together what Dr. Mishra was saying before, so we're looking at some of these issues just to try and see if we can shed some light on how we were to be an Indian yogi. You would say that if you did the Tri Bandha or the Muladhara Chakra education, then you will not get any of these connective tissue changes, believe me, with or without hormones. So the other thing is, yes, hormonal effects exacerbate pelvic tissue change. But are we really leading a normal life? So let me explain to you what I mean by that. The average age of menarche 75 years ago was 16 years of age. In Australia, the current average age of menarche is 9 to 10 years of age. And in Scandinavia, the average menarchal age is 8 years of age. So are you telling me that we are normal? These are all hormones. You're talking about estrogen levels at menopause. But let's actually start talking about estrogen levels at the age of 8. So do you think that our body suffers from tachyphylaxis? Because if you have a very large amount of estrogenic effect starting in your body at a very, very young age that continues until you're 53, 54, don't you think your body will actually get used to it? And that's what we call tachyphylaxis if you give this pharmacologically. So I think what we really need to look at is to take a good hard look at ourselves and say, can we change these effects that occur in very young girls currently in our planet? Because the hormonal effects of early menarche are through plastic and synthetic food. So we are responsible for causing these problems in our younger generation. The next important thing is neurological change. Is there a gradual denervation of the pelvic floor? This can be evaluated through pudendal nerve latency tests. And the idea is, yes, we can say that there is an increase in the pudendal nerve terminal motor latency, but that doesn't mean that you have actually got a diseased vagina. So what we have found is if you have more vaginal births, you have a higher degree of pelvic floor denervation, but there is also renervation in 80% of these women. I think we have a bigger problem than just neurological changes, and that is obesity and metabolic syndrome. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time on these two in the pelvic floor, and then we'll talk a little bit about childbirth. So it is very important to understand that glucose metabolism can affect collagen and healing, wound healing. So we are all thinking we are surgeons or we want to do this non-invasive method of treatment and that non-invasive method of treatment. It doesn't matter. If you have got AGE, advanced glycosylation end products, your collagen is not going to be good. You can eat 1,000 milligrams of collagen every day. So glycylation, your sugar, your insulin spike is what produces advanced glycylation end products. You can measure these. And fibrillar collagen, which is a major structural component of wound healing, is a common AGE. So even if you have glucose intolerance, not type 1 diabetes, not type 2 diabetes, but just a mild degree of glucose intolerance on GTT, oral glucose tolerance test at 75 grams oral GTT, you should all do it and find out. You will have a lot of AGE in your body, and therefore you will have a lot of AGEING, meaning a lot of aging. So I think we have to spend a little bit of time on glucose and also on this food that we eat at the moment, which can be processed, and that leads to high glucose spikes. It does not make you necessarily diabetic, but it causes havoc in your body, including that amazing drug that Group Captain Vaidhi Thakur was saying, cortisol. So basically, if you have AGE, your normal looking collagen on the left becomes an abnormal loose looking collagen on the right. So sugar is a very important part of that culprit. The next one is the role of topical estrogen. Everybody says, why should we give topical estrogen to women who are postmenopausal? Not because they have got vaginal dryness, not because they have got superficial dyspareunia, but because there is no estrogen in the system, unless, of course, you're one of those very lucky people whose peripheral estrogen is enough to maintain the function of your urogenital tract. But topical vaginal estrogen is extremely safe. A paper from the United States currently looking at active breast cancer and the use of vaginal estrogen. So I think we've gone a bit further than not saying you've got cancer, you can't have vaginal estrogen. They're talking of active breast cancer that's being treated. So it enhances extracellular collagen, modulates growth and function of smooth muscle. There is a lot of good things that it does without necessarily you first becoming sick and then treat. So unfortunately, our medicine is all about making the patient sick first, then treating. We should try and do prevention. But the problem with prevention is, what are we going to eat? So our medicine is paid on the basis of intervention. So basically, we should maybe look at how we are going to change the way we practice medicine. There are two longitudinal studies looking at the role of cesarean versus vaginal birth. I talked about childbirth. Prolong and sweep-up study quite clearly shows that at the end of 20 years, the highest protection that a cesarean section can give you is only against pelvic floor prolapse, not against urinary incontinence, not against fecal incontinence. What is most important is the age at first childbirth. The age at first childbirth in Australia now is 33. And that probably is a bit too much for the collagen and the stretch factor. The vagina has to stretch to 6 times its normal diameter to give birth. And this happens again and again. But if your tissues are stiff, as we get older, our tissues get stiff, they will not remodel, they will split. So we are not normal people at the moment. We're having menarche early. We are prolonging our first childbirth age, and then we still want everything to be normal in our life. Not possible. We have to have a really good look at ourselves and see what we can do to improve ourselves. This is a study that we just finished, 761 women, 6-year prospective study coming to one urogynecology clinic. We subjected all women to 75-gram OGTT. Can you believe how many women tested positive? 65% of women who came to our clinic in this developed country where we are supposed to be so on top of patients' health prevention, 65% of women tested positive for impaired glucose tolerance or type 2 diabetes, which means they have got a lot of AGE products and they are going to age. And you can give them as much collagen as you want. You can do any other treatments that you want, and that's not going to work very well on them. We definitely recommend women with recurrent urinary tract infections. If women have more than 3 proven urinary tract infections in 12 months, please, please, please do a cystoscopy on them. You actually may be missing a cancer. But it also gives you an opportunity to test these women for impaired GTT and then help them out from a urogenital pelvic floor point of view. I have got 15 minutes. Sexuality in the aging population. Of course, everything is about sexuality as well. So everybody wants to know, what am I going to do to my sexuality? I think sexuality is a complex problem. It does tend to decline in women between the ages of 50 and 60, which is called the menopausal age. But surprisingly, there are 2 articles, one of which I have written, is geripausal women, women over the age of 60 to 75 actually have increased sexual activity. So I am now in the geripausal age group. I'm still waiting to see what's going to happen to me. But you have different problems like delay in arousal, vaginal factors, penile factors, morbid obesity, mobility, all the rest of it, and social pressures. Too much social pressures. Okay. Now, I'm going to tell you that sexuality in men is very simple, while sexuality in women is very complex. So 40% of women will experience a sexual problem during their lifetime, but the prevalence of sexual dysfunction is only 8 to 12% when it causes personal distress or interpersonal difficulties. I think we should take away this prevalence and really accept that we need to help these 40% of women by talking, by making it obvious that men and women both actually like to have sexual activity as another spiritual, affectionate function of companionship. So it's not just a physical event, it's an event that bonds people, keeps the bond together. I do want you to have a little smile. Like I said, the sexuality in men is very simple. The sexuality in women is very complex. So I think we need to understand sexuality in women much better, phenotypically, genotypically, endocrinologically, sham control randomized control trials, and sadly we only have a 30% placebo rate. But my saying is, if 30% of your patients are necessarily recommended, right? So I know people want to talk about vaginal laxity, atrophy, itching, pain, sexual sensations that I would like to leave here. Number one is we have to be very empathetic to women who basically go through an event in their life called menopause, which I think is very unfair because they still have about 30 years of life postmenopausally, which needs to be looked after by society because they have looked after us. They have given birth, they have sustained our life, they have carried us through our young age. Now it is our duty to be empathetic and caring to these women when they start suffering from some of the symptoms. You can see as I'm getting older, I'm actually getting younger. And this is why I want to say, how do you change this whole situation? And I know people have been talking about telomeres and also talking about what affects the telomeres. But look, I think the most important one is high glucose. I still cannot tell you how important it is for you to understand the bad effects of high glucose. Look, everybody has stress in life. You can't suddenly all become, sadly, Rishi Munis and just, be happy ever after. But I think what you can do, according to Dr. Mohit Gupta, is you can control it, you can understand it. But for me, I think the simple message is, I think the magic tablet in the world is not hormone replacement, but metformin, and I will leave that thought process to you because I am a great believer in the sugar theory of aging. Okay, so as I show you these ever-evolving pictures of me getting younger, I will leave you with a simple message. TRE and CRE. TRE is something called time-restricted eating. Please eat only 8 hours during the day, 16 hours, keep your stomach empty. And the second one is CRE. CRE is calorie restricted eating. Restrict your calories to 800 calories a day, once a week, only once a week. What you're doing here is a process called autophagy. Autophagy is after 14 hours of starvation, your body starts eating itself. What does that mean? It means that when your body starts eating the cells in your own body, it will choose the precancerous cells. It will choose the defective cells. It will choose the aging cells and kill them so that you remain young and vibrant forever. Please, thank you so much for giving me your patient hearing. Please, thank you so much for inviting me to share some of my thoughts with you. I will stop sharing and just say Jai Jagannath and great, nice meeting you people. I hope you have a fantastic conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ajay. We have seen you as an obstetrician. We have seen you as a gynecologist. We have seen you as a urogynecologist. We have seen you as a gynourologist. And now I'm seeing you as an endocrinologist for that. This is the evolution of Ajay Rane. I think compliments for everything in toto for that. Thank you very much for the spellbound oration, and the hall is really thrilled with your oration for that. My chairperson, Professor S.N. Das, comments please.
Professor Sir, thank you very, very much for a new type of oration. Many things were unknown to us, and now we are literally taught by you about the pelvis, aging of pelvis and pelvic floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Anita, the president of IMS.
Yes, Ajay sir, it was an excellent oration. We enjoyed a lot and something new, something unique. Thanks a lot for sparing your valuable time.
Thank you very much. I hope that I can, sir.
Well, this is a small token of love and affection from the East Zone Conference of Indian Menopause Society to the great Sir, Professor Sir Ajay Rane.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you.
Sorry. I cannot give online for that, but this is really a thing handloom from Orissa. I'm presenting this.
Thank you. I know it is from your heart.
And
that is the most important one, Harabai. That is the most important. PC sir.
This Lord loves you, and therefore
Thank you.
He wants to come and present to you Lord Jagannath himself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will pick this up from you in January in AICOG.
Yeah, we will carry that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Waiting for another lecture soon, very soon.
Now we'll move forward. We have a past president session that is felicitating the legions and revisiting inspiring memories.
For which I would like to call upon stage Dr. Haraprasad Patnaik sir and Dr. Vagyalakshmi Naik madam. Sir and madam, please.
I request the chairperson, Dr. Haraprasad Patnaik, to give this small memento to the teacher of teachers, Professor S.N. Das. Thank you.
All of them have received earlier.
So I think please share the screen. So I invite, this is really a proud privilege for EZIMSCON East Zone to felicitate all the past presidents of Menopause, Indian Menopause Society. So kindly request on stage. Yeah, I can. Can we have the PPT, please? So I think before that happens, I can invite Dr. Atul Munshi, sir, to come on stage. Dr. Meeta Singh, madam, are you there?
Yes, she's there.
Dr. Maninder Ahuja, madam, Dr. C. Ambuja, madam, kindly come on stage, please.
Sir, these are the four past presidents who are present over here. Dr. Meeta, in fact, Dr. Ratnabali and Dr. Jignesh, they could not make it to them. They are online. And madam, please come. Actually, नहीं किसी को नहीं बुला है नहीं मैं तो host हूँ अभी now I am in a dual role I cannot so
No, you
sir,
can.
we can sir you sit there that's right and what of Dr. Meeta along with this we also invite sir this will be this will be not on this slide Dr. Atul Munshi, Dr. Meeta Singh, Dr. Maninder Ahuja, Dr. C. Ambuja. We are missing Dr. Ratnabali and Dr. Jignesh Shah. They are online. And we invite Dr. Anita Shah. She is going to be past president in
Soon.
Bhopal conference. And please come. Madam, you are madam the chair, the current president. Now president. Soon to be become past president. Madam, please come. On the dais. Where is Dr. Meeta?
Yeah, she is running. Yes, please.
Please.
Welcome, madam.
Madam, come to the stage. We want to felicitate our president and past presidents. Yes, madam. We want to felicitate our past presidents. Ashwal, are you there? Dr. Hepsiba, Dr. Bipasa. Dr. Anita, Vice President. Sorry, Aarti Gupta. Madam Aarti Gupta is the current Vice President. One more chair. Pagdi. Jaldi. Dr. Bipasa is the ex officio. Hepsiba is the joint treasurer. Madam, come this side. One more chair. One more chair. Dr. Aarti.
Sir, I think one, sir is actually one of the past presidents. So I think.
चौकी दिया चौकी दिया
Center. I think all of you can come to the center for a group picture. बस ये बोलना. So I think as we go ahead with the photography, so these are again the pictures of all our past presidents, and we acknowledge their immense work for the Indian Menopause Society, starting from Dr. Atul, Dr. Mita, Dr. Maninder, and we are missing out on Dr. Ratnavali and Dr. Jignesh, and of course Dr. Ambuja is here. So I think just to introduce Dr. Atul, he has been the director at Munshi Group of Hospitals, former professor and HOD at GCS and NHL Medical College, Ahmedabad, has been the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Midlife Health from 24 to 26, president IMS 2010, and these are so many accolades that he has been holding, and is going to be the organizing chairperson, has AICOG 2000. So these are...
Sir, photo chhodiye. I will allow the delegates present over there to identify who is Dr. Atul Munshi. And Dr. Atul Munshi will like to speak to you what he has done as a president of Indian Menopause Society, what he has thought and what he has achieved and what he has in mind. Sir, you have 5 minutes from now. Dr. Atul Munshi. Sir.
When we started in 1995, it was just a menopause was a chapter in a gynec textbook. From there, we have to go for awareness, we have to go for education. We want to, in our colleagues, whatever we say menopause, it doesn't require any treatment. So that was the time. And gradually, we started, in 2005, I was a secretary. Then in 2010, I became president, where Hara was my secretary. Jignesh was co-secretary. They are in there inside. Was joint secretary. And then at that time we had done 3 things. One is zonal conference, because all cannot attend annual conference. So we said we'll go for zonal conference. Second thing was we had a satellite meeting at Ahmedabad. There also we could collect all the things. And third thing is individualized menopause clinic. That was the idea we started at that point. For Journal of Midlife Health, where I'm currently the editor, was initiated by Dr. Ramabai, Dr. Sunila Khandelwal. It was in 2009 they decided, but first thing came in 2010. I want to just like to say, I've given something to Menopause Society, but Menopause Society has given lots so to me. lot many friends, lot many other things, and the recognition what I'm getting today and at other places also. Nationally,
so much. Thank you so
nationally and internationally. Thank you very much.
Dr. Munshi has started the zonal conferences and started so many new things. Sir, how happy you are today?
Absolutely happy. I see that my family is growing like anything.
Thank you, sir.
Newer and newer presidents are coming up.
Yes,
and
sir.
The future is in very good hands. And I'm sure in a time, instead of subspecialty, it will become a super specialty.
Thank you so much, sir. Madam Meeta, will you come to the front with your turban on your head? I think everybody should see you in the front. Dr. Meeta is from Ahmedabad, and Madam, he is from Hyderabad. From Ahmedabad, we are moving to Hyderabad. Problem with you with the pagdi?
Slipping.
Okay.
Yeah, that is
Madam,
slipping off. So excuse me for that.
आपने बहुत कुछ किया है IMS के लिए.
Thank you. I think
थोड़ा बताइए.
IMS has given me a lot.
Yes,
in the sense
madam.
कि I have evolved as a person, not medical. Non-medical also, you evolve as a person when you're with a family. The way the IMS grows is not just medical. Like कल से आज तक जो भी हमने presentations देखा है, it's not hardcore medicine. It is making you grow, evolve in other fields which is untouched in medicine. Like, you know, the 3 talks that you had today. So I think it's all about the holistic approach. So when things apply to you, when something hurts you from inside, then you give the best to wherever you are. And that's what we heard from Dr. Mohit also today. When he went through, he realized how important spiritualism is, how important it is for his patients. And I think each one of us, I think one of my favorite one-liners was, wherever we are, as a clinician, we always try to do the best for the patient. Sometimes how it is interpreted may be very different. Black sheep is always there in all the professions. That's hardly 0.1% perhaps. So I think for the IMS, it has given me much more than what I have given. And I have learned so much from it. Thank you.
And she is married to Dr. Nihal Singh, who is a pediatrician. And she is the proud mother of Dr. Tanveer, who is a hysteroscopic surgeon today. And madam, you remember, I was your vice president during your tenure as president.
Of course, I remember.
I am really very happy.
That is
Thank
how
you,
the
madam,
bounding
for
is
giving
there.
this opportunity
Yes.
to us. Now we will come back to my dear, dear friend, Dr. Maninder Ahuja. Maninder, welcome to the dais. The dais is yours. And tell me what you have done during your presidency, apart from dancing. Maninder is a great dancer, a great...
It's a family where everybody holds hand and works like that. So what made me, IMS made me change my life completely, though I was a different person at that time also, anyway. So the
IMS
first thing
changed
which
you or you changed IMS?
Yeah, so when I went to Pakistan, that was my first talk on prescription of exercise. So lifestyle modifications, I persisted. But along with that, I was very passionate about going digital. So digitalization process was officially started in my presidential year, that we could do the online election process, and then slowly everything digitalization came up. And what are you showing here? Okay. I should be able
Dancing?
to see what he is doing with me.
Yes.
So then I came out with many CDs and DVDs and videos on the prescription of exercise, because one thing I was very much firm about, that the menopause hormone therapy is required. But along with that, if we don't do lifestyle modification, it's going to be zero effect. So you have to do your dietary modification, you have to do sleep, and that is where the international body has come up now. Okay?
Thank you, Dr. Maninder. She was the past president of IMS.
Yeah, but
just before
Foxy
me. Remember, we went together to British Menopause Society for their Silver Jubilee oration. Maninder was there. Where is Dr. P.S. Ahuja?
Yeah,
Is there? Ahuja sir, I do not know how you are able to take care of this lady. And she is making everybody mad, including me. And hats up to you, Ahuja sir. जी ऐसे मैडम को आप पकड़ के रखें इतने सालों से. Hats up to you.
That's again, then I started with the founder member of International Body on the Menopause. That is the South Asian Federation of Menopause Societies. And that has grown up into a big organization now. And I'm
Maninder,
very
Ahuja sir
honored
कुछ
that
बोलेंगे?
President
Sir.
elect of SEFOMS now.
It's only wife? Yes.
बोलिए sir.
Do you think that was not enough? And like to answer Hara's question. It has been a tough time, but it has been a lovely time. Managing her is also an art, which you should, which people should learn from me.
Sir,
I think I should take a class.
Remember that in London Palladium, they were having a felicitation to a couple who are married for 50 years. No fighting, no war, no misunderstanding. Everybody was asking, dear sir, dear madam, how could you make such a successful life? There is a long story. What is that story? We went to Simla for our honeymoon, and I went to Kufre, and there was 2 horses you have to take. And so I was riding one horse, my wife Maninder was riding another horse. Then my horse was okay, but Maninder horse was thoda nutty. He was jumping many times. So he jumped and Maninder fell. So Maninder got down and patted on the back and told, never mind, this is your first time. So again rode the horse, again they went for some time. Then again the horse jumped and Maninder fell again. Maninder again got up, brushed herself and patted on the back, never mind, this is your second time. Then again they went, and after some time the horse again jumped and Maninder fell down. So Maninder opened her purse, brought out a gun and fired at the horse. The horse fell in the ditches. And P.S. Ahuja was astonished, shocked, told, what did you do? What did you do? You called the poor animal? Maninder looked at him very quietly and told, never mind, this is your first time. After that, there was no quarrel among us, absolutely free, everything normal. Thank you, Maninder, for a
One thing
wonderful
about
life.
my relationship with Dr. Hara Patnaik, sometimes we have been following each other in the various organizations. So Foxy was first, I came later on and started the midlife committee. And then we were into other organizations, ISAR, everywhere. So we have been sort of working together, and IMS, so we have been working in hand in glove.
Thank you so much.
But you came as a president after me.
Yes.
Yes.
After you.
So I was the first president.
Ambuja, madam.
Came.
The great academic. Yes, sir.
Hara.
Yes.
The way I take the lessons or I take the hints, you should also keep taking the hints.
Yes.
Ambuja madam is a great academician from Hyderabad. She is the president of Indian Menopause Society for 2021, retired professor and head of institution Abhijayan in Osmania Medical College, Hyderabad, ICMR certified colposcopy trainer, visiting professor to Savita University, Chennai from 29 to 24, faculty National Board of Examination, DNB for year 2001.
I think we can hear from madam.
Madam, please tell me. What have you in your mind?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so happy to stand in front of you as past president and getting felicitated. I was in the government service for 35 years, never cared for menopause, though I was the member of the Menopause Society, but 2 people the credit goes as mentorship. Both of them are very, very juniors to me, very younger than me. One is Dr. Meeta and another is Dr. Hara Patnaik. Because of them only, I could come. The first thing when I entered is in the Surat, where I attended and I got very much influenced, and I started a lot. So that's how we did lot of traveling and awareness programs and all. Being an academician for so long time, and with the help of all the past presidents and all, what I did is we started one FIMS program, that is the fellowship
that's a great
program
thing.
in the Menopause
started
Society.
fellowship course.
Still a lot to be done with the help of others, because as Indian Menopause Society is evolving a lot, and the fellowship thing is not there, so I thought it should give a credential of having the fellowship for that one. That was the thing. And I'm highly indebted to the Indian Menopause Society because it is my second family. And such an extended family, I'll tell you, 6,000 people, nobody will have it in their lifetime. That's what I really owe for it. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity.
Sir, anything you want to say?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I just put it on record. Dr. Behram Ankleshwariya was the person who inducted me in this menopause.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And Dr. P.C. Mahapatra was there, who pushed me in the Foxy.
Yes, we remember Dr. Behram Ankleshwariya here. Great person. Yes.
Yes. SAFOG also. SAFOGs, everything. He is a visionary. Unfortunately, we lost it very early.
Thank you,
It's
sir.
a personal loss to me.
We also feel- I will like to call upon Dr. Anita Shah, the current president of IMS. Dr. Anita is on your right side, sir. Dr. Anita, आप क्या किए हैं और आपका ख्वाहिश कितना पूरी हुई है? 5 मिनट.
नहीं. All my past presidents have done a lot of work, and I am just following the footprints of them. When in 1995 Indian Menopause Society was started, it was a very small association, and today we are having 53 societies and more than 6,300 members. It has become an extended family. I started my Surat chapter in 2004 due to the inspiration of my beloved teacher, Dr. Devendra Ben Shah, and since then I learnt a lot. I just remember that I attended the first GCM meeting in 2005 at Hyderabad, which was arranged by Mita. And after that, in 2009, I just I had organized the National Conference of Indian Menopause Society. I do remember at that time, I was not able to do the email properly. And that conference made me to learn email properly. So that was the first beginning and learning from me. Then after that, I became the chairperson of Club 35 Plus committee. In 2020, I was secretary of Dr. Jignesh Shah, who was president, and he had given me the free hand to do everything, and we together enjoyed a lot. Of course, it was a corona era, but then also we digitalized, we started webinars, and in the morning we used to be in Surat, in the afternoon we used to be in Delhi, at evening we used to be at Jammu, and night we used to be in the Bangalore, like that. So we enjoyed lot of webinars, and all together. In Corona also we were not feeling that we are just sitting idly. We learnt a lot, enjoyed a lot also. After that, I became vice president of Indian Menopause Society, and currently being a president of Indian Menopause Society, I am just following. We are doing every Tuesday presidential webinars. On Sunday morning, we are doing wellness webinars, and we make healthy and happy to each and everyone. And I am sure that even after completion of my year also, I would remain attached to that till I leave. One more thing I have learned, and we are enjoying that at every zonal conference, we both going together. We are always doing a couple dance most of the times, and we are arranging some trips also around the nearby area. When at Bangalore we had at the conference, we just enjoyed Ooty with Atul Munshi sir, Dilip Gadvi and Dr. Jignesh Bhai. Then after that, when Wayanad, we also enjoyed Wayanad when we had conference at Calicut. So in that way, we are planning, and we love IMS family. इतना ही बोलूँगी मैं, जीना यहाँ, मरना यहाँ, IMS के सिवा जाना कहाँ.
Sir, Dr. Jayant sir, I remember, sir, the first gentleman is present over here. Dr. Jayant, come to the front. मैंने उनको पूछा कि आप लोग का जिंदगी कैसे कट रही है. He told that we have divided our work. मैंने बोला divide मतलब? तो बोला कि छोटे छोटे काम अनीता कर लेती है, बड़े बड़े काम मैं कर लेता हूँ.
नहीं, I just forgot to tell.
एक मिनट, छोटे छोटे काम क्या है? जैसे हमारा नई गाड़ी कब आएगा, घर का कलर होगा कि नहीं, आज खाना क्या पकाना है, और ये नौकर को बदलना है कि नहीं, हम कभी टूर पे जाएंगे, कभी घूमने जाएंगे, ये सब अनीता करती है. तो मैंने बोला आप क्या करते हैं? may actually why America is fighting with Russia and how this should be solved, that I am looking into it. How Israel is attacking
He looks
the
after global problems.
I am looking at these things. Petrol price hike ho raha hai, how to solve it. So Jayant sir, kya chal raha hai?
1 minute. Before he speak, I just want to
Tell
say,
me.
You are right, but I am writing check, I am signing the check, I am keeping my pass.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I am
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
We enjoyed lastly APMF conference at Malaysia, and Atul, we were 22 people. Maninder was there, Atul sir was there, Dilip bhai was there, Bipasha was there, Hepsiba was there, Jyoti was there. So we enjoyed a lot. And one thing, while going to the airport, he had a very big injury on the foot, but she didn't tell me until the whole trip. She didn't utter a single word, and she didn't make my trip bad.
Thank you. One word from Vice President Dr. Aarti Gupta. One word, only one word.
Thank you, IMS. I always need your support. Thank you.
Before IMS, I was not knowing what is menopause. Now IMS has made us understand and to so many. Thank you so much, IMS.
Dr. Hepsiba Kirubamuni, the Joint Treasurer.
I owe everything to IMS. It's something like a family. I got inspiration from Dr. Meeta, Jyoti, and Dr. Ambuja Madam and Bhara, Dr. Mahendra encouraged me in each and every step. Thank you so much for everything.
And lastly, Dr. Vipasa, the Ex-Officio Secretary.
I think I take this opportunity to.
I am with IMS since 2003, 22 years down the line, holding several posts and all. And my beginning was the IMSCON at Kolkata in 2003. And then I was only anchor, calling all the dignitaries on the dais like this. And throughout so many years, I have traveled, I have made friends from each corner of the country. And I think all 6,500 members are my friends. And not only in India, I have made friends abroad from Bangladesh, from Pakistan, from Canada also.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Bipasha. So I think I take this opportunity to invite PC Mahapatra sir for the last word and the last...
Thing was there. So there are a lot of things to be told, but time is not there to permit me. When you have your session in Bhopal, I will be like to speak to you. Sir, please felicitate Dr. Meeta. Munshi sir, this is a token of love and blessings from Lord Jagannath. Dr. Ambuja, madam, Lord Jagannath bless you. IMS this year, Dr. Jyoti Jaishwal, Treasurer of Indian Menopause Society this year. And one photograph. And finally, Madam Dr. Hespia Kuribamani, the Joint Treasurer.
I think last and not the least, I think we have to felicitate Dr. Harasar, who has been one of the past president also, though he is the host today. So I think thank you very, very much all the presidents and office bearers of IMS for having...
Please join us. She is the past president of Indian Menopause Society in the year 2037, because she has predicted her year as IMS president in 2036. And this is for you, Bhagyalakshmi. Past president 2037. Anyway, photograph.
Yes. So I think I request the chairpersons to be on the stage, please. Dr. Dilip Sadangi, sir, can we have the CV? Sir.
Okay.
आमे तीन जन जाक मिसी कहूँ सार इंट्रोड्यूस पूर्ण सर आमे तीन जन जाक मिसी कहूँ आप कौन इंट्रोड्यूस करूँ सो प्लीज अंबुजा
Sir, namaskar. I am proud that being your student, I am here sitting as a chairperson. I am proud to Almighty that He has given your name as Purna. In Upanishad, there is a mantra, sir. Purnamadaha Purnamidang Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishyate. The word Purna is uttered in 7 times. The universe, God is Purna. The human being who is Purna achieves 7 qualities. As a good teacher, professional, politician, social worker, health person, health, body and mind. So all the quality you have, that is the reason you are standing here as a complete man before us. So I congratulate you. Now I will request to start your speech, sir. Thank you.
Revered chairpersons, all my students who have become my teachers now. Once upon a time they were my students, now they have become teachers of mine. The honorable presidents, past presidents of this vibrant organization, Indian Menopause Society, the office bearers, and their supportive spouse present over here, the honorable delegates of this beautiful conference, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it's my fortune, bhagya, and my misfortune, hara, for which I am here. Mora bhagya, na durbhagya, I am telling about this keynote address for that. Because initially I was not prepared. I told them, as a scientific chair, insisted Bhagya and a chairperson, Hara Patnaik, that I have come here to listen. And that's why over sleepless nights yesterday from Pune and whole night in the airport, I have to come here in the morning and reached here to be associated with you, to listen something, not to speak something for that. But it's unfortunate that I have to again speak here in this forum. This is because of your love and affection to me for long, long decades which you have given to me since my inception as a gynecologist for that. Well, I bring greetings from the place of Lord Jagannath. And when he talked about the topics, Bhagya decided to give me a topic regarding total extinction of male species from the world. And whole world will be there with only menopausal females, nothing else for that. I was surprised. I was telling that yes, it's practically impossible and very difficult to speak on my part for that. I don't have an audacity and a vision to project about this particular future for that. And that's why I thought I'll give something, a socialistic approach towards the geriatric females or a menopausal women, because 2 days you are covering all technical aspects, day in and day out, from the morning till evening you are discussing. I will have some other aspects for that, and therefore I thought I will say this topic, creating controversy, is a step ahead of solving controversy. That's why don't think that I'm a purely non-controversial person, but I think it will give a food for thought for everybody in the present day, changing society and the changing family. What is the situation, real life situation for that? And that's why I say that grandmas and grandpas, whether they're the assets or liabilities, for many people they're assets, but for some people they're still a liabilities, which I see very often for that. In the present changing circumstances for that, they are the liabilities for that also. Aging is a natural process. Old age is an incurable disease, Seneca told long back. And Sir James Stanley Ross too, that you don't heal old age, you promote it, you protect it, and you extend it. And lot of discussion has been there regarding this. But the question, yet we are not able to confirm the right definition of old age, when old age begins for that. If you find in the history, in the pre-biblical literature, starting from Adam and Eve, what is the longevity, and what was there after that, and sequentially up till the present stage. And there are a lot of controversies, starting from the McFadden criteria of old age, to the various WHO criteria, to the different global differences about the age. Till date, it is not a uniformity, what is an old age for that. But this is certain, that life begins at 40, and female's life begins at 60. Because the first half of the life is spent in bearing and rearing. The next half will be really a gearing of the life, and that is the present situation for that. And everybody should be motivated, and lots of talk about the motivational thing, the purpose of life and other thing. You have already been known by Mohit Gupta and other people for that. And this is what the beginning of life occurs after bearing and rearing for that. We know there is a difference between biological age versus chronological age, physical senescence versus mental senescence. It's very difficult on my part to speak out every details of that, and particularly in this session, a pre-lunch session for that. And therefore, I will just skip it for everything for that. This is a wrinkle skill when apart and post-menopausal women and living alone, lonely, even with the family also. She is pushed to one side and only performs like an animal does, takes food and the routine activities, but doesn't contribute anything to the family or to the society for that. But remember that years wrinkle the skin, but worry, doubt, fear, anxiety, self-destruct wrinkle the soul, which also I fully agree with Mohit, which covered on this particular topic today in the morning. Now, in the Hindu philosophy, we know that Pancha Mahajagya, we are used to do it, and part for that. Few years before, I had gone to Japan, Tokyo, and we were in one of the island, Miyajima Island. There was a fantastic history of Miyajima Island, what they say. Long years before, there was a culture of Japanese culture that as soon as the parents attain the age of 60 years, even if they are well and hearty, they call all the sons and daughters. They took both the parents and leave it in the Miyajima Island, where they will be dying out of starvation or the animals will kill them for that. This was the history of Japan. And there is a complete transformation. Now you see, the most respected persons are the elderly. The government spends 12% of the budgets for the elderly, for the social help group for that. And individual keep the hairs and tooth of their parents in the locker in the temples for that. They pay in the, we have seen in the temples there are lockers where they used to give a charge for that. Such a transformation, and this is a bright example of Pitru Yajna for that, which our Hindu philosophy, time immemorial, is a mapjam for that. Although there is some changing situation nowadays for that. We know very well that how this has changed for that. And I'm one of the witnesses, because I have one social organization called Shakha, where I have 35 destitutes staying in between Cuttack and Bhubaneswar. We take care of them since 1995, we had that. And out of that, 4 elderly couple and in a higher middle class group are being tortured by the sons and daughter-in-laws and been displaced from the house, and they are staying in our place for that. This is a changing situation in society. Where is Pitru Yajna? But this is not uniform. There are still people who regard the parents as a primary thing for that. So grandpas and grandmas, the changing scenario, the altered demography, as the life expectancy increases, I think the number is very well improved for that. And increased life expectancy, I always add to it. We should not be proud that as a healthcare provider, we have been contributing to the life expectancy. But I say that along with the life expectancy, the health expectancy should be there for that. Till the last breath, the physical and mental faculties should be all right, and that is our duty to see for that. And if you compare the males and females, recorded scientifically proved, and studies show that older women are more likely to be widowed than men. Grandmas exceed the grandpas for that. And you see the last month, the whole city, town of Puri and the Jagannath temple are filled with the widowed persons, and the Kartik month has been a celebrity for them who lost their husband for that. And this is really a change in the Hindu mythology or Hindu philosophy for that. The changed family structure, decreasing joint family status nowadays is not there, increasing vertical lines and diminishing horizontal lines, and of course, the impact of one-child norm. Earlier we were telling that head of the family is there. Now the head of the family has become a tail of the family now. Topophilia, love for persons, love for the place, love for the nature is out of vogue nowadays. Self-esteem, there is no that. Dependency versus disability is another factor for that. So the changing scenario is converted into intimacy at a distance, and with the mobile, with the video talk, with the video camera, a person regularly talks with the kids, with the other persons for that. I remember Swami Vivekananda told, there are two English words, connect and connection. You can connect with the gadgets nowadays, connect with everybody for that, but the connection is not there. Here the connection is there for that. The intimacy is there when there is a connection for that. The emotional bondage is there when there is a connection for that. The loss of connection, but the loss of connect with the age of mobile technology has become very easy for that. And another syndrome, I'm very fond of this. Pika syndrome is now growing up in country like India. Pika means parents in India, children abroad. And therefore, who is responsible? Is responsible. The parents are also responsible. The children are also responsible for that also. And nowadays, this Pika syndrome is gradually increasing. Some people are proud of telling that their sons and daughters are in America or England, but inside, feeling is that they're crying silently inside for that. Elderly abuse and neglect, generation gap and intergeneration difference is there for that. But during the couple of years we see, there is a generation gap all throughout from time immemorial. But the generation gap has become too acute and very, very immediate, and a long generation gap is there immediately with one generation to other. And that's why the previous generation, we are not many old age homes at the tip of the iceberg. There are many cases of wealthy destitutes. I have a destitute home, but now they have dollars, but they are wealthy destitute in the home, they are destitute for that. Who is to take care of them? And the social support system should be there for that. A domestic support, a health system, and entertainment. These three are necessary for this. And more problem occurs is a lone husband or a lone wife for that. I think there are a lot of topics has to be discovered. I think yesterday there are topics and today also this there. But there is a need of a social support system who will take care of that till the last breath for that. Again, this is a very important classification which I will just tell you over evolving years. I divide the grandmas into three types. Traditional grandmas, enlightened grandmas, empowered grandmas. And close your eyes and identify yourself which type of grandma you are, whether traditional or enlightened and empowered for that. There are benefits and risks of either of these three. What is a traditional grandmas? They embrace the major values and roles of previous generations, not employed outside home, not very educated, place family at the center of their lives. Their life is their family. Support traditional religious training, want to give their grandchildren stability and security of traditional value, traditional family, the value system, the culture and the personality development for that. We cannot ignore that. And gradually, the percentage of traditional grandmas are gradually decreasing as we favor for women empowerment, financial improvement and other activities. No more the traditional grandmas are there seen. Very rarely we see in the rural setup for that. What is an enlightened grandmas? They breeze older and modern roles for women, maintain family first values and primary roles as wives and mother, but encourage the grandchildren to explore newer opportunities. They want their growth of the grandchildren for that. Encourage granddaughters to pursue higher education and plan for career for that. I think it's good that this proportion of enlightened grandmas also contribute both ways, the bridge between the traditional as well as the other third group of that. And therefore, this is also gradually a figure for that. I don't have a statistics to say how far it is that. And lastly, the empowered grandmas. Till they are there are very few. They keep the keys with them. They don't want to give keys to their sons and daughters, but to speak of the grandchildren for that. Redefines women's place in the world and enjoy social and economic power till end. They are self-centered and they want everything, money, power and prestige, everything limited to one person. And this is really, it's not a head of a family, it's a personal identity crisis. Enjoy social and economic power till end, have less time but more resources. Use power to create new opportunities and expand image of the grandma. They are more aggressive for that. They are educated, they are more literate, and they are more knowledgeable, but more aggressive for that. So you analyze which type of grandmas you fit into it. All my past presidents of this IMS should realize this and level it that I am such type, I belong to this group of grandmas for that. The new grandmother is different. The baby boom generation is about to transform into largest elderly population in human history, changing how everyone lives, large and small. No business, family or home will book tomorrow as it does today. The new grandmother is redefining herself and how people think of grandmothers, how they listen to grandmother, and how grandmothers connect to their grandchildren for that. But even if you have a lot of Pika syndrome, these your sons and daughters want you once or twice in your lifetime to go there as soon as the pregnancy is positive, in the whole of the antenatal career, and more so in rearing, helping rearing of the children for that. And for months together they stay there. Once their job is over, they're discarded. And once after 3 months to 6 months the baby is old, they are again gone back to their own place for that. This is the usual situation which is there for that, and the role of grandmother and grandparenting. So what are the goodness of these grandpas and grandmas? Varying life experiences, added intelligence, skills and talent to give the grandchildren a precious time they can give it. Parents do not have a time for the children. They have a precious time they should give it. The real love they should give it for that. A real love. And this love, there are 3 types of love. Love, pure love, and unconditioned love. Love of the husband, love of the father is a love only. Pure love is love to the God, is pure love. But unconditional love is only the mother and grandmas for that. And this is without any condition they love their children and grandchildren for that. Stability, they give a valuable gifts like stability, wisdom, care, guidance, playfulness, validation, sympathetic ear to hear, listen, monitoring, and last but not the least, spiritual guidance for that. And along with the personal development, along with the education, spiritual guidance is absolutely necessary to be a man rather than a great man for that. So when the career-saving generation today has little time to devote to their children, the safety of the children can be best assured by dadas and nanas for that. And this is really, reality, the situation for the grandparenting. And this is where the grandchildren are brought up by the grandparents rather than by their own parents for that. This is a new information which I'm providing this. So second inning start, as I already told, that life begins. Second inning start when their children may have grown up, but they can again parent their grandchildren. They also feel proud. They also feel really pleasant to have it for that. Last week, I delivered a twin. And this twin, on the second, third day, post-op day, when I went there, I find 2 grandmas sitting. One is mother and one is a mother-in-law. Both are there. I told, give one to both of them. Relax, enjoy life both, and then they will return back after 3 years, they will return back when there is no need for that. And they will also enjoy. And the grandchildren affection with the grandparents, and vice versa is really something which cannot be expressed. And this is the situation, you know, in all schools, starting from the nursery, and who is the person goes there? The parents doesn't have time to go. The grandparents accompany that, and they get a pleasure out of leaving the grandchildren to the school and bringing there, because they have a sufficient timing for that. Now, on the other side, is it a fact that the grandmas and grandpas, old people as demanding, old people as self-centered, old people as rigid and opinionated, old people as an authoritarian, old people as a childish and immature, old people as a nagging and criticizing, old people as a dunting, old people as a jealous and impatient thing for that. That varies, individual variation there, but this is really the fact that all grandpas and grandmas do have, maybe because of the generation difference, maybe because of the age and the socio-demographic changes, alterations, this has become manifested for that. So in today's conditions, if grandparents' feelings are hot, they have to amend themselves. They have to amend themselves rather than instruct other people to carry out that. A blessing or a curse, you decide for that. Adi Sankaracharya told, this is the truth. As long as you are able to earn, so long will your king folks will be attached to you. When your body has become infirm, no one will speak to you, even in your own home also. This is the truth. So grandmas and grandpas, resist this feeling for that. And therefore, this is a very important social, financial implications for that in the family for that. Adi Sankaracharya view. Everyone desires to live long, and no one likes to die. But yet, you have no control on the length of the life, but certainly have a control on the breadth and width of the life, which all the talks, motivational talks, important for them. They cannot prolong the lifespan. Even if the telomere length can be increased, you don't have a control over it. Even by any yoga, you cannot have this. I can blindly tell that, and I can debate with them also for that. And therefore, the breadth and width of life should be there. And life has a purpose, I fully imagine. You have to sacrifice, you have to give before your last breath, give others life for that. And a quality living is important for that. National Grandparents' Day by Marian McCord. In 1978 it started, the first Sunday after Labor Day for that. Now, every 365 days is over. I don't remember each day. Today must be a very significant day, which is only known to one person, my student and my favorite, Dr. Durga Shankar Das. He knows every day and sends it. This is this day, that day. I learn from that, by that, I'm urging for that. So every day. But this is to quote that national grandparent, that you celebrate your birth anniversary of your parents and grandparents. Don't tell the age while telling that it's the 60th birth anniversary of my mother for that. You tell that she is not 60. You always regarding the mental age for that. Jotted is the stage of anecdote. However, the days of elderly telling stories to the youngsters from mythology, epics, and also those with the flower of values and traditions seem to have been lost. Traditions indeed are bearers of. When my old village home has been remodeled, the first thing he carried a picture of family tree for that. A tree with a family tree for that, starting with the 3 generations and how are the branches and all that and all that. And every name has to be given with the photographs for that also, digitally made it for that. First should watch and understand the living conditions and the physical and emotional. First should watch and understand the living conditions and the physical and emotional needs of the elderly for that. After all, old age is the inevitable. Future of everyone is on our youth for that. So grandma.
Request Dr. Nita and Dr. Gadavi sir, please come on stage to felicitate our chairpersons. for everyone to know, I think because we are running a little late, so there will be no official lunch break. You can carry your lunch into the hall. So after this very exciting session, we will be having our, immediately we'll go for the panel now.
Madam, please go for a quick lunch. And we have a break up 10 minutes. You also can carry your lunch inside and eat. Please, we start exactly at 2:15. Dr. Hepsiba and Dr. Ujjwala. है ना सर लंच 15 मिनट ब्रेक ओनली मुंशी साहब आप एक्सपर्ट हो तो आज जाइए जो भी है कौन है फरीद उद्दौला केदार एंड हेप्सिबा केरुबामणि आ जाओ इधर आ जाइए जल्दी आपका प्रेजेंटेशन लोड करिए 15 मिनट ब्रेक है 15 मिनट
First floor is the faculty lunch.
एंड कैसे यहाँ खा लीजिए किसको बुलाते हैं किसको बुलाए अब विनीत कहाँ है ऑडमैन कैसे आउट है मैं चलो
फोटोग्राफर is there. Sir, it and only Dr. Jamuna is left.
Thank you. अच्छा, who are the panelists? Bhagya?
So I think Dr. Hepsiba and yeah, I'm calling, yes.
Panelists are Arati Vanjari, Vaishali Changole, Abhishek Kujur, निर्मला पिपरा मौसुमी आचार्य मधुस्मिता प्रधान ममता नायक अतुल मुंशी प्रतिमा मिश्रा ज्योति जायसवाल ठीक है तो मैडम बुलाइए आपका पैनलिस्ट को पहले खाना खिला दीजिए बैठा दीजिए सिंधु मैडम को गले मैडम सिंधु मैडम रखो मैडम को
After a wonderful lunch session, moving on to our next session, we have panel discussion on bone health. We have our moderator. I would like to welcome on stage Dr. Hepzibah Kiruba Mani and Dr. Uzzala Kedari as the moderator. Next on, we have experts Dr. Atul Munshi sir, Dr. Pratima Mishra ma'am, and Dr. Jyoti Jaiswal ma'am. Please welcome on stage. For the panel discussion, we have on stage Dr. Aarti Vanjari, Dr. Vaishali Changoli, Dr. Abhishek Kujur, Dr. Nirmala Pipara, Dr. Mausami Acharya, Dr. Madhusmita Pradhan, Dr. Mamata Naik.
Another mic is not there. I want a hand mic also.
What about our PPT, ma? Ask them to put that first slide in. Ask them.
Is it working? Hello. Excuse me. Is it working? Give me a proper mic, please.
Ask them to.
Hello. Hello.
Where is our PPT? No, ask them to say so that I have to operate from here.
You can operate from here.
Where is that? It is not ours.
The bone joint one.
I told him. It is in that desktop. Let them put that thing. Can I have one seat that side? Because we will be seated for Can we start? Can we start? Can we start now?
And announce.
Do you want a mic? Mic दूँ? ऐसे कौन सुनेगा आपको? Hello? Come here. Someone has not come.
We can start now.
चलो.
We are beginning our post-lunch session with the panel discussion on bone health. Please be seated in the main conference area.
Yeah, start. Yeah.
Who will do introduction of panelists?
Yeah, I will. Yeah. Start now.
Self-introduction.
We are the moderator for this session. You introduce yourself. I'll put your CV. No, I'll put your CV. Come. This thing. No. I'll stand here. Yeah. Yeah. I will tell. Good afternoon, everyone. We will be discussing about bone health, and I'm a moderator. I'm Dr. Hepzibah. My co-moderator is Dr. Ujjwala from Nagpur. She has held a lot of posts in all the societies, and she's very famous for her mood coat. And over to Dr. Ujjwala. And we have a panelist, and we have an expert, Dr. Jyoti Chaiwala. She's a treasurer IMS. And Sir, Dr. Arun Mushrif, he's a past president. And I'll request Dr. Ujjwala to say some few introductory remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's our great pleasure to start and welcome you all to this panel discussion, which is very timely and important, on bone health, a subject that impacts millions, yet their health is often taken for granted. Bones form the very framework, but we take it very lightly unless until a fall or a fracture makes us pause and reflect. Today's panel discussion is on bone health, and as you all know, osteoporosis is a silent thief which makes the bone, which weakens the bone gradually without symptom, and it reflects on its own after a significant damage is done. Today's panel discussion will shed light on prevention, early detection, and management of osteoporosis. The session promises to be both informative as well as empowering, because it is designed to offer practical insights and medical updates. Let's open the mind and take the steps towards strong bone and healthier future. So ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the bony journey through this panel discussion.
Yeah, we have a panelist, Aarti, Dr. Vaishali, Dr. Abhishek, Dr. Nirbala, Dr. Maushimi, Madhumita, and Mamta Naik. So, you all know the Indian women attain menopause earlier, and we have an increasing longevity and genetic predisposition, nutritional deficiency, and it has got a pathogenesis of osteoporosis. So the burden of morbidity from osteoporosis has significant medical, social, and financial implication. 20% of women with hip fracture die within a year. So when we look at it, the mortality at 50 years, it is more than the breast cancer. 50% of them have fracture in any form, so it becomes a really public burden. And when we look at the facts, 2 million bone breaks a year. It is too much. Only 2 in 10 patients with osteoporosis get a follow-up test or a treatment for osteoporosis. Fracture may have serious consequence, 10 to 20% additional mortality, 20% of hip fracture require long-term nursing care, and 40% that post-fracture level, they lose independence. And there's a lot of difference, we all know, between the men and women. Our bone mass decreases very fast. So you know that the estrogen has got a wonderful thing to play for bone health. The physiological effect inhibits resorption, estrogen suppresses production of RANK-L, increases osteoporosis, prevents resorption. It has got both the functions. And deficiency, as you all know, increases the bone resorption, contributes to reduced bone density, changes in bone architecture. As we grow old, the Indian women, they lose peak bone mass sufficiently 1 to 1.5 per year, especially during first 5 postmenopausal years. And see, the hip fracture is nothing but the effect of long journey with decreasing bone strength and further fueled by menopause change. So we end up in hip fracture. So the postmenopausal osteoporosis is the balance between increased bone resorption and less bone formation. So that results in postmenopausal osteoporosis. We'll move on to the case-based discussion. Over to Ujala.
So, my first question goes to Dr. Aarti Vanjari. What is osteopenia and what is osteoporosis? Is there any difference between two?
Actually, osteoporosis and osteopenia, it depends upon the T-score, which we calculate on the DEXA scan. So when the T-score is more than 2.5, it is osteoporosis. And if it is -1 to -2.5, we call it osteopenia. So osteopenia is the starting of osteoporosis.
The next question is, what is the difference between osteomalacia and osteoporosis? Dr. Vaishali Changole.
Osteomalacia is a disease of the bone where there is decreased mineralization of the bone in the absence of low levels of vitamin D. Hence, the calcium absorption is also low and the mineralization of the bone is affected. And in many patients of osteomalacia, they are symptomatic, while the patients of osteoporosis, it's a silent disease. They don't have much symptoms. Backache, body ache, bony pain, muscle pain, they are all the symptoms of osteomalacia, and many a times it is also associated with the fractures of the bone also.
Yeah, both is involving the bone and fracture. Osteomalacia is symptomatic. Here it is
yes,
a silent
and osteoporosis is asymptomatic.
Next question, what is the pathogenesis of postmenopausal osteoporosis? Dr. Abhishek Kuju.
Ma'am has already been told that estrogen keeps a balance between the resorption and the bone formation. It keeps a balance between osteoblasts and osteoclasts. So as the estrogen declines, the osteoclastic activity increases. Along with that, on top of that, there is bone age-related bone loss is also going on. Meanwhile, also the Indian women who don't acquire the adulthood, the peak bone mass is less than as compared to nutritious ladies. Along with on top of that, if high risk factors like if they have rheumatoid arthritis or they are on drugs like glucocorticoids or thyroid disease, thyroid hormones or heparinoids, on top of that, decreased calcium intake, decreased vitamin D supplementation, they all lead to decreased bone mass density and make them more porous and more prone for fracture, that is osteoporosis. This is the method.
In addition, when they take certain drugs, they can make drowsy.
Yes, ma'am.
And all that. Eyesight also is there.
Yes, ma'am.
So all contributing to
all
the
contribute
fracture.
to osteoporosis.
What are the probable reasons for the high prevalence of PMO, postmenopausal osteoporosis in Indian women? The question goes to expert Dr. Jyoti. Yes.
See, Jwala, the Indian Menopause Society has done a lot of work, and we came to know with the studies coming up that in Indian women, the postmenopausal age is much lower in comparison to the Western world. And we always compare our data with the Western countries. So he has very rightly brought it out that how is the pathogenesis of osteoporosis there, and menopause has an important role. So if the peak bone mass is not attained, if the menopause has occurred early, if the nutritional supplementation support is not maintained in the childhood, adulthood, childbearing age, postmenopausal, all the time, if it is not maintained, then the chances of osteoporosis will be high. So it is one of the important aspect that nutritional deficiencies are still prevalent in India, and the early postmenopausal age is one of the add-on factors. And especially in the postmenopausal age group, the women, they do not take care of their good intake of calcium, vitamin D. Nowadays, the vitamin D exposure is also less because of the living more inside the house or keeping yourself more in the AC and inside. That means we do not have the high intensity rays of the sunlight. It's not the morning or evening rays which works. So these factors add on.
So we have seen that Indian women are very prone. Number one, there is genetic predisposition, lifestyle, as you have heard that Dr. Rane's, you have heard Dr. Rane's lecture where we were seeing ladies very muscular, going to gym. The awareness is not good in our Indian scenario, and they are deficient from the adolescent age group as well, and early age of menopause. So the next question.
Yeah, we'll move on to the next scenario. 46-year college lecturer, 1 year menopause, no comorbid condition, attended some awareness program on health, wants to know non-pharmacological treatment that could help prevent osteoporosis. What lifestyle changes you recommend?
Lifestyle changes, first we will recommend balanced diet, which will be rich in calcium and vitamin D. We already know food rich in calcium, that is dairy products, nuts, almonds. And today in this era, we can also use fortified foods which are rich in calcium and vitamin D. Then as you said, sun exposure is very important for vitamin D. And then the patient should curtail caffeine use, smoking and alcohol, and aerated beverages. And next, coming to the exercise, then 30 minutes of moderate physical exercise is very important, at least 3 times in a week. And weight-bearing exercises which are against the gravity, that is brisk walking, jogging, running, and yoga also is very good. Then strength training, that is weightlifting, and strength training is very important to strengthen the muscles. And again, now new exercises such as the Tai Chi, not new, but they are trending now. Tai Chi exercises, and Pilates. We should take care that high intensity exercises such as jumping should be avoided. Then third is fall prevention is very important in these patients. So take care to install bars in the bathroom and on the stairs.
And
then anti-slip mats, they should use. Proper lighting should be there in the house. And the patient should have regular visual checkups. Thank you.
I just want to add one thing. Whenever you do weight-bearing exercises, it stretches the muscles. And whenever...
Come here.
Start it. Here I want to add one thing. Whenever you do strength exercises, weight-bearing exercises, it stretches the muscles. And whenever the muscles get stretched by, it stimulates the osteoblast activity. That is bone formation occurs. So one should start doing, even if one is not doing, should start doing right now. There is no age bar. At any age, one can start doing exercises. That's very important.
Another thing is to keep the bone healthy, we need to have adequate amount of calcium, adequate amount of vitamin D also. Because she doesn't have a comorbid condition, in a perimenopause age, she has come to you for consultation. So what are the doses of calcium, vitamin D, why calcium citrate is preferred?
The doses of calcium in peri and postmenopausal age group is approximately 1000 to 1500 milligram of calcium per day, and vitamin D approximately 1000 international units per day. And calcium citrate is the salt of calcium which is preferred salt because it's having good absorption as compared to other salts like carbonate. And also the side effects like the risk of renal calculi is less in calcium citrate taking patients as compared to the other salts.
Thank you. For good bone health, do we need other micronutrients? If so, what are they?
Along with calcium, we need phosphorus, vitamin K, magnesium, then vitamin B3, B9, and many others to support for the proper metabolism of the calcium which we are taking inside. And to get the vitamin D from sun exposure, what is the ideal time? This is the next question probably. These all minerals and vitamins are essential for the proper metabolism of the calcium.
To get vitamin D from sun exposure, what is the ideal time to expose? Dr. Maushmi Acharya.
The ideal time is early morning, at least 15 to 20 minutes, at least 3 to 4 times in a week, and early morning and late afternoon.
Okay. And 20 to 30% of the body surface should be exposed.
Yes.
You should not put sunscreen before going to
body
sun.
surface should be exposed, otherwise it will not affect.
Will you recommend checking vitamin D levels in middle-aged women?
Actually, vitamin D deficiency prevalence is very high in Indian setup, not only in the postmenopausal women, but also in the children, adolescents, and premenopausal women also. So it is often told as a nutritional pandemic in India. So vitamin D deficiency, particularly due to low dietary intake and our indoor lifestyle, so that the sun exposure is less. That is why deficiency is widespread. And because of this widespread deficiency in vitamin D, usually we do not need to do the all the middle-aged women should not be screened, but we can give them a supplementation of vitamin D in a low dose, that is 800 to 1000 international unit that can be given. But however, the test can be done in women who are symptomatic, like particularly if there is a proximal muscle weakness, that is they have a difficulty in getting up from the low chair,
difficulty in taking the stairs, and that in the squatting positions, or if they have a bone pain, in those cases we can do the vitamin D testing, but routinely not needed for all the women.
Yeah, that's a good message. Instead of testing, we have to supplement.
Yes.
Will you give injectable vitamin D?
Injectable vitamin D is not the preferred one for the maintenance therapy because it is painful, and only it can be given. Injectable vitamin D is given only when we need a therapeutic dose of vitamin D, not for the maintenance. But for the maintenance therapy, usually we give the oral form of vitamin D, that is cholecalciferol is available in the oral form and also in the granules. For the therapeutic doses also we can give tablet form or the granule form of cholecalciferol, that is 60,000 international unit per week. For 8 weeks we can give along with milk. That will help because milk will add the calcium, and vitamin D and calcium, they will act synergistically.
Yeah, it can cause toxicity because it's a fat soluble vitamin.
Yes, ma'am. And after the maintenance therapy, we can give 60,000 international unit once in a month in summer season and twice in a month in winter season as a maintenance therapy, not in the therapeutic dose. But if the compliance is less or there is a malabsorption, then we can give injectable form of vitamin D, that is 6 lakh international unit is given, and it should not be repeated before 3 to 6 months, and only after we know that there is a low level of vitamin D, then only we will repeat the dose. Otherwise, after that we can give the oral maintenance dose.
I will like to add Dr. Habziba here. While giving the vitamin D for injectable or the oral route, taking the patient in confidence is very important, because sometimes we think that the oral route is comparative for the effect, and when we give the patient takes for some time and then forgets, or they do not take for the maintenance for the longer time. The patients who do not have the quick follow-up facility or they are reluctant, those patients are also the good candidates where one can supplement rather than not giving, they are not taking by orally. Rather than at that time, it is also better. The patients who come from very far away, we can load them with the injectable and can tell them about the follow-up.
Yeah, routinely we need not give. That's the message. Yeah. Dr. Mamta, who should definitely be tested for vitamin D?
As madam has already described, who are all symptomatic women who is having symptoms of bone pain and chronic myalgia and weakness, and all postmenopausal women, almost all, or to basically restricted to high risk group, and those who works maximum time indoor, who are very limited exposure to the sun, and usually dark skinned people who are as we know that melanin inhibits the vitamin D formation. So, and people who suffers from some autoimmune disease, category people, so we usually prescribe to do the vitamin D.
Thank you.
We are moving to our next case. 40 years teacher underwent hysterectomy with BSO for fibroid. Following hysterectomy, she came for counseling regarding prevention of osteoporosis. So the first question goes to Dr. Abhishek Kujur. How will you prevent osteoporosis following surgical menopause?
Ma'am, after surgical menopause, there is abrupt cessation of all the hormones, and so all the factors or the symptoms of osteoporosis will come much faster, and the symptoms will be much more brutal. So I will definitely go with estrogen as a first line therapy, and preferably add progesterone as well. Not progesterone. If hysterectomy has been done, then not progesterone.
Yes. Yeah. The hormones will come down abruptly, so they will require, even without symptoms, we have to start. What is the ideal time to start?
What is the ideal time to start treatment, Dr. Nirmala?
In the patient who has been done the hysterectomy, we can prescribe the medicine at the time of discharge or after seeing the biopsy report.
It is seen by the studies that it's not necessary that they will have the short-term effect. Like some women, they may not have the vasomotor symptoms. But here we are not focusing on the short-term effect, but we are focusing on long-term health issues also. So we need to start because there is a sudden and profound cessation of all the hormones. Yeah, we are coming to that. How long to treat Dr. Maushmi Acharya?
Ma'am, we can treat till the natural age of menopause for that ethnicity is reached.
Yes.
Like in our Indian setup, we consider it at 46.7 or 46.6. Till then, we will at least continue it.
How will you follow her and Dr. Maushmi Pradhan? And yes, here I want to add, as Dr. Aarti said, we can even give tablet Tibolon 2.5 mg OD.
Usually, Tibolon should be taken after natural menopause, after 1 year.
1 year, yes.
It can cause bleeding. So, that's the problem.
No, after 1 year we should go for Tibolon, otherwise there will be endometrial hyperplasia. Yes.
Can we go on to the follow-up?
Yes, ma'am. So after starting the hormone therapy with estrogen, we will ask her to come after 1 month to know about her compliance. And ideally, she should be seen after 3 months to know about the side effects she is having and to measure the blood pressure. And thereafter, she can be followed up annually. Self-breast examination should be done monthly, but clinical breast examination should be done annually. And when the facility for mammogram is available, it should be done in every 1 to 3 years if the initial mammogram report is normal.
We have to check her up also if necessary.
Yes,
when she has a spotting or
spotting
something
or
like
any
that.
other complaint, then we can ask her to come for follow-up.
Why MST indicated in surgical menopause even without symptoms? Dr. Mamta Nayak.
As you know that the MST decreases the by 23% coronary heart disease and myocardial infarction and also other cancer diseases like colorectal cancers and breast cancers also.
What were the conclusion of PEPI study? Expert comment.
This was the study of postmenopausal women taking estrogen progesterone intervention for their management. It was a double blind controlled trial, and this study basically was to look the high risk factors for the CVDs of the hormones effect on that. But as the byproduct, some other things we also come to know. So few things came out. The primary thing was to assess any risk factors which are affecting by estrogen and progesterone for the CVD. So the estrogen has given the beneficial effect on the lipid profile, especially the HDL part was good and LDL part was lowering if it was given in the earlier life, the MST was given in earlier life. But the unopposed estrogen, like it was given without progesterone, then it was having a deleterious effect on the endometrium. So progesterones were required to add on that. According to progesterone, that there were some triglyceridemia kind of things were found out with this study. The other things came out with that this hormone supplementation was good on the bone health as well. So these were the conclusions in short about the PEPI trial.
Thank you. So it actually indicates there is a need for hormone therapy following a surgical. Another lady is a thin lady. She is attained early menopause, natural menopause. Her mother had a fractured hip at 60 years. She was worried and wanted to take preventive measure against fracture. She has come for counseling. Her BMI is 18.5, no comorbid condition, no gynec problems. So what is the average age of menopause for Indian women?
The average age of menopause for Indian women is 46.6 years, the range being between 45 to 50 years.
Yes. What is the risk factors in this patient?
In this patient, the risk factors are 60 years, she was around it. She is thin, the bone mass is less as compared to the other ladies. Early menopause, she is menopause at 40 years of age. Early menopause is one of the risk factors for developing osteopenia, osteoporosis. And her mother, who is having fracture at the hip at the age of 60 years, it's again one of the risk factors. And she is a CEO of an industry, means she may be having exposure of smoking and alcohol also. That are also risk factors for developing osteoporosis.
We should take a history. Thank you.
History is
What
very
are the
important.
tools to assess for risk?
Yes, from Dr. Jyoti.
As she is always there in air conditioned environment, the less exposure to sun and sunlight.
What are the tools to assess her risk?
We will move fast
Little
for
fast.
this introduction.
For this patient, we can assess her by doing the best thing to do is the DEXA scan for this patient. But other scores are like
Tools. Straight away you go for DEXA and everywhere
no,
DEXA is
that is
available.
the tool which is easily available in bigger cities and all. That's why I said DEXA. But we have FRAC score. We have other self-assessment apps also are there. There is OSTA scoring also we are having. The FRAC score we estimate the risk for development of osteoporosis in the later 10 years of her life.
Yeah.
These are the first things which we can assess her for having the risk of osteoporosis and fractures.
Another one is OSTA, and we have another interesting app which is available in Android phone.
Yes,
In
Midlife.
a Play Store, anyone can download. It is under your fingertips. Both FRAX and OSTA is available. And OSTA also, when the score is less than 0, risk is less. It is very easy. You can have it in your table. You can take a printout and it's a ready-made score. So it's very easy to do all this. When will you suggest DEXA?
Ma'am, I will advise DEXA to anyone who has attained at least 5 years of menopause or they have secondary risk factors like the previous, if they are taking other thyroxine and heparinoids and they are having a history of rheumatoid arthritis, or they have a radiologically confirmed osteopenia is present, or they have a FRAC score of hip fracture more than 3% and other osteoporotic fractures more than 10%. These are the patients I will tell for DEXA.
What is the first line of treatment? What counseling will you do for this lady?
For the first line, I will counsel her for her lifestyle changes first, proper nutritious diet, then exercises, and then we will supplement the hormones. About the hormones, we will counsel her about the age of the patient is
40.
We can give her estrogen, progesterone, both simple progesterone also. Tibolone can also be given. In Tibolone, 2.5 milligram dose is available, which can now, in the last few days, Tibolone was not available, but now Tibolone is available, we can give. And if we are giving progesterone, then we will prefer dydrogesterone or micro progesterone containing drug should be preferred.
She should be given up to the natural age of
menopause.
So any supplementation either in form of Tibolone or in form of MHT. MHT is obviously
that we have already discussed.
Yeah, first line.
The age of natural menopause. Which progesterone will you choose and why?
Progesterone is usually the progesterone which is preferred in MHT is the micronized progesterone, or it may be dydrogesterone can be used. They are preferable because they have less side effects, and because we have seen that various studies they have shown that the risk of breast cancer is slightly increased when progesterone is added in compared to only estrogen. And if even the effect of estrogen, good effects of estrogen on the lipid profile are neutralized when the progesterone is added. And with estrogen alone, the risk of CVS is around 0.63%, which is increased to 1.29 when estrogen and progesterone therapy is given. That is why micronized progesterone and dydrogesterone are preferable. We can also use LNG intrauterine system because they have less side effects than systemic progestogens, particularly women who require contraception along with the MST, or if they have previously been given intrauterine system, or they prefer IUS, we can give them Mirena also.
62 years old retired principal attended menopause 12 years ago. Presents to accident and emergency department with right wrist pain, swelling and displacement, following a fall onto outstretched hand on the stairs at home. X-ray suggested Colles fracture of distal radius present and Colles fracture treated conservatively with cast and analgesia. Before discharge, DEXA scan arranged and a total T-score of -1.8 at the hip and -1.5 at the spine. What are the clinical assessment give a clue to a vertebral fracture? Dr. Mamta Naik.
So clinical, symptomatically they present with pain, and clinically there is loss in height, also change in posture, become kyphotic and stooped posture, and also there is on investigation we get this T-score value is -1.8 to this one, and
no,
also
when we
there is
ask them
decrease
to
in
stand against the wall, the occiput and that wall, there will be a distance.
not able to touch the
Yes.
floor even.
And when you keep a hand between the subcostal region and anterior superior iliac, we cannot insinuate 4. That means there is a thoracic. It's all bedside test we can do when a old lady comes to us.
What drug will you suggest to prevent further fracture? Dr. Maushmi Acharya.
She's not there, I think.
Anyone can take.
No, she has already had one fracture, no? So,
Better
and
to
she's
give-
62 years.
She's 60 years.
62 years out of endoperiod.
Bisphosphonates is the anti-receptor drugs you should prefer.
So
How long to?
How will counsel her?
Usually if you are giving the oral bisphosphonates, then it is up to 5 years.
Counseling
Low
how?
risk group, with low risk and high risk group. If it is low risk, we can give up to 5 years, and high risk less than 3 years, up to 3 years.
Next. Skipping in.
So basically,
What are
we
the
will
side
divide-
effects will you discuss with her, and what advice will you give, Dr. Vaishali
When they are
Changola?
on
Just go in short.
Yes. The oral bisphosphonates, they are having the gastric side effects in the form of gastritis, esophagitis, reflux esophagitis, and the IV bisphosphonates, they have other side effects like flu-like symptoms. They have the osteonecrosis at the jaw and some rare type of femur fractures they have.
And you have mic.
Bisphosphonates are very frequently used by the orthopedicians. And they give it as a first this thing, and not only the oral bisphosphonates. For the long-term use, one local practitioner I have seen, and he has shared that the even injectable bisphosphonates works very nicely. And just looking at the drug holiday in between for a longer time, if you have used, that has to be taken care. Otherwise, for the bone health, bone formation, bisphosphonate has to be added. That can be oral. We usually add on oral, but the injectable can also be add on.
So these are all the duration which is given in the every other. This
The
thing,
drug holiday
depend
in
upon the
between
high
is
risk.
important.
very high risk, and the duration, different types of drugs also. Another 67-year-old woman with a T-score -3 who have had calcium, vitamin D and oral Vipronate 2.5 milligrams for 2 years. Now she has low backache, she feels her height has reduced and her weight reduced to height is reduced to 1.5 inches. She has come for counseling. To which drug will you change over as she has severe osteoporosis?
Ma'am, there is the T-score is -3. The height has decreased. This is a definite sign of compression fractures. And we know that the ibandronate, which is an oral bisphosphonate, it is an anti-resorptive drug, but it does not cause new bone formation. So here, as it is not working, so I will prescribe teriparatide, which is a recombinant parathyroid hormone. That is 20 microgram per day subcutaneous can be chosen.
Yeah. So we have to add on to that. So what biochemical test will you offer her for this patient? You will be put her on teriparatide. So, yeah.
Serum calcium, serum uric acid should
Because
be monitored.
without calcium, it doesn't act.
At the end of 1, 6 and 12 months.
Okay. How often will you repeat DEXA for this lady?
DEXA should ideally be repeated in every 2 years, ideally, and we can repeat it in every 1 to 2 years.
When BMD does not improve, what do you suspect?
In this particular patient, DEXA should be done after 1 year.
Yeah.
Because this is a very high risk on treatment, so rather than 2 year, one can go for the DEXA
No,
after
depending
1 year.
upon the risk 1 to 2 years, when it is very severe osteoporosis, follow-up should be with the DEXA. When it doesn't improve, what do you suspect?
Most commonly, because of the non-compliance of the therapy, mostly they are not taking the proper dose or taking regularly or taking in a proper route. That means just taking after food. Then if it is not the cause, then you think just any other second line disorder, medical disorder like hepatic, renal or malabsorption syndrome, or other disorder which causes the vitamin D deficiency like hyperthyroidism, hyperparathyroidism. And
other secondary causes also
secondary
we have
causes
to
should
keep
be
it in
excluded.
mind. Yes, wonderful. What are the types of regime for the management of osteoporosis? What are the different
we
types?
can go for sequential. We can go for sequential, that if we start with estrogen followed by bisphosphonates, or we can go for continuous. Also monotherapy or more than one drug can also be given, where it has been seen the bone loss is less when given with more than one drug. So in combination route, the bone loss is less after the initial therapy.
Yeah. Sometimes to decrease the pain, we start with calcitonin followed by bisphosphonate. And combination in severe osteoporosis, we have to combine with anti-resorptive and bone formation.
See, the basic should be made very clear. If she is on anti-resorptive, she is a case of osteoporosis. There are holes in the bones. We have stopped that resorption. But what about the holes? How to fill up them? So we need to give bone formation drug, teriparatide. If she is already on bone formation drug, now that bone has formed, but it should not get eaten by again the osteoclast. So we have to give then anti-resorptive.
Yeah, certain drugs like denosupam, once you stop, it disappears. So we have to plan it. What else we have to go? Then only we have to stop that. So that is very important thing. What drug contains both anabolic and anti-resorptive?
The drug that acts both anabolic as well as anti-resorptive is romosozumab. So we can add, it acts as a monoclonal antibody that works by inhibiting sclerostatin and naturally blocks the bone resorption formation. And by doing so, simultaneously bone formation is also enhanced. So we get better results because bone formation is there and bone resorption is there.
Yeah, wonderful. So actually the osteoporosis starts from in utero. They say the maternal diet and the calcium involves the development of the fetus, and the longevity goes to osteoporosis. So the goal in the management, we have to identify the patient's risk, individualize the risk assessment, management strategy, pharmacological therapy, and non-pharmacological therapy. We have to improve the modalities to adhere and compliance, reduce the incidence of subsequent fractures. So the bad news about postmenopausal osteoporosis, no awareness among patients, under recognition, decreasing access to DEXA, poor patient understanding of risk, increasing patient consent about side effects, fewer patients are on therapy. And good news about it, we have a lot of assessment tools, excellent diagnostic tools, safe and effective individualized treatment, and now we know the pathogenesis also. But we have challenges with current treatment. The bone loss per se is asymptomatic. Patients may not appreciate no treatment agent meets the ideal profile. Perceived risk of therapy may outweigh the perceived benefit. Patient motivation, adherence, and persist with therapy may vary. So we'll go on, and anybody can join, even the audience. What is the Indian average age of menopause? Quick, one word.
46.6.
Yes, wonderful. Does low BMI is the risk factor for osteoporosis?
Yes.
Yes. So requirement of calcium in menopause? Yes, wonderful. Why the calcium citrate is more preferred?
Easily.
Yes. To get vitamin D, how long and when sun exposure is required?
20 to 30 minutes.
Yes. So what is the fragility fracture? Yes. What is the first line of treatment for prevention of osteoporosis? What are the tools available to assess osteoporosis risk? Yes. Will you suggest DEXA in postmenopausal women with osteopenia identified radiographically? Yes. Which will you prefer, monotherapy or multi-track?
Multi-track.
Multi-track. Wonderful. I think we have made our this thing. The audience enjoyed it, I think. Then they know the answers also. So the postmenopausal osteoporosis, as you all know, asymptomatic silent killer prevention is estrogen. Despite the availability of screening tests, osteoporosis still remains underdiagnosed, undertreated. Challenges are what make life interesting. Overcome them is what makes meaningful. So the challenge is to find out a right medication for right patient and the right time. So the best way to prevent later life of osteoporosis is from in utero, midlife, and later on menopause. And thank you for patient listening and for the time you have given to us. Thank you, the organizers also. Thank you, our expert, and the panelists. They made our job very, very easy. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the audience for being attentive and interacting with everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'd like to request our experts to kindly felicitate panelists.
Now I would like to request Dr. Sujata Mishra Madam and Dr. Lucy Das Ma'am to felicitate the experts.
Moderators. Now,
And I request Dr. Lucidas ma'am and Sujata Mishra ma'am to felicitate the moderators.
Moving on to our next session, that is potpourri session, I would like to request Dr. Keshav Chandrakar sir, Dr. Leelavati Guru ma'am, Dr. Sujata Singh ma'am, and Dr. Subhashri Mishra ma'am kindly come upon the dais as chairpersons for the next session.
For this session, we have talk by Dr. Tanveer ma'am, Dr. Sandhya Dikshit ma'am, Dr. Jamuna Devi ma'am, and Dr. Sujata Mishra ma'am. I would like to request the chairperson to come up on the dais and welcome our speaker for the session.
कनेक्टेड सब रेडी है आप कनेक्टेड क्या जरूरत है ठीक है HDMI सब है इसमें सब है आपको मेरे पता है ना सब आता है उसमें डायरेक्ट 7 मिनट का ओके थैंक यू तो बस है
A very good afternoon to one and all. I would like to thank Patnaik sir and Bhagyalakshmi ma'am for this opportunity. I'm very happy to be a part of this Congress. So,
okay.
All right. So today I have a video article and I thank you ma'am for preponing my talk because we have a 6:30 flight, so I think Jamuna ma'am and all of us are there together. So thank you ma'am for letting me do this. I promise to be quick. So I have no financial disclosures and my topic today is hysteroscopy in postmenopausal bleeding. So just a brief introduction of postmenopausal bleeding accounts for about 5% of office gynecological visits. And it occurs in about 4 to 11% of women, postmenopausal women. These are the different indications which I will not be going through. They just, not the percentages that I'll be going through, but I'll just keep it for a minute for let you know. But most common is atrophic, very common. But now I think we are seeing more and more of atypia, hyperplasia and cancers that are coming up, maybe up to even more than 11 to 15%. So should all women with postmenopausal bleeding undergo an evaluation? What do you say? With a raise of hands, yes or no? But I see still less than 50% raising their hands. Even now, less than 50% raising their hands, yes. But I think yes, because 90% of the women with endometrial cancer present with postmenopausal bleeding. I think the only place where you can hold on in a postmenopausal bleeding is in women who are on hormone therapy, because the FDA has now approved the hormone therapy. So you'll be having more and more women being on hormone therapy. The first 6 months is when you can possibly wait, monitor these women, and then if they do have recurrent bleeding after 6 months, that's when you go ahead and do a biopsy, but don't leave them alone. And also assess the risk factors. Even if it's in the first 6 months, possibly assess the risk factors and then go ahead for a biopsy. So, when is endometrial biopsy required? When the endometrial lining is thicker than 4 millimeters, the endometrium shows diffuse or focal increased echogenicity. Endometrium is not adequately visualized on sonography or even with SIS, because a lot is said about saline sonography, and a woman has persistent bleeding even with the endometrium less than 4 mm, where the chances are 0.6%. Now in this particular case, as you saw, if you do a pupil biopsy or possibly a blind DNC, you happen to miss the endometrial polyp and you might not get adequate tissue. possibly. So the focal lesion is, missed, and that is where these women land up in a hysterectomy. And possibly you can prevent it by doing a hysteroscopy in these focal lesions. So the different methods of evaluation which are acceptable is a transvaginal ultrasound, a pupil biopsy, a dilatation and curettage, and a hysteroscopic guided biopsy. In some resource challenged places, or maybe where you do not have this setup, or where cost is a problem at some women, possibly the first line is a pupil and a dilatation and curettage is quite acceptable, but if they do have recurrent postmenopausal bleeding, the ideal would be to go ahead with a hysteroscopic guided biopsy. So the indications for hysteroscopy is when you're unable to pass a pupil, a sampler, or inadequate biopsy, where there's a suspected polyp or the endometrium thickness is more than 11 mm, inadequate visualization of the endometrium on ultrasound, recurrent postmenopausal bleeding. So how many of us use a routine misoprostol? In a postmenopausal woman. In a postmenopausal woman, I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, the thing is, it does not help in the postmenopausal women because there's not much of benefit because of the receptors which are not really present. So even the RCOG, the Cochrane have gone through the reviews and they're not really beneficial in postmenopausal women. On the other hand, you have more side effects with misoprostol. So it's not the best of the thing. Possibly a small dilatation if you're using a larger scope, 4 mm. Or another tip is maybe take out your external sheath and go ahead with your hysteroscope. That also really, you can go ahead with a 4 mm if you take out your external sheath to visualize. So that is another possibility. So the advantage of hysteroscopy is direct visualization of the vagina. You have vaginal bleeding because it's atrophic. In a lot of these postmenopausal women, you have petechiae. That's where you can diagnose a problem. If you do a vaginoscopy, if you just go ahead with the dilatation and curettage in a pupil, there is a chance of missing it. And I think we do a lot of pH in our clinic because, Dr. Meeta believes in that. So we do a lot of pH to see the vaginal pH. But I don't know how many, I think many of you would also do it. But this is one of the ways, if you do a direct visualization of vagina, you can see the pedicle, and that's where the bleeding occurs many a times. And then you have the cervix. You can visualize the whole cervical canal, small polyps, maybe large polyps, or cystic glandular hyperplasia, sometimes even of the cervical glands, or the internal loss, which could be stenos that you can get in through. And the visualization of the uterine cavity. The contour is important, the lining of the cavity, whether it's atrophic or whether it's cystic atrophy or cystic protuberances or any abnormal growth that you find, or a polyp or a fibroid. The compliance of the cavity, distendable, not distendable, the color, and the tubulostia. And the false passage, many a times in postmenopausal, even in perimenopausal or previous cesarean, you happen to have a false passage. How do you identify? Always come out, wait, reposition and check again. That's the way to go ahead with, as far as the false passages, or abandon the procedure and reschedule. We recently had a case of a 90-year-old with postmenopausal bleeding. We suspected an endometrial cancer, and it turned out to be endometrial cancer. This was in office, so most of our biopsies, polyps, even some fibroids, we treated in office without anesthesia, without any analgesia, without any pre-medication. So we use a 2.9 mm scope, and as you see, this is the severe cervical stenosis, almost going up to grade 3 to grade 4. That is, the whole of the cavity is fibrosed. So we see the vagina, and then wherever you find the mucus or the blood coming, you just follow that path. That's where you're able to enter into the cervical canal. And for the internal loss, we always follow the black spot. That's where we see. And go and wait. So what happens is when the fluid goes in, there's slight distension of that area. And you go and poke in with your scissors. There are certain surgeons who just go in directly with the scope if the fibrosis is not too bad. But if the fibrosis is bad, then you need to cut with the scissors, and you need to enter into the cervical, into the uterine cavity through the internal loss using your methods that you have, either the biopsy forceps or with the 5 French scissors. So that's where you go, you're in the cavity, and then this turned out to be an endometrial carcinoma. You're just at the level of the internal loss. I wanted to show the cervical stenosis, that's where I stop here. So, as far as the endometrial cancer is concerned, there are other videos of it which I'll be showing past ahead, but we're always worried about endometrial cancer and biopsy, doing a hysteroscopy. Are there any positive peritoneal cytology? But now, peritoneal cytology does not play a role in staging. So that does not upstage the disease, point one. But there can be a few, if you use very high pressures, that's when hysteroscopy can cause a little bit of peritoneal spill. But the idea is you don't use high pressures, especially when you're doing a low, endometrial biopsy or any of these hysteroscopy procedures. You shouldn't have a flattened out endometrium. So we still don't know how much is the dissemination, whether it has an effect on the disease-specific survival rates. That's why there are still studies to be done with hysteroscopy to understand that. So we still don't have that, but the most important point here to remember is to have low pressures. So talking about different pathologies that can be treated with hysteroscopy is submucous fibroids, you have endometrial polyps, multiple polyps, and all of this can be treated in office. You can do it with a hysteroscopic tissue removal system, or you can use even the electrode needle or a scissor. This was a type 0 fibroid where we went ahead, cut the base, and sometimes we used to leave it inside, but now, especially in postmenopausal women, not the best of the idea, so we cut it into 4 chunks and we get out the bits of that fibroid. And now we have the hysteroscopic tissue removal, so even fibroids we do it with the hysteroscopic tissue removal system, and it comes to about 5.7 mm, the total diameter. And it has an incisor window shaver, so it reciprocates, and as you see in that particular video, the hysteroscopic tissue removal system, these are really large polyps. So the size is no more a problem as far as you're dealing with polyps in office. But fibroids, yes, the fibroid size does matter because it's the volume, and the type does matter, especially type 2, type 3. Unless, as your expertise increases, possibly you can extend your, you can challenge and do better and better technology. With the better technologies, you can do type 3. I've done about 2 cases of type 3 in office, thanks to the patient with minimum paracervical block. But otherwise, I think it's challenging to do fibroid compared to a polyp. Polyp, any size is fine in a postmenopause. And if you treat it like this and you take all the walls, then the chances of any of the walls being left behind is not there, and chances of any of the missing a pathology isn't there when you do it hysteroscopically. So yeah, just have another 2 minutes. Okay, so there are also cystic atrophy that I had mentioned, or cystic protuberance that you see. These are not abnormal in a postmenopausal. They can present more of a discharge, with discharge than with actually bleeding. So then you just go ahead, have a look, take a biopsy if you can, and that's when you find the histopathological picture, and they're not really something to be worried about. Even tamoxifen induced, you need to do a biopsy. Sometimes there are some interesting cases where we had cervical adhesions, or we've had something like fat deposits inside the hysteroscopic pictures. So I'll just show you the picture and then we'll go ahead without wasting too much of time. I'm sure many of you do come across, when you do hysteroscopy now, a lot of fat deposits inside, big fat. इसमें forward नहीं होता है ना इसमें? Next slide चले जाएगा. I wanted to forward the video a little bit. Just to show how we, how you see that fat, that little yellow deposits inside, which is quite normal. We try to take that fat and send it for biopsy separately, but it's difficult because it just breaks down. See, that's where you have the fat deposit, and you find a lot of it inside in the postmenopausal women, the cystic protuberance and the fat deposits. Very commonly, you do find that. So I just wanted to compare different modalities, and I'm sorry the slide is a little crowded, but with hysteroscopic guided, the sensitivity to diagnose endometrial cancer is almost 95 to 100%. The specificity is almost 95 to 100%. To detect focal lesions is excellent, and also the accuracy for hyperplasia is excellent. Now you can look at the middle video where you see we are doing a visual DNC. I think that's already been shown in the polypectomy. Even for targeted biopsy, you get a minimum of 5 mm tissue if there is good endometrial thickness, or else you need to cut it with the electrode needle. You can actually cut the whole area with the electrode needle and get the biopsy out if you think of a suspicious area, or use a scissors to cut a little deep into the endometrium if it's not very easy to get it with a biopsy forceps, because postmenopausal, your endometrial layers are literally gone, you know, it's very thinned out, the basalis is almost gone, and you see more of the muscle actually more than the basalis layer. So you can go ahead and do that. And this was a little picture of the cancer, and then again here, we went ahead, did a biopsy again, directed biopsy because it was too much. We just wanted to take a little piece. This is more of dendritic pattern, very soft tissue, and it's all like, it breaks down very easily. It's more like a cotton feeling. So you take your biopsy forceps. Remember, if you have the alligator forceps, the 5 French alligator forceps, then you get a good amount of good chunk of tissue. You get a good big chunk of tissue. You just need to know how to take it. You grasp the tissue and you push it inside. And you have to get the whole instrument out. That's how you get a good chunk of tissue. Yes, in cancers, it's very soft, it breaks, but then if you go ahead and hold it, usually it comes. Or you go ahead with a hysteroscopic tissue removal. At least if you don't have these instruments, you can go ahead, have a look with a hysteroscope, and then go ahead and do a blind DNC also, but at least you know where exactly the pathology is. That is the other way. So I just wanted to share a few results we tried to see with the adequacy of the tissue that we have. Okay, my time is up, so I'm just going to stop here. 151 women, and we found that with hysteroscopic tissue removal system, obviously the amount of tissue that we got was much more than what we got with the directed biopsy. So it was superior compared to a directed biopsy because you get more chunk of tissue. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Palmes, by elaboration of hysteroscopy in the postmenopausal building. Any interaction for the one from the audience?
Pardon? Yes, all of them were without anesthesia, what I've shown here. Everything is in the office. No, we have done, I've shown here only 150, this was 2 years back data. Now I've got like more than 200, I mean, you can come to my center anytime, you can see how we do it. So we do it very, very routinely. Actually, the 90-year-old is just last week. So we do it very, very often in office. Yes, polypectomy, even fibroids. I've done type 3 also in office, in an infertility case. It was a bit challenging, but it was a fundal, and I can show you what we did. Yeah. Yes. I'm done. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the next picture is Dr. Sujata Mishra. Sandhya. Sandhya likhi. Hello. Welcome, Dr. Sandhya. This is our CV.
Good afternoon, dear IMS, all the seniors, juniors, senior faculty, friends, Chairperson sir, ladies and gentlemen. My topic is not medical, not IMS. It's lone spouse. It's in addition to all the general topics that have been happening since yesterday, in addition to medicine, menopause, and this is more of a modern outlook. Greetings from Hyderabad, Namaskar, and Jai Jagannath. Very happy to be here in Bhubaneswar, and many, many thanks, and thanks a million to Dr. Hara sir and Dr. Bhagya, Asmita, and all the team. Before I speak about lone spouse, just think of all those spouses who are left alone in terrorist attacks. Now the latest included are the Delhi attacks as well, and so many in the past. A bhavapurna Shraddhanjali to all of them. And no less than our own Indian Army, the greatest in the world in my eyes. And all the lone spouses that are left after this. I didn't know how to make a PPT of this lone spouse, so I did attempt. I made some categories of lone spouses. They can be divorced, they are lone spouses, though legally separated. Of course, widowed can't help, it's God's decision. I am one example. Abandoned, without a divorce, just abandoned. And those, the long distance marriages, Saudi, America, and abroad, those spouses who are living apart, married, but still physically apart, connect, but not in connection, as Dr. Mahapatra has already told. भूल कर भी आप हमारी याद नहीं की, हमने आपके याद में सब कुछ भुला दिया. That's what these two persons are, talking to each other. One is abroad, earning money, sending money at home, building dollars. The other one is staying here or somewhere else, but lone. Age groups. Though we are in IMS conference, the age group does matter, but irrespective of the age, a lone spouse is a loner. High emotional upheaval, biologic and physical needs, food, clothing and shelter, finance and security, in this order for these young lone spouses. And the older age lone spouses, the health comes first, the finances come later, food, clothing, shelter, and the biological needs probably are last, but not of any less importance. The influences on life, social influences, the taboos, the customs, economical, physical abuse, sexual abuse at workplace or at their own relatives, so many newspaper items. I had collected many clippings, I avoided them. Psychological, the demoralizing effect by the conversations, by the comments, and by other types of insults, the slighting attitude, the slighting body language of our own people, our neighbors, and society in general. So many customs that are prevalent in our country for widows, and the approach, the societal approach towards those lone spouses who are abandoned or widowed or divorced, there is a difference. There is a perceptible difference at the outlook, and the influence on the women as well as the response of the women is also probably, it is self-influenced. The social influences, inhibitions to attend celebratory events. There have been many movies where when a widow comes, people feel it's a bad omen, and whenever there are any celebratory events, happy celebratory events, in those olden days, widows were asked not to come out, not to come in the front, they won't take the aarti out, and so many other things. Inhibitions at using cosmetics, dressing, there is a particular dressing and dress code, there is a particular control on their life and lifestyle. Societal view regarding widowhood is very different. Our own traditions, many traditions, probably I respect our traditions and our Sanatani Dharma a lot. I'm very proud of it. But still, some traditions that are there, whether they are medieval, whether they have been made, or whether they have been made for self-interest of some other societal persons, I can't understand. But one thing I should give credit to them is, probably it is to prevent abuse to the women, that women should not attract, I don't know whether I am communicating myself, attract the men or in wrong ways, etc. That is the reason why these single women are asked to stay, unattractive, without such daj ke rehna mana hai. Kyun mana hai? Is it of self-interest? Is it of jealousy, envy, or is it because they shouldn't be, spoken of or touched in a wrong way? That's the reason. I do not know. But anyway, it has come as a negative influence, and all the lone spouses or lone women in these days. The sati, I should thank, हाथ से नमन करती हूँ, those who have abolished this sati, but it had been a barbaric effect. God knows why it was instituted in the first place in our great country. It had happened, and latest 1 decade back also it was reported in the newspaper. But many thanks to all those persons who have seen to it, and all the governmental agencies who have seen to it that this was totally abolished. And I came to know, I read an article that it was maximally prevalent in the state of Rajasthan. Economical. It is not age related. It is common. Lack of self-economic independence most of the times in our country, in the interiors. Dependence on spousal income, properties, like my husband's income I am dependent upon, husband is not there, who is going to feed me? Every day, middle class women or lower middle class, even upper middle class women, all the lifestyles and standards that have been developed cannot be taken or cannot be got from tomorrow onwards, because the earning member is not there. Dependence on children, it's very tricky, and dependence on kith and kin must be very hard, very hard. See, this is a woman. I collected pictures when I was seeing, it was quite painful for me. Fortunately, the things are being different nowadays. Physical health. A failing health is one important point for a lone spouse. Inability to perform daily life activities. Disease and consequences of disease. A fracture, an osteoporosis. So what happens? We have so many diagnostic points, so many treatments, multi-drugs, single drugs, so many regimens. But what after a fracture, after a problem, post-procedure, post-fall problem, what will she do? The disease and the consequences of taking rest, taking adequate, so many things, adequate nutrition, drugs, calcium, vitamin D, and support, going to the washroom, cleaning, etc. So many things. Inability to travel. So at least to go to a mandir, to go to some movie or a theater, to a neighbor place, or attending some place, there has to be a means of travel, some support to take them to wherever place she wants to. Psychological, naturally, all this will leave her with a poor self-esteem, lack of confidence, a general sorrowfulness, मायूसी छा जाता है, जिंदगी में मायूसी आ जाता है. And of course the phobias. क्या होता है? अगर if I am going there, there is a marriage there, if I go there, supposing someone looks at me in an odd way, so I always try to be at the back. Or the nani or the dadi, probably in good nature, अरे बेटा तू सामने मत आना, तू पीछे हट. That one sentence is sufficient to demoralize all the lone women, irrespective of the age. Every woman has a child in her. She is 90-year-old, but still she has her own self-esteem, which is poorly damaged, bichari. And others, abuse. Abuse is reported widely. Abuse by relatives, abuse by children. And Dr. Mahapatra sir was depicting it, and abuse by the community. Here, this is a picture from, not from our South African country, but still all the brothers, etc., our own people are attacking the lone woman for property. Now the WHO has 23rd June as an International Widows Day. There is no lone spouse day, there is a Widows Day. An estimated 115 million widows live in poverty and many have suffered physical abuse. This is statistics from WHO. Even WHO went to make a statistics of such a thing also. Abuse of widows and their children constitute one of the most serious violations of human rights and obstacles to development today. Millions of the world's widows endure extreme poverty, ostracism, violence, homelessness, ill health, and discrimination in law and customs. Even law officers, police have a different look at widows and single women and lone women than when they are having some. No woman should lose her status, livelihood, or property when her husband dies. This is what the UN Secretary and WHO have made one resolution. What's the role of IMS? Meeta, Ambuja Madam, Aarti, all other stalwarts of IMS. Anita Madam, what's the role of IMS in our lone spouses? Governmental monthly pensions are announced. I come from the state of Telangana. I have read in the newspapers that the central government also has many schemes for monthly pensions, health schemes, health insurances, hostels, subsidized loans, of course, NGOs. We have social groups, women's self-help groups. So, no madam, no, I don't need any exemption. 1 minute more. You, me and IMS, let's make a helpline, wide campaign. We can coordinate between government, NGO and various societies. We are doing health camps, competitions, but can we all do the above exclusively for a single woman of any kind? Single woman is a single woman, maybe widow or divorced or a lone woman, lone spouse. Resilience meetings, how about a fund? Arrange legal help, productive work, sustenance, points to ponder, remarriage. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sandhya. You have raised the really
Sorry for the time.
contemporary social problem, so everybody should think of this problem.
After that, good evening everyone. Thank you for staying with us for this time. And after the sensational and very touching presentation, now I come to that all of us have accumulated all the hard work into this property. So how we should deal with it? So as we have seen that in India Aging Report 2023 is already Sandhya has told so many things, but it is going to increase so much by 2050, 80 plus years is going to be 27.9%. That's a huge number. And apart from that, in 2046, I think the ages between 1 and 15 years will be less than the elderly age group. So the elderly age group is going to take a big leap. So what are the gender dimensions and what are the challenges in property ownership? As already said, that widowhood and property disputes are so common, and we see even among our own families. Elderly women, they lack in documentation and legal literacy is also not there. Then of course cultural norms, they discourage the assertiveness and property matters, and even if the woman is doing assertive, they say it is bossy. And then widows often face disputes over inherited property. Even if they get inherited, they always say that they cannot handle it, and probably the children will take over that. Then emotional attachment, is it necessary? But we have to see that what is the practical decisions. So as we all have seen that there are health implications, stress-related disorders, depression, anxiety, then impact on chronic diseases management, influence on decision-making capacity. All these also do have an effect how to deal with your property. So what is the boon? So we have financial security. So there is a regular income on rent or by savings. Then autonomy. You have a control over your living or arrangements. You don't have to depend on. Then social status. Yes, you are given respect, and there is influence in the family itself and community. Legacy, ability to pass on wealth to children with dignity. But at the same time, there are a lot of bane. So family conflict, this is one of the commonest one. We see the disputes over inheritance and isolation, living alone in large homes. And burden of maintenance, physical and financial. Vulnerability, risk of exploitation, coercion. Then these are the various, as I've already said, that what are the boons and banes. Then we coming to the property ownership among elderly women is both a boon and bane. So for this, I would like to just tell a story about a woman. She is a resident of Chennai. It is called Jasmine Lane. This is just a tale of grace and grit. She is 78-year-old. She lives in a charming bungalow on Jasmine Lane in Chennai, widowed very early, and she raised her 3 children who are now settled in US and Australia. Her home has inherited from her parents a beautiful relic of colonial architecture, which is surrounded by flowering jasmine flowers and trees and memories. So she has emotional attachment for that because her late husband books, her children childhood drawings, jasmine vines she has planted, and it gave her a sense of continuity and a purpose to live in that house. Financial, yes, she has the independence because she has inherited, and security is there because she gets some rent from the same portions, and she has a steady income because of that inheritance. And not only that, community also, the neighborhood respects her, and she hosts some bhajans and all those things in her bungalow, and she is a pillar of some local temple committee, and she has a lot of respect for that. But all this, despite of all this, she has a loneliness. She felt that ache of distance. Festivals are very calm and quiet, and video calls, they could not, replace the hugs. So legacy, yes, she had a power to decide how her assets should be passed on. Something she took very pride, or so much of pride in managing thoughtfully. But at the same time, inherent pressures were there. Though children were very loving and obedient, but still they had their differing views on the property. One would say sell it, one would say no, preserve it. So these tensions made her very anxious. So legal vulnerability, lot of brokers and even the distant relatives would approach her, offer schemes and say that it is better you sell it off. And without any legal vigilant support, she felt that she is exposed to such a vulnerability. So for elderly women like Meenakshi, is the inheritance a boon? A source of pride, of course, power and peace. But at the same time, it's a bane also because it triggers an isolation, conflict, and stress. So here the key lies in very good planning and the communication and emotional support, and probably all of us have to learn that we have to make a will of our own assets. So the double edge is a gift, or double edge, it's a legacy. So this is one of the story. And then why this topic matters to the OBGYNs. I think we have to take a point here. Whenever we come across an elderly with a complex social backgrounds, or sometimes while we are examining, they may sometimes share with us all the property matters and the problems what they are facing. Probably here we can help them because they're mentally disturbed, and for that, I think we have to understand what are the various ways we can help them. So, recognize the signs of the property-related distress, encourage open conversations, with them. So refer to social work or legal aid when needed. Then advocate for elderly friendly housing policies. So promote awareness among elderly patients, encourage joint decision making with family, support community housing models. I think this is one of the things. And integrate social screening in clinical practice. I think we have to build in this. So what are the types of elderly abuse? We have seen that verbal, physical, neglect and deprivation, financial abuse, institutional abuse. I'm not going into the detail of these things. And there is a prevalence that causes and impact. Study has shown that 5 to 7% of seniors in India experience some form of abuse, with higher rates in states like Bihar and Karnataka. This is the consensus which I found out. Then abuse is more common among those with little financial independence, chronic illnesses or dependency on family or daily needs. Then gender differences exist because elderly women are more vulnerable. The breakdown of traditional family structure, which is we are seeing today, then because of increased urbanization and lack of social security, these all contribute significantly to rising abuses rates. So elder abuse leads to poor health outcome, increased frailty, psychological distress and social isolation. So women, widows with those chronic disease and individuals living below the poverty line are especially at risk for repeated abuse and neglect. So what is the community intervention we need? So public awareness campaigns, this should be regularly organized so that we can sensitize the caregivers and the families about the recognizing and reporting elderly abuse. And apart from that, intergenerational program, as already Mahapatra sir said that today, that these are very important. Probably we have to take this like grandmas and grandpas, how they are and how important are they. These can be discussed in the school-based and community programs promotion. Then financial literacy and empowerment, this is very important. I think all of us also need this and we have to learn about this thing. Then formation of support group, community-based elder support groups. Of course, lot of groups have come up and lot of elderly homes are also there, which we can help them by sharing the places. Then caregiver support and counseling. This is very important. Screening and helplines. These are again very important for the home visits, and of course the labs have now seen that they go for the home test, and some elderly care also now we see that there are organizations wherein the person can go to that lone person, the elderly, and they take care of their needs every day. Whatever they need, they get them, and even the medications, if they give the list, every month the medications will be given to them, and if they have to go for a market or what, they take them and do. But of course, this comes with some cost to them. Then legal protections, these are the most important ones. I think all of us should know and we have to share with our clients. Maintenance and Welfare Act 2007. This gives financial maintenance, housing protection. Then Article 41 Constitution, social welfare policies are there. Under Article 21 Constitution, right to life and dignity. Then Section 125, maintenance claims. Then IPC sections related to neglect, abandonment, penal provisions are also there. So I think these should be given to all these elderly people. The government bodies and policies are also there. Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. This is a body which is responsible for formulating policies and implementing programs. Then Department of Senior Citizens. This is newly established to focus exclusive on elderly welfare. I think a lot of institutions are there wherein the elderly are given in a priority, like in traveling or in some visits or temple visits, and even in Tirupati they have started for an elderly. Then we have integrated programs for seniors, government grants and support for running senior citizen homes, continuous care homes, mobile medical units and outreach services operated by states, NGOs and local bodies. And there are unique programs and supportive services like mobile medical units run by the NGOs and state government, old age homes and continuous care homes. They are available nationwide operated by NGOs, trust, and government departments. Then legal helplines and counseling services. As we all know that HelpAge India, Age Well Foundation, they provide free legal advice and counseling for elder abuse, property disputes, or neglect. Then advocacy and awareness. Organizations regularly conduct educational activities, public seminars, and awareness program on seniors' rights and healthy aging. So, screen for social stress, we all have to do, and encourage patients to speak. Then refer to legal aid, social works, or support. Documents, signs of coercion or neglect, you have to find out, and if we find them, probably we have to give them that legal support. So these are the resource center on native aging disability. It's a very good one, and they have lot of support and assisting elderly citizens in India. Thank you so much for your time and patience. Hope I have done some justice, because even I had to learn all these things.
Thank you, Dr. Ramana Devi. Next speaker is Dr. Sujata Misra. Dr. Sujata Misra needs no introduction. Everybody, people are in the hall in New York. She is the president of AOGO.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. We
And
will
then-
move ahead
Start.
because we are short of time. Is that fine? Okay. So, grandparenting. Now, best wishes to the chair, to all the people who still have the patience to sit in the penultimate session and listen to me on grandparenting. I do not know actually if I'm pouring old wine into new bottles, because we all become a grandparent naturally. I didn't even know, I mean, I'm also a grandparent, but I didn't know that there's so many classification of grandparents. There are guidelines for grandparents. I have 3 grandchildren. Now, so who is a grandparent? This grandparent is one who is the simplest toy for a baby. A baby can just play with a grandparent without any, guidelines. It's a fact that we are second-degree relatives for the grandchildren. We share 25% of genetic overlap, but we do not have that kind of control over them. I'll tell you why. You are bound by your own guidelines. You have delivered your children, they have grown up, they have delivered their children. Now, it's time to realize, to draw a line. There's a lot of research which has been done, which has shown a demographic shift, which has influenced the likelihood and timing of an individual. The trend shows that earlier, people did become grandparents very soon, now with extended life expectancy, but delayed fertility. So, by the time you become a grandparent, you aren't so active. Now, friends, let me tell you, there must be several grandparents over here. You become a grandparent by chance, not by choice. You don't have a choice. Your children have to decide that they want to marry, that they want to have children, and if they decide to have a children, it is their choice. It is your chance that you become a grandparent. You have a whole lot of roles and responsibilities, but there are lots of challenges. You have to balance time between your grandchild and your other responsibilities. You have to deal with the difficult behavior of the child, and you have to cope with changes in family dynamics. It's a fact that you have brought up your child the way you you wanted to grow them. But after she becomes married, she is going to have her own set of, she's the next generation of 2 generations beyond. She would like to have a different way of rearing up her children. You got to know those boundaries. Hence, I will end with just 2, 3, 4 more slides, wherein I will show you the classification of grandparenting and grandparents. There's a classification. There are 3 classifications. They were not happy with one. There are 3 classifications of grandparents, and there are 10 commandments for grandparents. Now, all said and done, you're a little parent, a bit of a teacher, and a best friend. Okay, so what are the different types of grandparents? One is traditional, one is modern, one is blended, mixture of the two. We won't talk much on these. Traditional is, typical. I am here, my children are there, long distance relationship, fine. Modern is where you think, oh my God, I have achieved it all. And now my children have grandchildren. I'm going to put all my values into them. I'm going to make them exemplary. I want to do everything. Even that is bad. Anyway, it's best to be blended. Another one. Either you are detached. Chalo ho gaya, I am there, I've done my job, let my children do their job. You are detached, or you're passive. Fine, if they want me, I'm there. If they don't want me, that also is fine. The day you stop expecting, you'll be the happiest grandparent and doing the best grandparenting. You are supportive. Most intelligent people are supportive. I shall support people. If they want me, I'm there. If they don't want me, it's fine. I should not feel bad. Then authoritative grandparent, that's a worst. That's a worst. You will be hated for it. And then influential. By influential, I mean, when you have a lot of influence and people follow you, and then the grandchild goes and sees, oh my God, I'm such an important person, that child is in a bubble. And when that bubble breaks, the child is at a loss. So never try to show off your influences in front of your grandchild. This is the second classification. And the third. Third, it has 7. I will go one by one. We will start with a formal grandparenting. Formal grandparenting, they are so-so. They decide they have their values. Now, I have 6 grandchildren. I want to be equal to all of them. So, I will do, I will not be partial. I will have my set of rules, etc., etc. That is formal, not very popular. Second, the buddy grandparent. This is a pretty popular form wherein you become a friend to the child and you help them to grow without the fear of being judged. Now, these I'm not talking from my own mind, okay? I've got it from the research. Then other fun seekers. They come down to the level of their grandchildren. Then you have the distant ones. The distant ones are where they would not know the names of their grandchildren also. And for this, you got to blame your children. They have not inculcated the family values into their grandchildren. You cannot do anything. The children have to say, look, even if you're far away, they are there. So and so, video calling is there. You go to reach out to them. And because that's what you do in old age, you reach out to people. Then you have the caregiver grandparent and the indulgent grandparents. Never ever become the indulgent. Indulgent should have a limit. Then come the family historians. Now, there are some people who know a lot of their family background, the previous ancestors, and they love to share it at different phases of a child's life. When the child is adult, when the child is young. So, these are the family historians, and I seriously believe that, even maybe when I was small, we did have our grandparents who were family historians. Now I think I should have jotted down some things that they should tell me about the family. I don't remember so much. So this is a very good thing to do, to be a family historian, because a grandparent's story is a treasure. It is just like a jeweler which is handling a very precious gem, It has its own personal anecdotes. They'll tell you a story, but they would add all the experiences into it. A grandparent's story has certain experiences which can never ever be got from any textbook. So they are very, very important. But caution, whichever kind of grandparent you are, make sure you are on the same page as your child. Never ever let the harmony go. You know what is harmony? Harmony. How can you be in harmony with your children? Jab hum haar maan jate hain. That is harmony. So, you've accepted your defeat. Humne haar mani, isliye hum sabke saath harmony mein hain. So that is one thing. So certain guidelines. Respect the parents' role. Set your boundaries. Engage and support your children, but always be there as a protective factor. So what are the 10 rules? Dear grandparents, for good grandparenting, accept the fact that this is your child's life and family. Play a supportive role, but do not make the rules. Rules are to be made by the parents. Learn to keep your mouth shut. It's very difficult. When you become one PD upar, you decide, I will say, I will do this, I will dictate. No, you have to learn. You used to dictate. You used to do certain things. Learn to keep your mouth shut. Accept the changes you have no control over. Your children should set their boundaries. This child will see TV till then, after that none. Fine. Keep up with the times, stay open to new ideas. Do not give unsolicited advice. Please don't. And teach and inspire. So then the last two slides say, you should be very clear in what you want, no gray zones. You should be consistent and you should give concrete decisions. You shouldn't say, acha, if you want, I can do it for you. No, either you can do it or you have some other commitment and you cannot do it. So the model should be clear, concise and calm. Now, when you become a grandparent, I don't know if the grandchild is lucky or you are lucky or both are lucky. All said and done, discipline does fly out of the window. Whenever a grandparent enters the door, discipline flies out of the window. It is often said. So, young people need something stable to hang on to, a cultural connection, a sense of their own past, and a hope for their own future. Most of all, this is what the grandparents can give them. So grandparents cannot be just a commodity which is used because you have shortage of staff, you don't have labor, you're not getting a nanny for your child. No, it's not like that. If you want them to help you, you also have to reach out. At the same time, you should decide how much you can do. Do it with, with your full peace of mind because you want to do it, and don't regret what you're doing. That would be the ideal grandparenting. Don't crib. People have a habit, they'll crib. This happened, she's called me, now I have to go, now I have to take. If you cannot do, you don't want to do, don't do. Don't do. But if you do it, please do it with an open mind. Hence, thank you so much. That's me with my grandchildren. So, becoming a grandparent is one of life's greatest rewards because it allows you to love your grandchildren, to spoil your grandchildren, and yet guide the next generation. So, save our souls, SOS. Your grandparenting friends should be skillful, optimal, sensible, draw your own boundaries, learn to keep your mouth shut. Thank you so much for a very patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Sridhar. Very informative to our grandparents, also to the upcoming grandparents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I would like to request our chairperson, Dr. Keshav Chandrakar sir, to kindly felicitate our speakers. So please.
Thank you, sir and madam. Moving on to the next session, we have video session, that is imaging and surgery. For this, I would like to call upon stage the chairperson for this session, Dr. Gitanjali Ratha ma'am, Dr. Sasmita Parida ma'am, Dr. Chaitanya Maji sir, Dr. Josna Panigrahi ma'am.
I'd like to request the chairperson to kindly come upon the dais and welcome the speaker.
तीन thin gathering, although we have to continue. And past speaker is none other than dear Abhay Kumar Patnaik. He is none other than a non-famous gynecologist of Odisha, and holding the so many chairperson of the perinatology committee and director of Abhay Clinic and Ultrasound and Sai Jivan. So many things, nothing more to delay. Abhay, start your topic.
Thank you, chairpersons. Dear colleagues and delegates, I thank all of you for your presence, because in the Sunday evening till 4 o'clock, still some of the delegates are there to listen to it. I will speak on ultrasound in postmenopausal bleeding. All must be knowing that is the standard fast-line non-invasive investigation that is to be done in all cases of postmenopausal bleeding. How it helps? It helps to assess the endometrial thickness, to evaluate the endometrial morphology, to detect the structural abnormalities such as polyp, fibroids or adnexal masses, and guide further management, whether go for biopsy or do not require biopsy, etc., or guided biopsy, or where from we have to take the biopsy. So what should be the technique? Ideal technique should be transvaginal ultrasound, because it is a high frequency ultrasound and closer to the targeted organ. So you use usually the transvaginal ultrasound in this case, but we should not forget that transabdominal is not needed. Transabdominal also sometimes we can do, because some cases we do not agree for transvaginal, or some cases we may miss. So clinically we always see past the transabdominal, then patient should go to the toilet and evacuate, then only do transvaginal examination, because that will give you the clear picture. Sometimes in transvaginality difficult to measure the uterine cavity, uterine length, breadth, etc., and sometimes you may miss the adnexal masses. So therefore, we always practice a transabdominal followed by transvaginal. So endometrial thickness is measured in the maximum double layer thickness in the mid-sagittal plane of the uterus from one endometrial interface to the other endometrial face. But when there is collection of fluid in the endometrial cavity, sometimes we see normally there is some amount of fluid collection in the endometrial cavity. In those cases, you have to measure the upper lip and lower lip, and you should exclude the collective collection of the fluid, and that will be, if you added the above and up and down, and that will be your measurement in the endometrial thickness. So that is how the interpretation of the findings is that endometrial thickness previously where guideline was 4 mm, now it has come up to 5 mm. So if it is less than 4.5 millimeter and there is very low risk of endometrial carcinoma, less than 1%, usually no biopsy needed. If there is bleeding, stops automatically, but you have to follow up those cases frequently. The endometrial thickness is more than 4.5 millimeter, so requires endometrial sampling and biopsy to exclude the hyperplasia or malignancy. If it is hyperplasia is there, so if it is, sometimes we see in the postmenopausal, we see 10 millimeter, 11 millimeter, 14 millimeter, because we miss the polyp. So once you miss the polyp and include the polyp into the endometrial thickness measurement, so you may get a higher thickness of endometrial. So you have to be careful and should be very specific and should be done by a if you are suspecting something, then you can go for SIS, that is sono infusion, saline infusion sonography. So endometrial thickness not measurable. Sometimes we see that the endometrium is so thin and you are not able to measure the endometrium, or you are not getting the endometrial lining properly, then we consider for sonohysterography or saline infusion sonography or the hysteroscopy to assess the focal lesions. So focal lesions of polyp, mass or fluid requires targeted evaluation, so it requires biopsy. So heterogeneous or irregular endometrium is when you see you should suspect that there is suspicion of malignancy, so you should either go for the hysteroscopy and a targeted biopsy, or you have to target the area from which place you have to take the biopsy, because if you miss the place, you may miss the malignancy also. So that you have to see and do it. So additional findings we may get: the fibroids may distort the endometrial cavity and cause bleeding. Second, endometrial polyp appears as focal echogenic lesions, better evaluated with the saline infusion sonography. Sometimes we see that polyps are included as the endometrial thickness. If you get high endometrial thickness, you should suspect that there may be a polyp. So endometrial fluid collection can be normal if thin surrounding endometrium, or pathological if thickened or irregular. So limitations is that the atrophic endometrium may be difficult to visualize. Sometimes you see that only linear, one line is seen as the endometrium, and you are not able to measure the endometrium, so that is called the atrophic endometrium. And intrauterine synechia or screening may affect the measurement, or scarring. Scarring, if it is adhesion, intrauterine adhesions or synechia, sometimes we may not get the linear lining of the endometrial lining in the ultrasonography, so it becomes it affect the measurement. So in those cases we can go for hysteroscopy or hysteroscopic biopsy. So hormone replacement therapy, if it is in postmenopausal, we should not consider 4 to 5 mm as the standard cutoff, but it can be more than that, because when she is taking hormone replacement therapy, it will be 8 or more. So it may be 10, 12, 11, etc. So when you taking this hormone therapy, you have to consider that 4 or 5 millimeter is not considered as the cutoff line. So summary to recommend is postmenopausal bleeding endometrial thickness 4 or 5 less. Usually you do not take biopsy immediately, or you can go for the follow-up afterwards. But if they more than 4 or 5 millimeter, endometrial biopsy is indicated. So if there is irregular local lesions, we go for saline infusion sonography or hysteroscopy biopsy, and unable to measure the endometrial thickness, when there is adhesions, synechia, etc., you are suspecting, you can go for the hysteroscopy and other modality imaging like saline infusion sonography or 3D rendering of the endometrial cavity. So this is how you are seeing that this is a normal endometrium, but actually it is not. When you clearly see, then the fourth picture you see that it is a endometrial polyp actually. So when we are seeing this, in this type of picture, you have to see it more closely and with zooming, so that you can see. So this is the picture where you are not able to see the endometrial lining. There is some mass is seen in the central part. Probably it is maybe a polyp. In the next few slides you can see it. This is the thin endometrium. We can see that is this type of endometrium when you are seeing. When it is measuring, it is 3.7 mm. So this is quite normal in postmenopausal women. And this type of findings are common. And when you see the transvaginal and transabdominal ultrasound, we see that thin endometrium is seen on the this transvaginal ultrasound. So while doing, you should be more approaching from the cervix to body to the apex and the fundus. So when seeing the video, you can see that you have to see, and the particular one place you can get the actually you see that this is the polyp clearly visible. This is also the same patient. You think that this is a normal endometrium, but you can know from this that this is a polyp. And also adnexal masses you can see, and if the adnexal masses are there, sometimes you may give rise to bleeding. So this is a adnexal mass in the postmenopausal area. So you can see if saline infusion sonography, if you put 20 ml of saline during ultrasonography, you can get the clear picture of the endometrial lining and also the polyp or the growth or anything is there, it can be seen. So 3D picture rendering also nowadays you can go do, and you can see the interior of the cavity. Before doing the hysteroscopy, any invasive procedures, you can see the 3D picture. And in hysteroscopy, then finally if you are suspicious of anything, then you can go for diagnostic hysteroscopy, and during the hysteroscopy, you can, if you get in the polyp, actually when a Doppler imaging we see Doppler is that there is increased vascularity around the endometrial cavity, or when there is irregular mass around which there is increased vascularity. So in these conditions also you may suspect that it may be malignancy. So this is a picture of endometrial carcinoma with increased vascularity and of the polypoidal growth in the endometrial cavity, and these are to be immediately to be, you should suspect, and the diagnosis is always by histopathology. So you have to do histopathological study of the sample and to diagnose and confirm the condition as a malignancy. To conclude, ICOG guidelines advocates for a systematic transvaginal ultrasound approach, often utilizing saline infusion sonography and Doppler, to accurately assess the endometrial thickness and identify intracavitary abnormality. So most important thing is why you are using this transvaginal, because it is to see the intracavitary lesions. Postmenopausal bleeding also can occur due to cervical cancer, but cervical cancer you do not need, because you have to see, you can see it in the naked eye. So this serves as a crucial step in the workup of suspected endometrial pathology, guiding the need for and performance of endometrial biopsy. So thank you.
Thank you, Abhay, for the nice picture and nice demonstration. And always in particularly when you are doing sonography, you have seen that done the this your color Doppler simultaneously, and also you can go for a volume. If you have the volume probe, but a 3D, 4D you can do it, and you can without saline sonography or intervention. Without intervention, you can also diagnose. Okay, and it is a very important tool for all the perimenopausal or postmenopausal bleeding or whatever you can assess, and you can detect so many things, and accordingly you can plan the further management. Thank you.
Now I invite our next speaker, Dr. Rajat Rai. He is a very well-known figure in the Odisha as well as in the country. He is the professor in High-Tech Medical College, President IFMB, State President IMA, State President SFM, ISAR Odisha, so many and so forth. Dr. Rajat, now stage is yours. Just carry on.
చూడండి చెప్పండావు Menopause. As the time is very short, I will show only the not the videos and the pictures to give a clear-cut idea about what can do about adnexal masses regarding the iota score. So what is iota? This is International Ovarian Tumor Analysis Group. This scoring system which uses a set of ultrasound and clinical features to predict the risk of malignancy in an adnexal mass. There are some standardization terminologies which I will go through. Mainly we use the transvaginal sonography with the mass is large, we have to go for a transabdominal sonography complementary to it. What are the definitions? There are few words: unilocular solid, multilocular solid or solid. We'll go through the pictures, how they look like. Cyst contents can be anechoic, low level, ground glass, hemorrhagic or mixed, solid material or papillary structures or wall irregularity, vascularity, grade of vascularity, shadows and ascites. Taking all these pictures, we can predict whether it is a malignant or benign. But in unilocular, you can see there is no septa inside. This is a clear-cut unilocular. Here there is some internal echoes, that is also unilocular. And here there is septa you are seeing, but it is incomplete. It is not completely dividing the cavity. We consider it as unilocular. Unilocular solid, you are seeing some solid masses inside the locule, but the locule is one. This is small, this is a large mass, and there are several projections. All these are known as unilocular solid. Multilocular, you can see a cyst inside another cyst, or multiple cysts throughout, or there are complete septa dividing the follicle. All these are under multilocular, and along with that you are seeing some solid components. It is known as multilocular solid. Solid, you are seeing totally solid. The adnexal mass is totally solid in appearance. Cystic contents can be anechoic. There is no echo inside. Anechoic. This is a ground glass appearance typical of an endometriotic cyst. Whereas this is the low level internal echoes. You can see some part of the cyst is filled with low level internal echoes. And this is a hemorrhagic cyst. It can be fluid, there may be libel, discriminating libel where the hemorrhage shrinkens, or it can be spread out also. There is a hemorrhagic cyst. Mixed, you are seeing both the components, solid and echogenic. It is not fixing into either unilocular or multilocular or some solid. It is a mixed variety. All these are all mixed varieties. They are different examples of mixed varieties. Internal wall of the cyst, it can be smooth like this, or it can be irregular like this. It may be irregular. Papillary projections, how will you measure? If there is some projection inside the cyst, you have to measure it. This is the correct way of measuring. You turn your probe, see where it is the largest, and you measure the height from the. You should not include the cyst wall. Cyst wall should be excluded. You measure the height. This is the projection. You measure the height. So solid component, how will you tell the solid component is structure that has echogenicity, suggestive of tissue, but the white wall of a dermoid is not a solid tissue. We can compare it with the myometrium, and our blood clot or mucin is not a solid tissue. Whereas the protrusion, if it is more than 3 mm, we call it a papillary projection. It is counted as a solid component. If it is less than 3 mm height, we call it a irregular cyst wall. You do not call it a solid component. Irregular means irregular internal wall or irregular outer contour of a solid lesion. Ascites, if the fluid is outside the POD, sometimes you can see normal fluid inside the POD. If it is outside the POD, extending the cavity, abdominal cavity, you call it a ascites. Vascular score, there are 4 scores. If there is no flow surrounding the cyst, it is the color does not enter the cyst, it is no flow. It is a minimal flow inside the cyst, score 2. If it is a flow, moderately flow inside the cyst, we call it a score 3. If it is abundant flow, we call it score 4. But keep in mind, if you are doing a color score, you have to adjust your PRF accurately, otherwise you get a overlap. You will not get a color score accurately. So coming to iota, it is a 3-step strategy. Step 1, it decides simple descriptors. Step 2, simple rules, and step 3, subjective assessment. How will go? First we will go decide the simple descriptors. That is a pattern recognition. From that we know either benign or malignant. We can straight away say we are not going to score the iota. If it is not decided by simple descriptors, we go to the simple rules. There are 5 benign rules. There are 5 malignant features. We will come to that. From that we will assess the possibility of benign or malignant. But again, we can have some overlapping, we cannot decide by the definition, then we go for a subjective assessment, you go for a, you send it for an expert ultrasound examiner providing subjective assessment. So what are the simple descriptors? Endometrioma, benign cystic teratoma, dermoid, simple cyst or cyst adenoma, functional cyst or hemorrhage cyst. These are 4 groups of benign tumors. There is a malignant tumor with ascites is a clear-cut malignancy. So you will go to simple descriptors. This is a unilocular, it is benign descriptor 1. This is a unilocular tumor with ground glass echogenicity in premenopausal women, suggestive of a endometriosis. This is typical of a endometrium picture. We take it as a benign. Another unilocular tumor with mixed echogenicity and acoustic shadows. This is typical of a dermoid cyst, usually seen in premenopausal women, suggestive of benign cystic teratoma, which has other features also. They may contain fluid level. Floating globules is an uncommon appearance of the teratomas, but seen to be predictive. A calcification can also be present in each ovary. Then third is a unilocular tumor with regular walls, but the size is less than 10 cm. Size is also important. Suggestive of simple cyst or cyst adenoma. Fourth is a unilocular cyst with regular walls. This is typical of a hemorrhagic cyst. Whereas malignant, we see a tumor with moderate amount of blood flow and ascites throughout. This is a tumor, adnexal mass, and you see the ascites interstitial floating inside the fluid. When simple descriptors do not apply, if the mass is not instantly recognizable and simple descriptors do not apply, then apply simple rules. There are 5 M rules, that is irregular solid tumor, presence of ascites, at least 4 papillary structures. We will go to that because time I will go direct. B1, this is a benign unilocular cyst. This presence of a solid component with largest diameter less than 7 mm. This should be less than 7 mm, largest diameter of any orthogonal measurements, or presence of acoustic shadows, that is B3. B4 is a smooth multilocular tumor with largest diameter less than 100 mm 10 centimeters, and fourth is a no blood flow, fifth is a no blood flow inside. These are 5 basic markers. Whereas a malignant, there is a irregular solid tumor, there is presence of ascites, you can see the ascites presence, you can at least 4 papillary projections, at least 4 in number, and irregular multilocular solid tumor with largest diameter again more than 10 centimeters, and 5 is a very strong blood flow. What are the simple rules? How will calculate? Rule 1, if 1 or more M features are present in the absence of B features, it is malignant. Similarly, if 1 or more B features are present in absence of M features, the mass is classified benign. But if both M features and B features are present, or none of them present, there the result is inconclusive and second stage test is recommended. For that, we go for another advanced model, that is called aorta adnex model. That is assessment of different neoplasias in the adnexa model. Is a computer-based model that calculates the probability of a mass being benign, borderline, or different stages of invasive or metastatic cancer. It also says every stages of the cancer. How it takes into account 6 ultrasound appearances and 3 clinical predictors like age, serum CA125, and type of center to which the patient has been referred for ultrasound exam. So there is an oncology center or a non-oncology center. And the ultrasound predictors are, I will go through the maximum diameter of the lesion, proportion of solid tissue in the mass, more than 10 cyst locules, yes versus no, number of papillary projections either 0, 1, 2, 3 or more than 3, acoustic shadows, yes versus no, and ascites, yes versus no. So all these scoring systems are put into the model, and the model calculates the malignancy risk. So simple rules generally have high sensitivity and specificity, making them excellent tool for initial triage. They are designed to be used by non-experts to decrease the workload on specialists. Adnex model has a higher sensitivity and an area under the curve that is higher than the simple rules. Through its specificity may be lower, it provides more detailed information about the risk of malignancy and subclass of cancer. To conclude, I will say the aorta system provides a structured, evidence-based framework for the sonographic assessment to help determine the most appropriate clinical management and patient referral pathway for a routine follow-up, either a routine follow-up or a general gynecology or surgery or referral to a gynecology oncology. Thank you for a patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Rajat. Actually, following IOTA rules, all the gynecologists should speak a same language. That is the main role for following certain protocol, and it should be followed.
The next topic is management of adnexal mass, and for this I invite Dr. Manoranjan Mahapatra, none other than he is a perfect surgeon for this, and he is associate professor in Acharya Haryar Institute of Medical Science, an oncogynecologist and advanced laparoscopic surgeon. We always see his operations in YouTubes also. He is a very good teacher also.
Video.
Welcome, Dr. Manoranjan.
Thank you, madam. Well, next, my presentation. Well, I am just carrying forward the thoughts of the Dr. Rajat Rai. He told many things about the IOTA imaging aspect, but as a gynecologist, I want to know what is the words of this adnexa. Ovarian adnexal reporting and data system. Whether this mass is an ORADS 1, I am not showing my wife, a female, whether it is an ORADS 2, which has a probability of malignancy of up to 0.5%, ORADS 3, a probability of malignancy of up to 5%, ORADS 4, probability of malignancy up to 50%, or ORADS 5, probability of malignancy up to 90%. Ladies and gentlemen, let me go to my topic, management of adnexal mass. Respected chairpersons, esteemed delegates, this is very close to my heart, management of the adnexal mass. Actually, we find many cases being solved and many cases by, of course, not solved and mis-solved rather as an oncologist. So in the next 7 minutes time, I will be going through my topic with the video presentation. So let us start to have a very brief idea of the ovary, what an ovary is. Ovary is nothing but an epithelium, germ cell and the stroma. These are the three basic components of the ovary. And problem of the ovary are either of the benign, borderline or malignant. And every case is a new and unique one. So it needs a stringent planning and of course a procedure. So it needs really planning, and those planning depends on the 5 S: symptoms, signs, sonography, serum markers, and SOS surgery. So all cases cannot be a one. So as Dr. Rajat told, the IOTA stratification has to be there, RMI calculation has to be there, and RMI based surgery has to be there. Whether you will go for the laparoscopy or not, there is stringent guidelines are there. If you are a fluent laparoscopic surgeon also, you have to follow the guideline. So if you are fortunate, in the menopause also, I will be sticking to my talk to the menopause only. So if you are fortunate, you will find a simple cyst or ORADS 1, and you can do very well in the laparoscopy, but the same principle is that never puncture the cyst of a menopausal lady, never believe the cyst. Here we did the laparoscopic surgery, punctured vaginally, no spillage. Another case of serous cyst with dermoid, again the same principle, never disturb the cyst, do the hysterectomy and take out everything through the vaginal, spillage only through the vaginal, no spillage to the peritoneum. If you are fortunate, sometimes you can get a solid mass like ovarian fibroma without any vascularity. But things are not simple always. So you can see a picture of like this, a large mass with multicystic lesions having the vascularity. So here the things are very different. So here laparoscopy has no role or something very limited role. You have to evaluate the case with higher imaging, and you may puncture the cyst, but you have to guard the spillage, and accordingly this was a borderline mucinous cyst. Now you can see the picture. There are fine granulation of this cyst here. So you have to be very careful. So in that case, we went for a conservative surgery for this 34-year-old lady, and we overlooked this. So something like this can backstab you. Sometimes this comes to a borderline malignant. And it was again conveyed to the patient. Then patient asked, this was the educated patient, and sometimes if this happens, the patient may backstab you because the patient may change to the other consultant, and they can come to us, why doctor you have done the half surgery to me? And they can really backstab you. So that's why you have to be very careful while dealing a case of ovarian mass. Laparoscopy is a big no, solid ovarian mass with vascularity, retroperitoneal tumor. So there is a stringent guidelines are there where to do and where not to do. You must stick to that and you must follow that. That was a 45 years unmarried lady with broad ligament myoma with the diagnosis, CT scan also broad ligament myoma, and we went for the laparoscopy, but that was the mali that came out to be the invasive malignancy, and we conveyed the patient on the table and we did the consent and we finished up the surgery. But that is not the message, you must avoid the surgery. And that was again a case, surprise CA ovary came out and the diagnosis was not that, and we finalized the surgery. But if you are not confident enough, avoid from the surgery and you can refer the patient to the higher centers. That was the malignancy, papillary mucinous carcinoma of the ovary. So, a solid ovarian mass in the menopause, sometimes you can get the solid ovarian mass with postmenopausal bleeding, serum inhibin was more, endometrial hyperplasia was there, and we have evaluated. And here the guideline is that you must go for the laparotomy, you must take out the mass in toto, and no spillage of the mass should be there inside the peritoneal cavity. We finished up laparoscopically, but the message is that you must do it as per your capability. But one principle is that there should not be any spillage. We had the technique of introducing into the endobag. All my surgery was a joint surgery with Professor Giri sir, and I have learnt all things from him. And these videos are also a combined procedure, rather co-producers with sir, and that was the adult granulosa cell tumor of the ovary. And that was a post-hysterectomy ovarian cyst, post-hysterectomy hydrosalpinx, so that can come, and we finished up with the laparoscopy. And that was post-hysterectomy ovarian cyst. Those are the cysts, very tough surgery. In fact, I will label it as a level 6 surgery. They used to be adherent with the sigmoid and all. And you can find the solid ovarian mass with some vascularity will be there with irregular border. If it is there, you must be very careful. She was a lady with 3 times earlier surgery and she was post-menopausal. That was Girisha's case, and our plan was to go for the diagnostic laparoscopy and SOS surgery. And we did the laparoscopy and we found out the disease, we can tackle the disease, and we proceed with the surgery and we proceed with the full-scale surgery and we finish up the surgery there. But the message is that if you are not confident, you avoid from there and you refer the patient, or you do afterwards after planning. Sometimes the mass is irregular and you have the ascites and your FNAC or the core biopsy is inconclusive. Then you can go for the diagnostic laparoscopy and biopsy. So the plan was here, the diagnostic laparoscopy and the biopsy, and then you can go for the chemotherapy of the patient, 3 cycles of the chemotherapy, and when the patient is settled up, you can go for the interval surgery. So and that was a case with right ovarian cyst. We are planning for the TLH, but it came out to be the tuberculous abdomen. So we aborted the procedure. And that was few days back, a case with bilateral ovarian mass, just 5 days back, the patient is yet to be discharged. That was mesenteric cyst a few months back. That was a surprise element to me. And the ovaries were normal, the mesentery, that was a cyst, and we finished up the surgery. And that was a case with fallopian tube cancer. So that's what the message is, that it's a spectrum. So it's not a disease that how you see through the prism is it makes a different light. So you must be very careful while planning, while predicting a ovarian mass or the adnexal mass. You must plan accordingly and the procedure accordingly should be followed. 1 minute. So thank you all for watching this and thank you everyone to have this.
Thank you so much, Manoranjan. And my thanks and regards to Giri sir also.
Yes, those all cases
The
are
joint venture is
combined
always
cases.
better. Those who
sir
want
and
to
me.
see, you can see in the YouTube also.
Yes, thank you, madam. So the very one-liner message is that this ovary is a mystery organ. Every case is a new one. As sir used to tell me every time that never think that yesterday you have done a case successfully, today you will be succeeding. Treat every case as a new one. Evaluate it, and evaluate it before going for the surgery. 10 times evaluate, rewind. Again, after the surgery also, again rewind why you have failed to diagnose the case, even if you have failed to diagnose. That's how we can develop ourselves, and that's how we can learn ourselves. So no ego in dealing in case of adnexal mass or ovarian mass. Every time or any time you can fail. So that's what the message I can ventilate. Thank you all.
One comment regarding the ORADs. Actually, ORADs is a recent thing.
Yeah.
Because I was assigned IOTA, I told about IOTA, but ORADs is a better score than IOTA.
ORADs is for the management, it is always good
part.
because IOTA is a complex one clinician cannot have. ORADs simply you can ask your imaging specialist that what is the ORADs of this mass. Accordingly you can plan it. If you have a sense, if you yourself is a sonologist, it's well and good. You can find out the IOTA and quantification, everything. Otherwise, simply if your sonologist will say that it's a ORADs 3 mass, it's a ORAD 4 mass, accordingly you will caution yourself and plan. That's what I was expressing. Thank you all.
Now I request Dr. Sangram Panda. His topic is imaging in myoma. He is the associate professor in KIMS Medical College, Bhubaneswar. The dais is yours now.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks to the organizers for giving me an opportunity on giving a talk on imaging of myomas. I am Dr. Sangram Panda, Associate Professor in Radiology Department at KIMS Bhubaneswar. The main imaging modalities for diagnosis of this myomas are mainly ultrasound and MRI. And ultrasound is the first line investigation. It can be transabdominal or transvaginal, and usually fibroids appear as hypoechoic but can be heterogeneous on this ultrasound. Here we can see a heterogeneously hypoechoic fibroid seen arising from the posterior part of uterus. And the limitations of ultrasound are mainly this is operator dependent and difficult when the uterus is very large or there are multiple fibroids in the uterus. And another thing is limited field of view in ultrasound. Now coming to MRI, the typical fibroid appears as a well-defined hypointense lesion, and when there are features of degeneration, it may show some internal high T2 signal intensity. Then advantages of MRI are, it can give a detailed multiplanar anatomy of the uterus along with the fibroids. Then it can give excellent soft tissue contrast, and it can give better delineation of the fibroid margins, and localization of multiple fibroids in relation to the endometrium and serosa is better in MRI. And the degeneration features also better detected in MRI. Now coming to myoma mapping, this is not just systematic localization and characterization of myomas using ultrasound and MRI. This FIGO classification of myomas is based on location of myoma relative to the endometrium and serosa. It helps in standardized reporting and treatment decision making. So this FIGO classification is used in myoma mapping. Okay. Then different types of myoma based on this FIGO classification. This type 0 is intracavitary and pedunculated. Here we can see within the uterus, endometrial cavity, a polypoid lesion, pedunculated lesion seen arising from the anterior wall of the uterus. Okay. This is totally within the endometrial cavity. It comes under type 0. And the management plan for this is usually hysteroscopic myomectomy. Now coming to the FIGO type 1. This is also a submucosal variant, but here we can see more than 50% of the tumor or fibroid is within the endometrial cavity, and less than 50% is within the myometrium. The optimal treatment plan is hysteroscopic myomectomy with or without medical therapy. Then FIGO type 2. This is also a submucosal type of fibroid where the more than 50% of the fibroid is within the myometrium and some part is protruding into the endometrial cavity. The management for this is two-step hysteroscopy and laparoscopy. Next type is type 3. This is mostly intramural, but it is it is in contact with the endometrial lining. Okay, so this is the type 3, and this management for this is usually laparoscopic or open myomectomy. Then FIGO type 4. Type 4 is also intramural, but there is no contact with the endometrium or serosa. In this case, there are multiple fibroids. Some are contacting the endometrium. Those will be type 3, and some are totally within the myometrium. Those are type 4. And the management is medical or myomectomy or uterine artery embolization. Then type 5 is subserosal type with more than 50% intramural. Here we can see a fibroid, and majority of the part within the myometrium, and some part is protruding beyond this, pushing the serosa. And the management for this is laparoscopic myomectomy. Then this is FIGO type 6. In type 6, it is also subserosal, but more than 50% is outside the myometrium. And the management for this also laparoscopic myomectomy. This is type 6 and type 7. In type 7, the fibroid is usually subserosal and pedunculated. This is uterus, and it is outside the uterine contour, okay, but within the serosal lining. And for this management is laparoscopy or vaginal excision. Type 8, this includes other type, cervical, broad ligament or parasitic type of fibroids. Okay. Here we can see a fibroid, heterointense lesion in the cervix region of the uterus. So this is a cervical fibroid. And in this case, there is a large lesion outside the uterus. This is a broad ligament fibroid. And for this type of fibroids, there is individualized, depending on the fibroid, there is different surgical approaches. Then another last type is hybrid type, means when there is both serosa and serosa and submucosa, both are involved. So these types are usually numbered as 2 to 5, 2 to 5, 2 to 6, like that. 2 means submucosal type, just protruding into the endometrium cavity, and 5 means just touching the serosal lining. Like that, we can say if going beyond the uterine contour, then that is more than 50%, then 2 to 6, like that numbering will be there. These are the representative images for this same FIGO types of fibroids. Ultrasound images, these mostly. Then this is a case of myoma showing cystic degeneration, central hyperintensity, subserosal fibroid showing cystic degeneration. This is another fibroid which is hyperintense on T1 and showing suppression on or hypointensity on T1 fat set images. That means that it is containing fat. So this is a fatty degeneration of myoma. This is another case showing this is the large fibroid with rim of T2 hyperintensity and central heterointense area, and showing heterogeneous post-contrast enhancement. Means it is mostly a myxoid degeneration of myoma. Here we can see the uterine contour is not seen and a large lesion, heterointense lobulated ill-defined lesion involving the uterus. And on diffusion image, we can see some areas of hyperintensity, that is diffusion restricting areas. So this is in favor of leiomyosarcoma. But these features are actually not always definitive of leiomyosarcoma. There is some overlapping also persists. Then predictive MRI criteria for malignant changes in the fibroid are if adjacent enlarged lymph nodes or peritoneal implants there, or high diffusion signal intensity within the lesion. Then coming to the myoma mapping reporting using the ultrasound or MRI. Okay, we have to mention the number of fibroids if these are countable if possible, and sizes of the fibroids, largest and others also we can mention. Then location of the fibroids, whether fundus, body or anterior, posterior or lateral wall. Then phagotype for each major fibroid. Then relation of endometrium and serosa to the fibroid. Then any degeneration changes within the fibroid. Then role of IR in the myoma cases. We can do uterine artery embolization or high intensity focused ultrasound. This is promising non-invasive thermal ablation technique through which we can concentrate the ultrasound waves on the lesion and create high temperature so that they can be ablated. This is a uterine artery embolization case. In pre-embolization, we can see multiple small tortuous vessels with blushing seen in the left lateral part of uterus. Okay, mostly this is those are supplying the fibroid, and on post embolization these vessels are not seen. Okay, this is a table showing management plan for myomas, different types of myomas and plans. So take home message is MRI as compared to USG has greater accuracy in mapping fibroid types and their extent. MRI is especially useful when the uterus is large and having multiple fibroids, or any prior interventions done, or any fertility sparing plan is there. And fibroid mapping is needed for proper pre-treatment planning like surgical myomectomy, uterine artery embolization or HIFU. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Panda, for the nice deliberation and also your nice pictures on by the MRI of different varieties of fibroids and its classification and how to come to a conclusion and how to perform the management, and accordingly you will plan, and thank you very much. Okay. Now the last speaker of this session is none other than Dr. Narahari Agasti, and he was my student when I was in SCB as an associate professor. Now he become the professor of KIMS, Bhubaneswar, and consultant of the Kalinga Hospital, Bhubaneswar, and is an executive member of ISAR, and so many, attached to so many things, and he has been awarded so many, and his main publication is the multiple in various national and international journal, and he has also been awarded so many academic presentation during in Calcutta paper presentation, the best paper presentation, and so on. So Narahari, nothing more to say. Everybody knows you, and you are well known to everybody in this hall, I think. And now podium is yours, and proceed with your topic.
A good afternoon to one and all esteemed chairpersons, my teachers, teachers of teachers, the esteemed members of this prestigious Indian Menopause Society across the country, all the dignitaries on the dais and of the dais, my seniors, my colleagues. My topic has been very much simplified by previous speaker, none other than Sangram. He has diagnosed that it is a myoma, and diagnosis is very much perfectly done either by ultrasound, by clinical MRI, and my only thing is to deliver that myoma. So that's my topic. Greeting from the land of Lord Jagannath, praying for the lotus feet for the prosperity, peace and progress. Because as you know, myoma is a benign smooth muscle tumor. The etiology as of now nobody knows. And the myoma is a benign one, and it may come from uterine and extrauterine. I am not going to detail, and also I am not going to the detailed classification by FIGO, starting from 0 to 6, 8. 0 means it is intracavitary. That means it is the submucosal myoma. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3 usually intramural, and 4, 5, 6 if you go from inner to outer, that is a subserous. And there are certain indications for the removal of the myoma, and there are certain contraindications for the also, but I am talking about indications. I am not going to contraindication. Indications, there might be some. First is menstrual irregularities may in the form of AUB, and this AUB may affect from adolescent, perimenopausal, menopausal, including also postmenopausal. And that is the menstrual irregularities in the abnormal uterine bleeding. The second thing comes in the group of reproductive age group when it causes subfertility. How does cause the myoma subfertility? Because it has a HOXA gene, and one is intracavitary lesions which accomplishes the accommodation problem, and even if it is intramural, it interferes with the implantation. So in that way, it hampers the fertility. So in that particular case, there are certain indications where you have to remove the myoma. And third is, if there is any pressure symptoms, if it is anterior wall causing pressure symptoms, bladder, and if it is a posterior wall causing symptom, rectum causing impaction, causing constipation, or if it is a severe broad ligament myoma and causing the uretary compression, causing back pressure changes, and there occurs a kidney bladder problem. In that condition, there are 2 to 3 conditions that you have to remove. And these are the indications. Then comes what is the route. As old process we know, that is a open, that is a abdominal route, and there is a minimal invasive route, that is the laparoscopic. Then coming minimal invasive, if there is submucous pure intracavitary solitary myoma, we are very much used with the histoscopic myomectomy, that is known as transcervical recessional myoma. And now the another way is the through natural hole route. Because the whole transformation in this world from a non-surgical, surgical to non-surgical, and again from a minimal invasive to natural hole technique. And this myoma can be taken vaginally, because in Odisha, we all are experts with the vaginal surgeons. But there are certain indications. Every myoma cannot be removed vaginally. But what is the constant with the vaginal myoma? Because vaginal narrowness, vaginal canal, cervical canal, you must have a good assistant and good expertise. Sorry to say, because another co-speaker, another elder brother Manoj will not agree with me, but to me, vaginal surgery is more difficult than the laparoscopy. Because laparoscopy, you have a 360-degree vision. But in vaginal myomectomy or any vaginal surgery, you have a very narrow scope of mobility and also vision. So if those people who are very much experts in vaginal surgery, they're excellent laparoscopy surgeon, trust me. So this is an innovative way of taking the myoma. Imagine a case when there is a big cervical myoma. It is even difficult both abdominal and laparoscopy also. Why? Because the cervical myoma may be anterior wall, maybe posterior wall, maybe central. What causes it? It causes displacement of the ureter. The ureter may be drawn up medially or may be dragged out laterally. So the navigating is your ureter. So what happens when you are approaching to an anterior cervical myoma? Definitely what happens when you put a speculum, you cannot find out the cervix. And the bulging structure will be there, and you cannot, because it is already distorted. But with your expertise, with your patience and perseverance, what happens? The bulging part, you make a nick, and the pseudocapsule bulges, and gradually you take out the myoma, and the job is over. But when you approach from above downward, in case of abdominal and laparoscopy, it is much more difficult than approaching this. What I mean to say, when the myoma is in the lower segment, when it is anterior or a posterior wall, sometimes I have seen vulval myoma also. These are very easy to take out by the vaginal route. So if it is anterocervical, posterior cervical, or even in case of a intracavital lesion that is submucous myoma of 5 to 6 centimeter, it is very difficult to do it by hysteroscopy in a single setting. Why? We are worried because there is a hyperdilutional hyponatremia and there occurs a severe degree of pulmonary edema. So there is a high risk. So even if some certain segment of submucous myoma, which is at the level of internal os or just of the internal os, you can also approach through the vaginal route. How? Because in 3 or 9 o'clock, give incision and make incision, then you catch hold of the and twist it, come it, then have a suture. So that is also a different form of submucous myoma, which are at the level of internals. But if it's a towards ostia, above the internals, it is very difficult to approach for the vaginal. So what I mean to say, every other myoma cannot be removed vaginally, but there are certain segment of indications myoma, according to a location, according to a site, according to a number, you can also approach vaginally. So this is a intercervical myoma. As usual, you do in a vaginal hysterectomy, you inflate a uterocervical cervical vaginal fold, give some distension. Even in case of a normal saline water also, you give a plane, give a incision, then you catch hold of that cervical vaginal fold and you just go and feel the myoma by your finger, and even if it enlarges, you apply the myoma screw at the proper site. Otherwise, if you will not apply the proper location, proper site, that myoma screw, it will slip. So what you happen, the traction and counter traction will give a clue, and you can even remove 7 to 8, 5 to 6 centimeter myoma, even vaginally also. So what is the take home? Take home is, if from the below, if the myoma is approachable, visible, and most bulging part, you give incision, then go through the proper pseudocapsule, and automatically that myoma will bulge out, and you can enucleate from the vaginal route. So that is the only message that I want to give this hall, that yes, it is not only always the abdominal, it is not always the laparoscopic or hysteroscopic, but what happens? We all are endoscopic surgeon. Our concern is in case of infertility, if you get a 6 to 7 centimeter myoma in solitary grade 0 myoma, then you are always scared whether you are able to remove it in a single sitting or a multiple sitting. Even if you do a multiple sitting, the question arises that I may be dealing with a dilutional hyponatremia, and of course, we are not using nowadays monopolar receptoscope, you are using the bipolar receptoscope. But the thing is that, don't think that I am using bipolar receptoscope, I am not using glycine, I am using normal saline. Even if normal saline, there is a high pretty chance of pulmonary edema and also causing dilutional hyponatremia. And you see, if you just catch it and just by finger dissection, this pseudocapsule, some fibers are there, and make this release and make a traction and a counter traction, and automatically it will come. Once, what is the one motto is debulking. Once you debulk it and in a proper plane, it will be a vascular plane and it will come down. And once the myoma comes, what is the next step? You have to catch all of the bleeding edges. You have to see what are the diet space. As usual, the abdominal myomectomy or laparoscopic myomectomy, then you can have a suture, multiple sutures, either one layer or second layer. But during what happens during vaginal route, internally there is a bladder, posteriorly there is a rectum, that must be guarded. So how will guard? Your assistant take to vaginal speculum, retract it, and bladder give preoperative catheterization, and sometimes what happens? Even is a big one posterior wall cervical myoma, it distends the whole things, you cannot see. The urethra is upside. So first you debulk or take out the myoma, then when during suturing, it will compress. So even after taking out the myoma, you can catheterize it, only catheter, only 1 minute, catheter, and give it, then you suture it so that you can prevent any injury to the urethra and also the lower segment of the bladder. Time is up. So I have to finish. So thank you, sir, Hara sir, and organizing chairperson, organizing committee, and scientific person to allow me to share my thoughts regarding this vaginal route of myomectomy. But there are certain indications and contraindications also, and all depends on expertise. And we all have to master vaginal route, because I have seen the younger generation is running after the minimal invasive surgery. This is not a minimal invasive, it is non-invasive way of route of treatment. Thank you.
Thank you, Narahari, for the nice demonstration. Okay, and is there anybody to ask something or add something? Okay, thank you, everybody, and let us have a photo session.
Thank you, sir. Now we'd like to request our chairpersons to kindly felicitate our speakers.
I would like to request Dr. Aarti Gupta ma'am to felicitate the chairpersons for the session. Last session for this conference is roundtable discussion or public forum on menopause policy and public health. How do we move forward? I would like to welcome on stage the moderator for this last session, Dr. Basanta Kumar Pati sir and Dr. Rachita Pravalina ma'am. Sir and ma'am, please.
A very hearty evening to one and all present here. As we wind up the conference at the two-day extravaganza, this is the last session of the conference, and we have been handed over the responsibility of conducting a panel discussion on menopause policy and public health. How do we move forward? Now, our esteemed panelists, I would like to request our panelists to come and grace the dais, please. So earlier we had a panel of 8 members, but unfortunately, due to some preoccupied occupations, they could not be present here. But we have 3 esteemed panelists among us, and I would like to invite them.
Madam Professor Dr. Sarojini Chadangi, Madam Gayatri Das, Madam Sanjita Das, and to fill up the gap, I like to have National President, Menopausal Society, to honor the dais. Madam, please. After this only you have got the valedictory program, means this is the menopause of this 2 days conference. And during menopause, the way you find in family and in society, gradually people will leave you and the audience speaks volume of this particular phenomenon in the society, that it's a public forum without public. So, to move forward, yes? In a democracy, quality doesn't matter much, it's number. Next.
Now, why are we here to discuss this matter? For centuries, menopause has been seen as a natural stage in a woman's life, something to be quietly endured rather than openly discussed. This brings us to a crucial question. Menopause is not new. Women have gone through it for generations. So why is it gaining attention now? What has changed in our society, our healthcare system, and our understanding of women's well-being that makes this conversation so urgent? Is it changing social context? Sir.
If you consider the social part, earlier menopause was never considered a condition which should be discussed, because women or the ladies in the family used to stay at home. But now that a country like Bharat, where President of Bharat is a woman, if you see the most vibrant and challenging Chief Minister of any state, that is West Bengal, again it's a woman. And if you see the number of scientists who participate in the successful launch of 100 satellites for the first time in world by our own country, the number of scientists, women scientists I mean, outnumbers the men scientists. So, in all fields, if you are considering Olympics, Commonwealth Games, more and more medals are won by women athletes. So, in this way, the social part is changing gradually, and all these women will definitely attain particularly this condition at one stage of life. So, and with the longevity of life gradually increasing, maximum of women are living half of their life post-menopause. So, we should definitely consider this condition as one of the important part of the life, so that society should start thinking over it, what should be done.
Definitely, sir. This means menopause isn't just a passing phase, it's a stage where women are at their peak of their professional, social, and caregiving roles that needs attention to bone, heart, and mental health. Coming to the public health lens, now there's a growing concern that midlife women's health is equally critical for gender equity and quality of life, and menopause-friendly policies can promote inclusivity and retention of skilled women professionals. Now, sir, is there a cultural shift and empowerment in this aspect? That women are speaking more openly about their experiences?
Definitely, because previously, what I have already told, previously, because they were behind their doors, they were not coming out of their own home for any social activity or some professional activity. That part was never considered, or they were not speaking on that particular point. Now that they are everywhere, they are leading. They are leading. So, if at all they are suffering from some problems, whether socially, whether physically, whether mentally or psychologically, it will definitely affect the workplace, the organization, the state or the country, wherever they are leading. So, that part has to be considered and seriously considered.
So with this explicit introduction, let's come to the objective of this panel discussion, to explore how menopause can be integrated into legal and governance framework, workplace and labor policy reforms, awareness, community and education, along with public health integration. With this, I now invite upon our panelists to have a brief discussion on legal and governance framework. Many women silently suffer in workplaces, household and public spaces due to lack of awareness, empathy and support. From a legal and constitutional perspective, do you see this silence as a gender equity issue?
We are unlucky to have, I mean, Justice Sanju Panda. According to her presence as a panelist, we had planned this particular thing. In her absence, any one of you can speak on this.
Respected delegates.
First all-rounder. It's not opener.
Is it
Madam
audible?
can bat, bowl, field, can keep wicket. Yes.
Respected delegates, respected members of
Volume, please.
OGO, and President Professor Sujata Mishra, Sasmita, Josna, Professor Giri, and Mrityunjay, Dr. Janmay, and all the delegates, and my respect to the co-panelists, Madam Professor Anita Shah, Madam Gayatri Das, Madam Sanjita Das, and all present over here. A very warm good evening to all of you. I am really thankful that you invited me on this public forum, and it was written as Professor Dr. Sarojini Sarangi, poetess. Yes, very nice from professor with poetess. Okay, but yes, Punna sir has come. Oh my God. Heartfelt thanks to you also. So actually we know that menopause is a very nice life that goes. A woman just spends her 30 years of life in the menopausal period. That means 30 years is not a joke. Previously, they were not knowing what is menopause, and menopause is just a space of life. That is not a degradation to old age. This is just a preface to the age, and this is the age Anita Madam has written. This is the second spring of life. We want to see all the women, all the postmenopausal women, as she should be fit at 40 and 50, strong at 60, sweet at 70, and elegant and efficient at 80. Now the prospect of menopause has changed. Actually, previously we were knowing that when that is successfully, she completes amenorrhea for 12 months, that means the cessation of menstruation for 12 months, she was labeled as menopause. but at times it has come to 6 months also. That is declining of the ovarian hormones, declining of all these hormones, that means the deficiency of estrogen and all, that shrinks. That means all the reproductive organs, they shrink. As you know, all the symptoms, they come up after menopause. And this is not a period of 1 or 2 years. This is around long 10 years. That's the perimenopause period, the menopause period, and the postmenopausal period. Now, why I am saying the prospect is changed. Now, no longer a woman is going to sit in the house and do all the housework. And previously it was seen that they were not knowing what to do. They were illiterate, they were, less educated, and they are not understanding the benefits of menopause and the disbeliefs of menopause, because they were thinking that yes, when there is menopause, everything is lost. Even they know that even one child is born, everything is gone in their life. They are no more a very sweet woman. So they were thinking that when there is menopause, they cannot earn, their husbands, when they will lose their beauty, nobody will care them, neither the children also, because the children will fly away from her. So they were neglected. So many symptoms were coming. We know the early symptoms, that is, first of all, the hot flashes, and that is fogginess of brain.
Madam, let us not discuss about the symptoms and signs of menopause.
So,
actually,
we should, there must be some health policy that we should welcome menopause as a very nice period life, and again restart that life with a very nice menopause. Thank you so much.
Hey, Sanjita madam, I'll like to ask you about this particular first question. Men doesn't have this type of transition phase, whether during their lifetime or in their professional life. Definitely this particular transition affects. If somebody is affected psychologically, or if somebody is affected, the hot flushes madam was talking about, if it is troublesome, it will definitely affect her credential, her efficiency. In that case, should we consider a policy for perimenopausal or menopausal women in the workplace? Should there be a policy or a law made by the government? That is what we want to ask.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Sanjita Das. So, as for your question, it's a question of policy, and if I give you the example.
You are an administrator. That's why.
If I give you the example, there was no such policy for women at workplace. And in the year 2013, a policy came, law came, sexual harassment of women at workplace. That way also, we can have this policy, because at the time of menopausal period, you people must be knowing much more better than what I know. Technically, I am not very sound, but socially, whatever I have gone through, I have experienced. That's what I am saying. In the workplace, we feel some sort of unbecoming situations. Even if you say something, we used to take it negatively because of our internal problem. And there is some sort of low mental feelings, vacuum, then emptiness, losing everybody. So it is an ongoing process. That way, how to address the issue and how to take care of. So in my humble opinion, if government takes some policy, like in the workplace, there should be the workplace for therapeutic workplace. There should be a comfort zone like for a woman, AC is a must, and toilet facilities. This is internal and external. Then health policy, like LIC, we are going for LIC. That way also health policy has to be there. And next is health policy and interval checkup. That should also be there. That way we can also we can integrate the same into the policy and government can take care
Now
of.
with Ayushman Bharat, we are going to taking care of the
Like
whole
Asa-
of the
Asa-
population.
J- J-
Whole of the population.
population.
We are not leaving any menopausal ladies out of Ayushman Bharat. But the part we are actually focusing in the workplace for professional ladies who are approaching menopause, should there be a government policy like maternity leave, like maternity benefits, like pregnant women getting supplements? If pregnant women can get supplements like iron and calcium, why menopausal ladies cannot be supplemented with calcium?
There is a technical problem. In case of pregnancy, you know the tenure. But in case of menopausal, there is no such tenure. I may also get at the age of 35. I have a cousin who got it at the age of 35. Then usually the age period is 50 above, 45 above. So there is no such bar. The age is this. For pregnancy, there is a limited time.
If we can come up with Bhayabandhu Yojana, why we cannot prolong the supplementation for 30 years for menopausal women?
That's what I'm saying. It has to be, and once they got to know that somebody is approaching or has already attained the menopause, then that policy has to be followed.
That is why we are discussing, because unless until somebody has approached the government or some organization has suggested government that maternity leave should be there, because so many women are of childbearing age are joining service. Somebody must have approached the government that all public place should be provided with a nursing room so that a lactating mother can breastfeed. Same way, this is the forum where we should discuss that we should suggest the present government about making a policy, health policy for the menopausal ladies. That is why we are discussing.
That's what I'm saying, na? Therapeutic workplace, health policy.
So, in that case, suppose we will suggest something that in workplace for menopausal ladies, some therapeutic area should be there, whether it should be yoga, whether it should be.
It includes yoga, nutrition, sleep.
So for the benefit of the audience, yes. What are your suggestions?
Me?
Yes.
My suggestion would be like there should be a ladder system. First, the persons, the ladies approaching the menopause, she should have the comfort zone, like which includes the nutrition, both external and internal. Then secondary is that toilet facilities and AC room. AC room is a must because of the hot flash.
Very.
And thirdly, regular health checkup.
Okay. So, we can suggest that way to frame a particular health guideline, and in workplace, what should be the.
Sir, may I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Myself, Dr. Anita Shah, President of Indian Menopause Society. You are asking very rightly. Our government has policy for antenatal patient, neonatal, newborns, and that's why the maternal mortality as well as neonatal mortality rate has already decreased. So but menopause was not given any priority or any importance till now. And we are approaching with the banner of Indian Menopause Society, we are trying that we should approach to the government and we should just have some policies regarding this menopausal and postmenopausal age group. Because many cancers are very common after the age of 40. So menopausal women, perimenopausal, menopausal, postmenopausal women are also suffering for various cancers also. So preventive strategies should be made, because at these age, due to the aging, plus other comorbidities, as well as maybe retirement, they may not be financially safe. Yesterday only I had given oration on sailing safe through the storms of midlife.
in that I had discussed that at workplace there various studies have been done, and it is found that we are not giving any importance for the women at workplaces. So some strategies should be made, that because hot flushes are very common and it is one of the commonest symptoms. So at workplaces the atmosphere should be like that. They may have some comfort zone, proper ventilation should be maintained, proper fans, and that facility should be there. They may have some time for in between going out and some taking rest in between, those who are suffering from this type of symptoms. So then their capacity will be increased. Otherwise, due to the various menopausal symptoms, they may, their work efficiency will be decreased, and their quality of work as an employer will be decreased, and the final loser will be the main person who is handling and employing all these women. So this is very important aspects, and we are also trying that government should make certain policies so that we can do various screening.
Government is ready, madam. I can assure you. Once you suggest, government will definitely come up with a guideline or make some policies.
Yeah.
But we have to. We are the person who should suggest.
Yes.
Yes. Any guiding principle for the institutions, madam? Women working in different institutions. Like Bhagya was telling,
I think
मो कॉलेज रो प्रिंसिपल को कोन बहुत पीजी स्टूडेंट डरुचंती देखिला मात्रे लुचि जाउचंती
even at various
मैडम को आसिले बुढ़ी आसिला means that old lady is coming, so she is irritated for her own problem, for this particular transition, but the way she reacts in the institution, somewhere you have to help for. It's not a disease, we are not going to treat, but if you do not support that particular lady who is heading or who is guiding you, then proper guidance can never be given.
Listening will help a lot.
That is why I asked, what should be the workplace guideline so that menopausal ladies will get pleasure in workplace also. At home, she may quarrel with her husband, but at workplace,
so that's
the whole
why,
society will be affected.
That's why we want to counsel both the partners. When a patient is having some
Leave
problems,
the partner. I am
we
only concerned about the ladies who are heading the institutions.
But at the same time,
yes,
you know, but at the same time, they must be given some sympathy and some cooperation in the home front as well as in the
everybody is expecting sympathy from her. She is the leader.
Everywhere.
So how the workplace,
starting from the
how
son,
the
starting from
workplace
the
should cooperate.
spouse, everything.
Spouse
Everybody
will
in the
cooperate at home.
workplace also.
How the workplace should cooperate.
Sir, at workplace also various seminars or talks can be arranged to increase awareness in this type of female, so that they can take care of themselves, they can get themselves screened for various issues, so they can get the better management for that.
Next, let's go.
Now, coming to the next parameter, workplace and labor policy, which has been almost covered by our panelists. Now, the last question that remains is, can public sector offices lead the change by implementing certain policies so that the biology does not become a barrier to participation, performance, or respect?
Madam, will you like to add something? ମୁଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ନେ ଚେୟାର ଦେଇ ଦଉଛି ଆପଣ ନାଇଁ ନାଇଁ ଠିକ ଅଛି ଚେୟାର ଦରକାର ହଁ ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ ଆମେ କରିବା ପବ୍ଲିକ ସେକ୍ଟର ଅଫିସରେ କ'ଣ ଚେଞ୍ଜ ଆସିବା ଦରକାର ମାନେ ଗଭର୍ଣ୍ଣମେଣ୍ଟ ଅଫିସରେ
Namaskar. Thank you so much, Bhagya, for inviting me for this discussion. I'm not a doctor. I don't know what to say, but
Madam, actually it was a public forum.
Yes, I know. I have already attended menopause.
More persons like should have been on the dais to contribute in policy making. That was the objective of this particular
That's right.
panel discussion.
And I have been observing people, ladies, in menopause age since many, many years. I have seen my mother, I have seen my mother-in-law, my aunt and everyone. Now the situation has completely changed. They were housewives, staying at home, and when they were reaching menopause, naturally there were problems, but when in our age, when we are reaching menopause, then the doctors are also taking, the gynecologists, they're also taking care of it. And at the time, and now the government should make a policy to make the workplace more comfortable for the ladies, for perimenopausal ladies and menopause ladies. And when the symptoms occur, that lack of energy, hot flush, cold flush, tiredness, dizziness, etc., and you should be taken care of properly. Maybe the treating gynecologist, and also at home, the family members, the husband, the children. When we attain the menopause age, and the children, by that time, they are educated, they are going out to work, and there is now there are nuclear families. The other family system is gone from the society, so you don't find someone like your sister-in-law or something to speak to. You work in the office or in the hospital and anywhere, and you come back home. And there is no one, only your husband is there, and the home help, they were there. And you have nobody to share your feelings. None of them, most of them are not doctors, they do not know what is the symptoms of menopause. And they feel they are being neglected, and the husband is not taken care of. And these things happen. I am a social activist. I have been observing people for many, many days. I have also gone through menopause. My menopause is very pleasant, no problem. Professor Dr. Sujata Mahanti, she did my hysterectomy when at the age of 45. And Dr. Purna Mahapatra was assisting him, I still remember. And it was long back. I am 75 now. I'm doing my work and everything, and I go to places because I'm also involved in many national organizations and work for the ladies.
Like Madam Sodangi Madam told, now you are in sweet 70s. No problem. Sanjita ma'am. Sanjita ma'am.
Yeah.
Will you
no problem, but government should follow policy.
Allow flexible hours in workplace for ladies who are having
Menopausal symptoms.
stormy menopausal
Right.
symptoms.
Then
If menopausal symptom is silent, nobody minds. But if it is stormy, as an administrator, what do you think? They should be allowed flexible hours in their workplace?
yes, there should be. Just lactating mothers, we just allow them to just go and feed your baby. Similarly, for menopausal women who are suffering for very strong symptoms, they should be allowed, and there's something should be managed in that way.
Madam has got different opinion.
No, I don't agree, because it is not very possible. It is not always possible, and the men folk will not accept. For example, men folk, it's not a question of
Exactly.
sexual
They have to
discrimination.
accept.
Whatever I'm saying.
We will make menopause. We'll pause all men.
No, listen. In the work field, we are being paid by the public exchequer, paid by the taxpayers. That is not the problem of the public, whether I am going through the menopause or not. They will not understand. No. I have gone through this thing, which I am saying out of my own experience. Theory, it is okay. But practically, I am supposing I am a Tahsildar, I am a sub-collector, I am a collector in the field. And I am having such stormy experiences because of the menopause. And there is a problem immediately created in my district. And do you think people will accept that you are going through menopause? People will start scolding. It's not possible. In theory, everything is possible. It's not possible.
So, from
Flexi hour is not possible. Okay. You can say in that way, instead of giving them the lucrative post, you can give them a static post. You can get your salary, you will retain your post, but at the same time, you will not go to the vicissitudes of the workforce.
Absolutely,
From an administrator point of view, her opinion is she will not allow flexible hours in workplace because it affects the whole system. But the whole system can accept maternity leave from 3 months to 6 months because it's a law.
Yes.
So once a law is made so that we can help menopausal ladies who are having this type of stormy transition. If law is made or if we suggest some policy and it is accepted by government.
You are forgetting one thing.
Yes, ma'am.
One thing is law is made, it is 6 months. Make it 1 year, doesn't matter. But after 1 year, you have to go through that particular phases. And your menopause is a never-ending process since 40 or 45, whatever you say, till 60. So how can you, do you think people will accept for 20
Not
years?
till 60.
No.
It's beyond that.
It
It's
is,
beyond
it
that.
is not possible, not practicable in my opinion.
Okay.
Actually,
okay,
there was
sir.
a turmoil.
Ma'am thinks it is not possible.
Ma'am, thank you for your powerful insights on that. Ma'am is more of an option of temporary relocation of duties, less public-facing work during flare-ups, but no leaves as such. Okay, that might also probably take up for misuse and all. Probably that is her thought, like provoking idea for us, this panel.
If a responsible officer in a government office is suffering or having this particular problem which is adversely affecting her efficiency, how it will affect the whole service area, that is to be seen. That is to be seen. If you give some type of relief, if you give some type of medical help, psychological help and supportive behavior from the colleagues, it will definitely give her solace and she can rebound back to her workplace with greater efficiency.
There should be awareness program also for the ladies, because all of them do not know what to do. All of them are not doctors. So awareness program is very much necessary in the cities and the villages.
Madam, we are debating. Everybody is experiencing, but we are talking about the professionals who are working for the public. If their efficiency is affected for this particular transition, it will affect adversely the society.
Naturally.
That is why whether we should go for some suggestions to the government to make some policy or law.
Policy is okay, law is okay, everybody will have to follow and abide by the law, that is okay. But flexi hours and in every day, it is not that my symptoms or my pain will occur on Monday, no, on Tuesday, no. So you cannot say this, na? So that is the reason why I say instead of flexi hours.
A responsible officer can take leave on because of his sickness or her sickness and district won't stop. Yes. Somebody else will manage, sub-collector will manage, and if somebody else is there, somebody will be deputed to work, but a sick person cannot lead the public office or the district.
At least one
that's the way.
law.
Because it affects the ladies
It's not a question of sickness. It is not a question of sickness.
If somebody
Actually,
is
what
sick,
happens?
then the district work will go on.
If the ladies are getting periods every month,
and we have
they are
managed
also
that
having
1 day or 2 day leave.
also having pain.
Or 1 day or
And
2
at
day
the same
leave,
time,
we have
are
come
also
up
attending
with a
the
policy.
office. We are
That
also
policy was not there
we are
previously.
also-
There was a turmoil.
It's not a question of policy, practical
There was a
utility.
turmoil. There was a turmoil. Why during menstruation a woman cannot take leave and leave is granted. It was a turmoil over India and throughout the world. But leave was given. But after menopause, one cannot predict for how many months, how many years they will take the
Yes.
leave. No, it's not. So, but in some cases, The health, she must be
But it is not
healthy.
continuous and
She
it
mu-
is not for lifelong.
No.
Definitely, she is having the problem for few years.
No, but
During
some-
that period, whether
Can you please say that few years indicate how many years? How many years? Even I am at this age also, I am having at times hot flashes. I had gone to Professor Dr. CBK Mahanti. He immediately said, nothing doing. Tora hot flash hochi, tu chupchap bas. I am also 60. So
No, what happens? She cannot get
you cannot say this.
so many months of leave or so many years of leave. But in some sector,
Let the
so how
government
is
they
your
got a
opinion
right to be healthy.
that no leave, no relaxation in the workplace for
Relaxation has to be there. Relaxation has to be there. Comfort zone is okay. Therapeutic workplace is okay. But when you said like she should be given a flexi hour, there I oppose. No, it cannot be possible. This is my opinion.
Okay.
And that's what I said.
Thank you, panelists, for this insight. Now, the panel has highlighted that institutional empathy does not weaken discipline, it strengthens human connection. Acknowledging menopause within demanding professions like administrative services, law and order shows true leadership maturity where compassion and performance will go hand in hand. Now, coming to awareness and education.
everybody is interested to talk about awareness in the society, in the workplace, to counter this transition and how they can manage it smoothly. Yes, ma'am.
The government should make awareness programs in the offices, in the colleges, wherever there are ladies who are going to approach menopause age, because they do not know what to do and what are the symptoms. So, like any other awareness program, government should implement awareness program anywhere and everywhere.
Sir, a woman has got every right to be healthy. So it's the government's first duty to relax them while doing, because cancer is very much common in the elderly age group women. She should be taught, and it should be free. Free camps should be there so that her breast a lump in the breast or any early cancer in the cervix or in the endometrium or all these cases, they must be treated freely or with some extent, some relief to be given to them in the health sectors.
Sir, under banner of Indian Menopause Society, we are having Club 35 Plus, and by that we are trying to reach to the grassroots level. We are arranging various awareness talks. Even today on webinars also we are arranging Menopause Cafe every month. In Gujarat, we have made one Gujarati program also for Gujarati people. So by these we reach to the various lay people. We explain them what is menopause, what are the symptoms, how you can remain healthy and happy. हमारा slogan है fit at 40, strong at 60, independent at 80. I have elaborated it to fit at 40, fancy at 50, strong at 60, sexy at 70, independent at 80, naughty at 90, and healthy at 100. We want that each and every woman should remain like that.
Everybody is thinking to score century. Without a century, nobody is happy.
नहीं हमारे सब women
India has failed today.
Sir, yesterday we
the
had
whole
enjoyed.
team failed to score 100.
Yesterday we had enjoyed dances from all the participants more than 60 years, sir. And in Surat, we are giving one every year dance program. We are giving platforms from 35 to 75 years of female, and dance is also one good exercise. So in that way also we make the female together when they are having emptiness syndrome or mood swings and everything. So by accompanying with this type of association, they are getting a lot of relief, and they just feel that they can also do something at these age.
So for the society, whether it's from government side or from NGOs or different organization, awareness program, everybody has accepted. There is no second thought. Anything else?
Madam, an efficient, elegant, and an independent woman is always walking tall and working tall with shoulder to her male counterparts. So she must be given some right and some independence in her way of work. And in government sector also, they should give some help to.
Ma'am,
So what is that help? What is that? Once you tell government should come up or should help these particular women, how government will help? That is what we should suggest, and we should discuss on that point. That is what I want from you people.
In the government level, they should do some yoga things and exercise things, laughing clubs, and all those things that will be very good.
Ma'am, supplementing HRT like iron, calcium, folic acid in the antenatal period. Supplementing HRT. Calcium.
Yeah, can be given. Actually, government is giving so many vaccines to infants and everyone. We also recommend that for cervical cancer, HPV vaccination should be given through government. Actually, government had planned also, but somehow it is not implemented because cervical cancer is the only cancer which can be prevented, and for that we recommend HPV
Gradually, adult immunization is coming to focus. Government will definitely take some steps for adult immunization, but let us focus on menopause. For menopausal ladies, what suggestion we are going to give? Immunization for whole of the society, whether now it is infant or during childhood, we will suggest for adult population. That's done. But for menopausal ladies, any suggestions, special suggestions?
Various screenings should be done and recommended by government at various places. Just like we recommend screening for, I always advise my patient that as you celebrate your birthday and anniversary every year, you should consult a gynecologist every year. Just going and consulting
So
gynecologist.
identifying the menopausal population and plan some screening programs so that we can avoid unnecessary cancer problems in the menopausal ladies. That is what you are suggesting. Okay.
Coming to the next point, what role do men play in breaking this stigma? The role of men.
Role of?
Sanjita madam
Spouse.
is smiling.
Role of male.
And
Role
men at
of male, I
workplace.
shouldn't tell, I
Men at
shouldn't start.
workplace, men at home.
Role of male, I shouldn't starting from the beginning of life to end. Yeah, the role of male is very important in each and every stage of life. Sorry, should be told by.
Harasari is going
For
to
that
suggest
we
something.
always counsel both the partners.
नहीं, thank you very much, madam. Individually, I know all of you. Personally, even you do not know me. And we have interacted in some form or other. I am Dr. H.P. Patnaik and we know you, madam. And ये जो संजीता madam है ना, whenever she was any early reproductive period, she was in a very aggressive mood. जो आपको menopause बोलते हैं. She is very good at heart, but बाहर से वो नारियल जैसे दिखते हैं. So that is very कड़क lady है. तो she told that there will be, ऐसा कोई नहीं हो सकता है कि give menopausal women special privilege. ऐसा कोई नहीं हो सकता. I fully agree with you. Because it starts from 45 and doctors are getting retirement at 65. And medical colleges are taking the 70. कितने को करेंगे? नहीं कर पाएंगे. So you have to work. Reproductive period is referred because जो pregnancy हुआ 6 महीने के बाद she has to come and work. I fully agree with her that no space. Yes, I agree with madam that if you approach 50, government has special health checkup program for all these elderly women. Yes, cervical cancer, pap smear, breast mammography, ultrasound, it should be done free or whatever government medical, so that all these ladies will have a very good healthy living. That is a must that we should propose.
Fantastic.
Sir, we are missing on the point, sir, for which you have come up.
Yes. Next thing, one more thing. Regarding men, I am very, you see, all husbands, boyfriends are good, friends are good, husbands are very poor people. You cannot, he may be good to others, but to his spouse, the spouse will tell Punna Chandra Mahapatra is different for others, Punna Chandra Mahapatra is different for his wife. So this is the opinion of all ladies. Men कितने करे? एक मिनट मेरे को बोल रहे. See,
my question is it more marked after 45 years age?
So कितना झेलते हैं, you do
नहीं,
not understand.
specify.
So I understand that my wife is going through the menopausal period, okay, but there must be a limit. This poor fellow is dying
everybody is
every
not
day.
Hara
So
Patnaik.
I cannot have any opinion regarding that. Let men speak for others. So others' opinion, like Punna sir, what do you say? Giri sir, no opinion? Back. Better keep quiet. So everybody is keeping quiet, madam. I know what Dr. Ramanaman Sadangi must be doing, sir, and all these people, because they are so kadak ladies, workaholic like that. उनको tolerate करना पड़ेगा, उनको promote करना पड़ेगा. I told one thing in the morning that, sir, with the permission of everybody, I want to repeat. In a couple was celebrating their golden jubilee marriage anniversary. And they were felicitating them. It was known that they did not have any fight during entire period of 50 years. Listen, madam.
Some lady is telling.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Impossible comes from a lady, not from a man.
Madam.
This is an ideal type doesn't exist.
Let me finish. So they were asked, madam, how could you have such a lovely married life? He told, madam, sunandu to. So what happened? Madam, he is listening. Ek minute. Madam, let me finish. So the husband told that we, after our marriage, we went to honeymoon to Simla. And we went to that Khupri and we had 2 horses to ride. And we are riding. So what happened? My horse was okay, but the horse of my wife was little irritable. So he jumped and my wife fell. So she got up and told, he patted on her back and told that, never mind, this is your first time. So then again she rode the horse and horse came to some distance. Then after that, the horse jumped again, then my wife fell down again. So she again stood up and cleared herself and told, don't mind, this is the second attempt. After some time, the horse jumped again and my wife fell down for the 3rd time. She opened her bag, removed her gun and shot the horse. The horse fell down in the ditch. Then I shouted, what did you do for him? He quietly looked at me and told, never mind, this is your first time. So after that, everything is shut and we are having a very happy married life for last 50 years. Thank you very much.
We had been to South Africa the last one month back, and we went to one toilet in a hotel. She, toilet. She is always right. She is always right means the toilet is on the right side. So it is everywhere. She is always right. So regarding husband's role, yes, anything is done. I am sorry, and she is always right. So husband's role is not there in across the world. So nothing to say about the husband's role in management of, yes, they are always empathetical, sympathetical, everything is there, but still under pressure.
Sir, C includes C. C includes C, C-H-E. C includes C, women include men. So always when we are correct, we have to be correct.
Without C, he is not there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
By default, we are correct.
Yeah. Jalebi rocks.
You can use the mic.
So that picture reflects how it is a social interaction, husband and wife. The same thing that initially he was a businessman. He doesn't tolerate her behavior. But how he can be counseled and how he understood that how I have to react to her. So it was a wonderful picture where it is a, so to society it was a message. So this sort of the activity which go on, then society will realize that how husband should behave. So it is a communication, that skill and the
So
concept.
storytellers, filmmakers, directors, and in our state Jatra,
in Gujarat it is a very
also
popular
help
film.
in making them aware. Public awareness program we can make so that more and more public will know about this particular transition in women's life, and they will be sympathetic and empathetic towards them.
We used to give talks on channels also in various symptoms and discussion regarding menopausal issues. So that in that way also the female have awareness. In newspapers also we just put some articles regarding all these issues. So this way we can increase the awareness.
Correct. Next.
Dr. Mary, the new menopause book is available in the Amazon. A new book has come on new menopause.
Sir, we also
Accept
go
the
to
writer.
schools. We also go to schools and encourage even young adolescent girls and their mothers at the same time. We also give education regarding adolescent health also, and to their mother regarding menopausal
That's
issues
a good
also.
step. That's a
And
good
we
step.
want, nowadays we want to catch them young. In young age we then explain them. Young generation also we just teach them that these are the problems in later age of your life. So you should, how you can prevent osteoporosis in the postmenopausal age if you take care of your bones in the adolescent age. Just like हम LIC का प्रीमियम भरते हैं कि हम जब बूढ़े होंगे तो हमको वो काम आएगा, उसी तरह if young adolescent girls, if they are doing exercise, they take proper nutrient diets, then they will not suffer from
So menopausal policy
osteoporosis.
premium should
Actually,
be
it
started
is
from schools itself, and all girl students should start depositing their premium from school.
Now
Very
let's
good.
hear from our Guru of Gurus, Punna sir.
Yes.
What context he has to say from this perspective.
At the outset, I must compliment all of you, the very dynamic moderators as well as brilliant, genius experts in the field of medical as well as the social and administrative field in this public awareness program for that. I think there are a lot of issues came forward and a lot of problems, you raised it. Some of them are focused, some of them are not focused for that. I think first of all I will say that one menopausal problem and all that, whether it's a menopausal problem or a midlife problem or a late life problem, I think that must be distinguished for that, because the age of menopause, rightly you have pointed out, is so variable that we cannot fix an age for that also. So normally we see the NFHS data shows that about 2.2% in the Indian women are having a premature menopause, less than 39, whereas about 14.6% are between 40 to 44. But after that, what happens, we do not know. If we calculate the average of about 50% of the Indian population are females, and in the menopause group, leaving aside the yuvas and the children and all that, rest I think around 28 to 30% will be entering into the midlife or late midlife period for that. So I will focus attention that you are right, a very important point, the benefits. Nowadays, politicians are always for you. I always tell, when Mr. Mahapatra was there in the BJD government also, at that time I told, you cannot win without catching the females for that. And therefore the origin of Mission Shakti. I think Mission Shakti was started, and then you see in Bihar and other places how the females program are there. They require votes for that also. They can easily implement it. As rightly pointed out by you, government can easily implement it. If there is a pregnancy benefit, there could be a midlife benefit and late midlife benefit. And benefit, what benefit they will give it, that is a different issues for that. Whether it's a financial benefit or some health benefit or some social benefit, that's a different. And you have categorically pointed out that limited proportions are in the workplace.
Why,
the
Madam,
majority.
Why Madam Sanjita countered me? Because we don't have statistics, enough
And
statistics on this.
another point which he raised, that this is an age where I am supposed to be irritative. So do you think the government should have a policy that there will be compulsory retirement as soon as the menopause is there for all? This is not possible also. It is not acceptable. So therefore, you must find out of how many cases these menopausal symptoms are there.
Exactly.
Normally we
That
see
is the
how many
statistics.
percent is the menopausal. It's not a uniform. It's not a 50%. More than 50% do have a menopausal
She is
symptom.
interested for the exchequer. Sir, if exchequer
you
is
have
spent,
experienced it, it's a personal
highest
problem, and there is a
efficiency
remedy
work
for that
should also be extracted from that lady. Then if she is not performing properly, then how we can help her? You cannot terminate. Terminate one lady and see the
No,
consequence.
that cannot
you
be.
cannot terminate.
That cannot be. That's not a wise also for that. And the government should say that yes. So normally we say, as per the statistics are concerned, in Western countries and Eastern countries, there are all of symptomatology. Out of all symptomatology, I think the psychosomatic problem are much more in Western countries.
Yes.
The mental health is more in Western countries. Whereas the Eastern, in India particularly, the vasomotor and urogenital atrophy, these are the more important. Whereas osteoporosis and psychosomatic are more in the Western. And it's so variable. The prevalence of even hot flushes, we do not know. How much cases are, how many menopausal women, midlife women are irritable, how many, very, very less, I think less than 1% would have a symptoms for that and they need a therapy for that. So you cannot, but on the other hand, for a social awakening, for a political consensus, I think if they can give a special benefit to the midlife and late midlife women, they can get more votes for that also and the women are benefited for that. I imagine when the BSKY scheme came, the then health minister came and provided me that, sir, we are doing a BSKY scheme where we have given a 5 lakhs per family for health.
And 10 lakhs
for health. I told, make it 15 lakhs if a female member is there. Then he went to the chief minister and they told 15 lakhs. They consulted the finance department. They said that no, it is good idea, but we will increase to 10 lakhs. 10 lakhs. So this is there. If Bayobandhana Yojana is there 70 years for everybody, all over the citizens of India, they could have a special program for midlife and late midlife women for that. They can get more votes and our women will be benefited for that also. So that this is a very important point which I made. But the thing that is irritable, the work should be removed, the sub-collector should take charge and all this. I don't believe in this. These are very rare occasions, rare species for them. And lastly, about the male and a female and all that, there is no question of war between male and female. You are bringing more controversies into it. A fight a day keeps divorce away. If there is no fight, there is a divorce easily. So that is a different issue. Man and women problem are different. Husband and wife problem are different. Man and women are very good, but husband and wife are not good. No. But at least make it certain that India is a country where there is no other country where the relationship between husband and wife is there. There is no other country when the family culture and family status is maintained for that. We are proud of our country.
And we are lucky that
we are proud of our culture for that also. They are surprised. If you go outside, somebody asked me in Germany, how is that in India, you live with one woman for 30 years? No, 30 years. You live for 70 years also for that. It is impossible to live with one woman for 30 years.
7 lives.
So that is a different issue. I think main problem is that even for IMS also, that's why in Foxy, first of all, when the chairperson was formulated, menopause is one of that. Then we changed the terminology. If a geriatric is there, then now the terminology changed, midlife will be there for that. It becomes a very, I think, very crude to say menopausal and all that. It has been literally so much influenced with the, like abortions. We changed to pregnancy loss. So that, yeah, we changed that. But midlife is a real problem for that and one can help in that particular, either financial support. If the extra benefit to be given to that women, midlife, not menopause. Menopause is a variable pace. Somebody 40, somebody is 60, you can't make it for that. But make an age. After 40 is midlife. And remember that midlife and after 40 a woman, irrespective of whether it's a BPL category or not, should be given some extra incentive for that. Yes. Maybe that you can decide extra incentive. The policymakers, the bureaucrats can find out how to implement the procedure for that. But this is a point of concern for that. And we want the politician will be benefited. The society also will be benefited for that also. Thank you.
So whatever suggestions this particular house has suggested, madam, whatever we have suggested, how it can be implementable, that administrator's job. So once they put up the file, then lawmakers will do their work. Next.
One last thing I must add, one last thing, no longer we are seeing old women, ଅୟବୃଦ୍ଧା ବିଗତ ଯୌବନା ଲୋଳଚର୍ମ ଗଳିତ ଦଶନା ନା ଦାନ୍ତ ପଡ଼ିଯାଇଛି ନା ଇଏ ଶ୍ରିଙ୍କ୍ ହେଇଛି ନା କିଛି ହେଇଛି ବଟ୍ वी आर टॉकिंग ऑन ए टर्म ललित वार्धक्य और ए वेरी ग्रेसफुल एजिंग लेट अस हेल्प all our middle-aged people to be very graceful in aging and remaining healthy and peaceful.
Now the clock is ticking and the time is up. Sir has beautifully summed up, Puna sir, that our National Health Service should include menopausal related data. Now coming to a closing, menopause is a phase of dignity, equity and health rights. Embedded support should be required in policy, health and workplaces. And our panelists have beautifully concluded with a few of the suggestions that we might see in next 5 years to be implemented so that we can have a healthy menopause building society. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. ଆମେ ଦେଇଦେବା ତ କ'ଣ ହେଲା ଆରେ ଆଉ ମୁଁ ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମକୁ ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ ଆଜ୍ଞା ଆଜ୍ଞା ହରସାଙ୍ଗ ସେପଟେ ଦିଅ ହରସାଙ୍ଗ ସେପଟେ
ଆପଣମାନେ ସମସ୍ତେ ଆଜି ଏ ସେସନକୁ ଆମକୁ ଡାକିଥିବାରୁ ଛିଡ଼ା ହାତ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ଫଟୋ ଉଠିବ
Fantastic moderation.
ରସିଟାକୁ ଦେଇଦେ ରସିଟାକୁ ଦେଇଦେ ଆଜ୍ଞା ମୁଁ କ୍ଲାସ୍ 6 ଆରେ ବଣ୍ଟା ବଣ୍ଟି ହେଇଗଲୁ ଯାହା ମିଳିଲା ଆଳୁ ଚପ୍ ଖାଇଲା ବେଳେ ବାଣ୍ଟି ଦେଲେ ଲୋକ ଯିଏ ଯୋଉଟା ବଳିଲା ସିଏ ଖାଇଦେଲା ଆସନ୍ତୁ ଆସନ୍ତୁ ସାର୍ ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ୍ ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ୍ ଛିଡ଼ା ହୁଅନ୍ତୁ ଏଠି
I think so we come to the end of the day. Maybe this is the ultimate session, but it's the best session.